141. Chapter 141. All the eyes of Tyluses were now gazing at the Bernini Mountains at this moment, including the royalty, the nobility, and even the three counts. When a high-ranking noble with a powerful military force marches out, it's natural for attention to be drawn, whether it's for military provocation against foreign lands or for a campaign against rebels. When it came to mobilizing large military forces, the easiest excuse was always hunting. Therefore, even foreign spies were keeping an eye on Gilles Beur de Edaric's campaign. In other words, the wildfire covering the Bernini Mountains at this moment had been captured by all kinds of intelligence organizations. At this moment, all the rulers of Tyluses were feeling the tremors of shifting perceptions. A massive earthquake was hitting the solid power dynamics that had endured since the last war. The epicenter known as Bernini would soon become a tidal wave that would engulf the entire country, because true power was born in chaos. In the earthquake where three people shook the country, laughter erupted. In the closest dominion to the Bernini Mountains, Fervonia, ruled by the Count of Vermontper, Jean Beltoire burst into laughter upon hearing the urgent report brought by the messenger. It seems those bastards have their moments. What should we do? Well, just sit back and watch. Let Guillaume and Tynes stir up the military. When those fellows intend to march towards St. Mathilde, they will inevitably pass nearby. A wise man never stains his hands with blood. Leave the rough work to the commoners, and as long as the nobles receive their share of the grain, that's enough. Is there any reason to offend the royal family, especially when there are so many to do it on their behalf? Jean Beltoire sipped his wine and reclined on the sofa. The Count of Narbonne, Tyne de Grandmarteau, rode down to inspect the encampment on a white horse. Countless soldiers held torches aloft, watching him ascend. It was a spectacle that would thrill any man. The heraldic griffin entwined with roses of the Grandmarteau family was watching him from the red glow of the torches. The three greatest noble houses of Tyluses had gathered. The three counts had joined hands for this moment alone. The last remaining house would no longer be called a count's house. The royal family. The Tyluses royal family would fall, and the era of the Grandmarteau dynasty would dawn. He was confident in this. Holding the most military power, occupying the most stable supply routes, and holding the most seats in the St. Mathilde nobility. My lord, the signal fires of Bernini have been lit. What of Ottringe and Vermontper? Ottringe, even if they march with all their might, will be delayed by at least 3 days, and Vermontper dares not march until St. Mathilde is surrounded. Fools! Tyne laughed coldly, turning his head. Do they forget that St. Mathilde will never attempt to defend itself? The garrison consists of barely 3,000, and the nobility will gladly open the gates for us. Yes, my lord. Tell the soldiers, the hunting season is over, now is the time for harvest. The deer hunt is over. The deer that once challenged the dragon have fallen gloriously, leaving only the easier task of gathering the fallen ears of corn. And what of Krasilov and Kalyan's response? Kalyan will switch sides as it suits their interests, so it doesn't matter. And Krasilov has no legion to send to this land. Krasilov is already consuming 2 legions just by maintaining the northern front, and the royal guards are busy suppressing the aftermath of the large-scale rebellion that occurred just a few months ago. Even if Krasilov were to march, Tylus's fate is sealed, along with the death of Lord of Homeland Knight. For a country that has lost its guardians, who will truly wield the spear for it, he wondered. Under the command of Grandmarteau, there were 7,500 infantry and 850 cavalry, among which were 300 knights. The infantry of Viscount Blancmont numbered 3,700, with 300 cavalry, including 52 knights. Viscount Lamogne's infantry totaled 3,200, with 200 cavalry, including 40 knights. Baron Contier's infantry amounted to 750, with 30 cavalry, including 5 knights. Fluval, Montnu, Furian, and Br the combined forces of all the vassals under the Grand Marteau Count's banner. Total forces: 9,900 infantry, 2,700 cavalry, and around 500 knights. The total strength of the Eastern Legion was approximately 30,000. Excluding conscripts and tenant farmers, there was essentially only one legion formed under the name of Grand Marteau. Considering the strained mobilization capabilities since the last war, nearly half of Tylus's potential war mobilization capability now lay in the hands of this man. There is no possibility of defeat, neither domestically nor internationally. Within a few days, the name of the country would change. My lord, urgent news has arrived that the Count of Grand Marteau has begun his march. Good, that wild boar will charge straight to St. Mathilda, won't he? Yes, my lord. Then let us do our part. Guillaume chuckled and jabbed at the map. How foolish. While one might lay claim to the throne if the capital falls, ultimately, it's about how much loyalty one can secure over how many territories. Indeed, my lord. After securing oaths of allegiance across the entire western region with Bernini Mountains as the pivot, let's bring it to an end on the day that Tyne holds his coronation, shall we? Divide Tylus's territory around the Bernini Mountains. Abandon all the rough mountains in the east. Once the dragons of Bernini have killed Jill Burr, the land beyond is nothing but a land of death. The Eastern Front cannot hold back the demons. Even if the demons trample and rush into Tylus's territory, as long as the Bernini Mountains stand strong. Dragons are inherently arrogant and greedy creatures. Even if they are demons, they cannot be controlled. So, throw prey to the dragons and make them our new Eastern Front Legion. Wouldn't that complete a natural barrier? Truly wise, my lord. Tylus's territory may decrease by about 30%, but beyond that, the east is nothing but barren land with meager yields. The core of Tylus's strength lies in the densely populated western agricultural region, and Tylus's financial power comes from trade. In other words, whoever controls the trading ports and the agricultural regions will become the next dynasty of this land. It was pitiful that my sister was cast out like a dog and left to wander the land, but she has a head on her shoulders. He, indeed, my lord. However, even a prince driven out of her own country would find your generosity incomparable, wouldn't he? That's right, ha. Count Guillaume II tidied up his laughter and, with a solemn expression, glanced at a corner of the map. What about that demonic fellow, Barugadel? He is moving according to plan, my lord. Good, let us prepare as well. Yes, my lord. When a group of demon warlords coincidentally breaks through the Eastern Front and tramples Tylus's territories, the timely arrival of the army led by Count Ottringe will rescue the endangered territories. While Count Ottringe dedicates himself to the country, Tyne, who dares to set St. Mathilda ablaze for his ambition, will become a traitor in history. Jean Beltoire, that timid fellow, will surely capitulate to the prevailing trend. Therefore, now, this country's name will become Tylus's under the Ottringe Count family. There is no need to falsely claim the royal family. By simply seating one of the royal lineage and ruling the country as a regent, all the power of this country will submit to him. This is how politics is done. Just raising an army cannot engulf a country. It's different from the foolish Tyne and the clumsy Jean Beltoire. This is the quality of a ruler. Guillaume stood up with a smile. The rebellion of the 3 counts has begun. Urgent news. Count Tyne de Grand Marteau has commenced his march from Narbonne. Urgent news. Count Jean Beltoire de Vermontper has blocked all trade routes leading to St. Mathilda. Urgent news. Taurus warlords confirmed in the eastern Rocher region, estimated at about 750. This is urgent. The Bernini Mountains is engulfed in flames. The survival of Jill Burr et Arique is uncertain. Pavel received the almost simultaneous arrival of the new urgent reports, falling into silence. Tap, tap, tap. The hand that was tapping on the unfolded operation map on the table stopped at the final urgent report. Under the dim white magical lights, Pavel's body stiffened. Commander. All information deployed in that direction is being blocked. From visual observation, it's reported that the entire mountain range is engulfed in flames. Dragons, at least 40 have been observed flying in the sky. Dragons. Pavel murmured bitterly, touching his belt gently. I told you I should have been the one to go, you foolish junior. It is the nature of the world that the old should die first, Pavel suddenly realized. Now, only I remain as the royal guard of the late king. The magical lights flickered weakly. Uncontrolled magical energy scattered from Pavel's body, stirring up a breeze around him. Amidst the thick scent of iron, Pavel gritted his teeth and said, We are returning home. Yes, but Deputy Commander. The External Intelligence Bureau will withdraw from Tylus's territory as of today. Consider it an order. From today onwards, Tylus is no longer an ally. Pavel spat out to the agents looking at him as he put on his coat. Tylus will surely perish. There is only one thing left for us to do now. Punishment for the traitors who defied the alliance. Revenge for those who drove the commander to be the prey of dragons. For the two sins committed by the nobles of this country, there is only one answer that Krasilov will give. When we return to St. Mathilda, our name will be that of invaders. Pavel turned around. Behind him, all the agents of the External Intelligence Bureau walked out together. Soon, the magical energy began to flicker and ignite the corridors of St. Mathilda. Feeling the flames spreading behind him, Pavel chuckled bitterly. It felt like the beacon of a doomed nation. How can I ever explain this to our lead? Author's note afterward, the rebellion of the three counts. An uprising plotted by 3 grand counts who received information about dragons sleeping in the Bernini Mountains. When Jill Burr and the Capital Defense Army were lost in the Bernini Mountains, each grand count began their operations from their respective positions. Count Jean Beltoire de Vermontper, isolating St. Mathilda and controlling trade routes while waiting. Count Tyne de Grandmarteau, mobilizing all the legions of his vassals and marching to St. Mathilda. Count Guillaume de Autringe II, attempting to subdue the unknown demon who invaded the territories of the local lords loyal to the royal family while receiving their oaths of allegiance. In the event of a successful rebellion in Tylus's case, loss of all territories in the eastern direction centered around the Bernini Mountains. Loss of the Eastern Front Garrison Legion, loss of the Capital Defense Army. Think of it as a typical episode from the Dual Academy series. Read Fallu novels online at (142). Chapter 142. The vast majority of the paths from the Bernini Mountains to St. Mathilda are believed to be under the control of Jean Beltoire, except for a few feudal lords classified as staunch loyalists. All territories relying on trade routes will willingly submit to Jean Beltoire. Even if they are considered loyalists, it is uncertain whether they remain loyal to the royal family in the current situation. Eugene, Ivan. Big brother, how come you're here already? Eugene. I guess you need to learn how to ride again. Ivan. Ivan caught up with the party that had left earlier and looked around. At this speed, they might not be able to shake off any potential pursuers. Even the somewhat inexperienced riders had no trouble catching up with these greenhorns. The party seemed exhausted from the night's climb and the journey across the battlefield, but the real battlefield lay ahead. There are 2 options, Ivan. Yes. To scatter and head to St. Mathilda individually. In that case, at least one of you might make it, but in this case, Ivan. I'll die, Oscar. Probably, Ivan. Ivan nodded at Oscar's words. Oscar would likely be the one the Counts would most want to deal with at this moment. We can't do that, Isabel. Right, how can we abandon a friend? Ectasis. Isabel and Ectasis immediately protested. Ivan nodded quietly. If Oscar dies here, there will be no pretext for seizing control of the capital. Unless it's under the authority of Duke Edarik, everyone here is essentially an outsider. Or we could try shaking them with a decoy, Elfera. Ivan. What, me is the decoy? Elfera. No, me, Ivan. Huh. Ivan took out a map and threw it to Elfera. It was a military map obtained directly from the counterintelligence command. Elfera glanced over the map once and asked quietly, "While it might feel strange for me to say this, would it be wise to give a military map to an elf?" Elfera. Anyway, the intelligence agency probably already has a copy of the Tyles military map. It's not that valuable of a secret. Ivan. Even if you say you trust empty words, so what should I do? From now on, we'll have to create a spell. Ivan leaned in beside Elfera, placing a finger on the map she held in her hand. This map isn't very precise, so just use it as a reference and follow my instructions exactly. Ivan. So you mean to move while quantitatively calculating the distance traveled? Elfera. Exactly. It doesn't seem like a difficult spell. Ivan began drawing crooked lines from one corner of the map, sometimes bending, sometimes making gentle turns. From Pirker, heading northwest at 120 degrees, 2 km. Then, pass through the 27th crossroad and continue 5 km towards Rocheville. If you find the railway, don't stop, pass through to Tirabue, 9 km away. Ivan's explanation flowed smoothly like water. Kind and clear, as if retracing a path they had always known, even though describing one's homeland in such a way would be impossible. The party stared blankly at Ivan's face. Then, leaving the road from Lausanne to Sobar on the left, continue for 9 km. Once you reach the southern road of St. Mathilda, run all the way to Vansung at full speed. Got it. 9 km from Lausanne to Sobar, yes, I remember everything. In this task, scouting will be solely your responsibility. If you take the wrong path, the entire party will perish. Can you handle it? If I say I can't, you won't force me, right? Choose another way, and Oscar will die instead. Wow, look at this guy threatening. Elfera grumbled with her ears twitching. All right, Greykenkos naturally have good memories, you know. I do. Your father was like that too. Ivan chuckled and gently patted Elfera's head. The entire party looked at Ivan in astonishment for a moment. Even Elfera was taken aback, her ears almost standing on end. Meeting their gaze, Ivan turned his head in the direction they were headed. What about you, uncles? A decoy. Isn't it too dangerous? I have a better chance surviving when I am in danger. Nahe. Angle by angle, Ivan's voice drifted away from the opposite direction of the party. Isabel shouted after him as he left. Just wait, seriously. We'll catch up soon enough, so don't say such things again. Keep your hopes up. Just a moment, Sir Yermov. Do you have any advice for us after we arrive in St. Mathilda? If there's something deemed necessary, don't hesitate to do it. In the manner of true hero party. The voice was scattered in the wind. Ivan's figure gradually disappeared at the fork in the mountain path. The party watched his back for a moment before picking up the pace. The road ahead was long, and there wasn't much time left to reach St. Mathilda. It was too late to fail now, too late to give up with so many lives at stake. It was time to act like true adventurers. A great agent never plans an operation for just one objective. A campaign on a specific front typically consists of the grand strategy of a legion, essential objectives, and auxiliary goals to achieve them. Therefore, Ivan increased the speed of his horse and scanned his surroundings. In these mountains, there were countless spies planted. No matter where he went, it would be difficult to escape the enemy's gaze. especially with such a conspicuous group. So the task was simple: minimize the pressure focused on those kids. For that, he devised the route himself. If they broke through in a straight line, they would inevitably be pursued, so they had to pass through the border areas of territories belonging to staunch royalists or lords who were not loyal to Jean Beltoir. To ensure that Jean Beltoir, the Count, couldn't dare to mobilize a large-scale military force without justification, that was all that was needed. They should be able to handle a small pursuit party. They had to be able to. It wasn't feasible for him to personally take care of everything in every situation. Keep pushing a little harder. Patting the neck of the hot-blooded horse, Ivan lowered his body and stared straight ahead. To minimize the pressure on the adventuring party, it was necessary to divert the attention of the counts. More than the hero party, he had to become a more irritating presence than Jill Burr by the enemies. And conveniently, he understood their grand strategy. He also understood the essential objectives for it. If these two were combined with an understanding of the military map, it wouldn't be difficult to grasp their tactical outline and auxiliary goals. It was almost like reverse engineering. If the goal is clear, and if the resources I have are clear, what would I do? Through such thinking, he could deduce their range of actions. Then he could know what the enemy desired most. And if he was a trained agent, he should be able to accomplish what the enemy hated the most. To crush their most desired goal, to behave in the most annoying manner, thereby guiding them to the point where they couldn't ignore him. In Krasilov, the decoy opens up the prey. The vanguard of the demons, crossing the Bernini Mountains for invasion, has three main routes. To pass through the eastern front, they couldn't assemble more than one legion. Any more would be inappropriate for infiltration, and the primary troops of the enemy, the Tors, were creatures with very high basic calorie needs. Assuming that their supplies were obtained only through plunder, their total numbers wouldn't exceed 2,000. If such a force were divided and utilized, even if the god of strategy arrived, they wouldn't be able to surpass a few territories. The end of the offensive would come too quickly. The demons worshipped only strength. This meant that unless the command was nearby, they couldn't control individual soldiers who acted independently. The demons would definitely come as a single warband. Such an assembly couldn't erase its tracks. When the demons attack and burn down the surrounding territories, Count Guillaume will come to their rescue and gain support from the royalists. He would exploit that operation. Faster than the demons, more cunning than the demons. By imitating the demons' tactics, he would seize what the demons desired before they could. He would defend the territories from the threat of the demons, gain support from the royalists, and consolidate the minimum military strength. Through this, he could achieve three things. First, disrupt Count Guillaume's plan. Second, he could strike Tyne's legion from behind. Third, by raising an army near Count Jean Beltoir's territory, he could bind the demons' legion and attention, gradually undermining the plans of the three counts from the outside. There will be no more than 15 destroyed territories. It should be possible to achieve Eugene's quest at the same time. If the demon guerrilla's offensive proceeds as planned, Count Guillaume won't move until at least 7 territories are burning. A skilled agent never formulates a strategy for only one goal. It's something I've done before. It's not difficult to do something twice if you've done it once before. Ultimately, the task is simply to break the demon vanguard and instigate potential allied territories. It's nothing more than a series of straightforward tasks akin to the extermination unit's routine. Ivan brushed his hands over the broken trees and torn earth haphazardly. Having spent 2 days scouring the expected path of the demons, his horse was already exhausted. Ivan took out a nutrition bar from his pocket and chewed it. The familiar smell, the familiar surroundings. The scent of demons was thick in the air not far away. After 2 days of searching for the demons' traces in the Bernini Mountains, this was the final expected infiltration point. It's been 2 days. Considering the operation began with the arrival of the wyverns, they were about 2 days behind the demons. When the infiltration team, consisting solely of Tors, began successfully raiding unarmed territories, how many villages would have burned down within 2 days? This could be quantified. 5. If targeting rural areas with populations of 100 to 500, to sustain a warband of this size, they would have had to burn at least 5 villages. Tors are carnivorous beasts. The demons eat humans, quite happily. Ivan had seen that sight before. It was common in those days. He closed his mouth, gripping his pistol, and began to descend the mountain. Read Falu novels online at 143. Chapter 143. By capturing the direction based on distance, traveled, and surrounding terrain, recalculating it with factors such as sunrise, sunset, and constellations, you can relatively accurately determine your current position. Even if possessing a map with a wide margin of error, it is nevertheless a military map. Despite its inaccurate scale, it boasts the maximum amount of information that can be displayed on the surface. Thus, Ivan could calculate both his current position and the maximum marching distance to where Taurus could be seen within 2 days. Along the infiltration route, 10 villages lay within the marching range in a radial pattern. Among them, 5 villages would likely have been plundered. Vertman must have fallen. Without any prior preparation, the invasion from a region far from the front line was not something the local militia could respond to. Ivan was walking through the burnt village. Thud again. One charred corpse was crushed underfoot. It was a cleanly broken femur, female and at least adult-sized. A long shadow stretched over him. A structure blocking the setting sun was watching him. He turned his head. There were bone piles. Direct guardsmen from Tumor. The footprints around were from adult Tauruses. Among Tauruses and orcs, only the Tumor guardsmen engaged in such inefficient activities as this. While other magical creatures like necromancers or demons might sometimes perform magical rituals, Tauruses did not. These foolish tribes saw humans as food. Therefore, it is abnormal to pile up bodies and burn them, with some bodies grotesquely hung on poles. This was a ritual for Tumor. A high-ranking mage capable of overseeing rituals is leading this group. The level of threat they posed needed to be escalated. At least a battalion-level commander would lead an elite unit of at least 1,000 troops to conduct the invasion. Passing through villages with no survivors, Ivan once again unfolded the map in his mind. Red dots, originating from the Bernini Mountains, were gradually spreading out radially, like the Black Plague contaminating the Blue Meadows. Morimdong, Ludmiu, and Demongmer could still be classified as safe areas. He stretched his legs and chewed on a nutrition bar. He visualized the territories still in the early stages of invasion and considered where the survivors in these territories might flee. Morimdong, the nearest, was a small territory of about 4 villages. Ludmiu might have a somewhat fortified stronghold. The vast plains stretching from Demongmer lacked a proper defense line. If they were to withstand the rotation with the demon army, at least this side's forces would need to be equal in strength. Tauruses lacked the mobility of cavalry. In that case, Morimdong alone won't be enough. At least 4 territories need to come together. Assuming he's not there, to hold back the current Taurus forces with the troops from nearby territories alone, at least 4 small regional territories the size of Vertman would need to come together. Once those territories were gathered and the minimum military strength was secured, what would the counts attempt to do to stop the demons in front of the gathered lords? Gathering under the name of Edarreek and restraining the counts. With that, Guillaume's plan to be revered as a hero who saved the country and aimed for St. Mathilda would collapse. The demons would fight him, and Ivan would head towards the crisis-stricken St. Mathilda, rallying the forces of the gathered lords. All Guillaume could do then was to resist these lords with his own troops. That would be the end of his masquerade. From that moment on, he would be nothing more than a rebel. In noble politics, legitimacy is crucial. If Guillaume, who lost his legitimacy, attempts a rotation, that moment will be his last. Dispersing scattered troops requires much time and effort. But cutting off enemy leadership from among concentrated forces is a familiar task. Would Guillaume's camp be any more difficult to penetrate than the royal palace of Dragon General? Ivan stretched his tongue and relaxed his body. Just as he felt the nutrition bar melting in his mouth, he kicked off and started running. Consisting of several hamlets and a few trading villages, the small territory of Vertman collapsed before noon on the day after Taurus invasion began. Only a few survivors, including Lord Denor, managed to escape Vertman. They barely retained about 50 citizens, including 5 knights. Where in the world, what on earth is happening? Wasn't there a story that Duke Edarric had retreated to the Bernini Mountains? If you want support, shouldn't we go there? What's the point of us running separately? Lord Denor shouted at his attendant and immediately regretted it. One of the few vassals who had stayed by his side. Even at this moment when the territory was lost, just the fact that he hadn't left him alone deserved recognition. Lord Denor took a deep breath and looked around. With only a few vassals, 5 knights, and barely 50 retained citizens, it meant that the thousands of residents of the territory had all fallen into the jaws of the demons. They wouldn't all have been wiped out. It had only been barely a day since the invasion began. But Lord Denor wished they were all dead already. Living under the dominion of demons without protection was more horrifying than dying. Oh, Lord. He drew a sigh and spoke. After entrusting ourselves to Morimdong, we must request support from Duke Edarric and Saint Mathilda. If we just retreat on our own now, who will protect us? Your Grace, but leading the retreat with the citizens would take time. To throw away the citizens to buy time for a retreat, and then, can we still be nobles afterward? Do you really think so? Is there a future for a rural lord who lost his citizens and fiefs without even a position as an administrative noble? None. The noble council of Saint Mathilda would distribute the reconquered territories among the nobles and then discard him. Perhaps the legitimacy of nobility has been forsaken. The Baron clenched his teeth and nodded. Could he handle such a future? Even if it was just for a day, he had to live as a noble and die like one. That's the way for the family to survive. If we leave the road and move, we can delay their pursuit as much as possible. They're not familiar with the geography of this land. But eventually, they will catch up. Even in this state, we can buy ourselves a couple of hours. Well managed to enter Morimdong's territory in time, I entrust my family to you. He hadn't even prepared armor or proper weapons. He was just dressed in a worn-out attire with only a single sword and a light tunic. But he was a noble who had survived the previous war. He was a knight who had survived by directly confronting tumors' front lines, since long before the appearance of hero parties until now. Wasn't the time he had spent in peace too short to say that he had grown accustomed to it? He still prided himself on being in active service. He scanned the few knights. They were all soldiers who had rushed into battle with him on the same front line. Even now, facing the twilight hours, they were still people who remembered war. Now, shouldn't we all live like nobles, even if it's just for a day? I would like to live as a noble for at least another year, Your Excellency. Then we must strive harder. As the Baron chuckled, the knights burst into laughter. The 6 elderly men, with their pitiful appearance, but sharpened their spears and headed towards the rear of the citizens' group. We will buy time here. After that, do not stop until you reach Morimdong. Warn Baron Cirth in Morimdong and request mobilization orders from nearby territories. But will those lords listen to us? It's fortunate enough if they go along with it without just standing by. In that case, this country will collapse at the hands of just a small band of demons. The Baron chuckled self-deprecatingly. Where had those men gone, who had fought directly against tens of thousands of demon legions and still protected their homeland, and now only faced inland invasion with such a small number? Had the Eastern Front collapsed, without even sending reinforcements? Then was this country surely doomed to end like this? Perhaps nearby Grand Lords would easily repel the demons who had invaded his territory by now. But the fact that they had failed in the initial evacuation, that the demons had pushed this far, and that no one had realized it from the Eastern Front to this distant land. What state would the territories beyond the Bernini Mountains be in? If they were only in the vanguard, if the legions of the Eastern Front had collapsed, what would happen to this country in this situation? Despair weighed heavily on his mind. Perhaps the knights who had served in this position across the board were realizing the same thing. It's too early to give up. A strange voice was heard from beyond the bushes. The knights immediately aimed their swords and assumed defensive positions. Whoever it was, a stranger guest is always threatening, especially in such vulnerable circumstances. Soon, a man emerged from the bushes. He had a worn-out appearance similar to theirs, clothes torn as if snagged by branches, and his body covered in dried bloodstains as if barely clotted. He looked nothing short of a thief. Lord Denor narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Who are you? We're not in a situation to welcome visitors right now." "Ivan Petrovich Yermov." The man brushed through the bushes and climbed onto the road. He held a bulky bundle made roughly from a cloak. Ignoring the sticky blood seeping from it, Lord Denor growled. "You're not from this land. What business does a noble of Krasilov have here?" "To kill demons." Ivan's voice was calm. It was more like he had come to finish the usual tasks he always did than to perform some particularly remarkable mission. "Do you have ample time?" "What?" "I asked if you have ample time to doubt, to demand proof, to wait until you're convinced. You seemed in a hurry." "Just because you appeared out of nowhere doesn't mean we should take the word of an intruder lightly. It's the testimony of Duke Adarich." Ivan roughly tossed the bundle made from a cloak in front of the Baron. The knights, who had intended to show a sharp response to his rudeness, paused as they looked between the cloak lying on the ground. Inside were 5 severed heads of Taurus, heads of fierce bulls, still fresh with blood, tongues lolling out. The sharp fangs belonged to carnivorous animals. The knights with combat experience did not doubt the authenticity of those at that moment. "Baron, your summons may not persuade nearby lords, but if it's the word of Duke Adarich, it's different. There's no evidence to convince those nobles. That it's the word of Duke Adarich is the evidence. Hang your neck. If it's false, accept execution for forging the Duke's command." "What? Do you have more to lose?" Ivan glanced over the knights once and then turned to the Marquis. "Whether nearby lords gather to repel the demons or not, or whether we fall like this, ultimately, isn't there nothing more to lose? Isn't your word too lofty to guarantee, given the Duke's reputation?" "I don't guarantee." Ivan tossed his blood-stained sword aside. Its teeth were broken. He picked it up carelessly. This was the appearance. Weapons, after all, had to be meticulously maintained. "Instead, prove it. Don't risk your lives to buy time here. It's not enough even if you gamble at a more valuable place. Let all the nearby territories know about Duke Adarich's testimony. The Duke is still fighting in the Bernini Mountains even at this moment. So the front line has been pushed back to Bernini too. Now leave. Gather your army under the Duke's name and come back. Make sure to secure Moramdong as a front line within 5 days." Ivan accepted a sword from the foremost knight and turned around. The knight who handed over the sword looked at his own hand with a dazed expression. It was taken away before he could react. He didn't even realize the approaching hand. Just that alone could gauge the opponent's skill, so the knight looked at Ivan's back with a somewhat subdued gaze. Ivan inspected the sword once and spoke softly. "You've maintained it well." It's a time when there's still much to use it for. Excellent. The knight suddenly asked Ivan, "Do you have a reason to risk your life? You're from Krasilov, aren't you? Do demons differentiate humans by nationality?" Ivan chuckled and sheathed his sword at his waist. Or perhaps it was a returning hero who saved humans by distinguishing them by nationality. You speak as if you're about to become a hero. That's not possible. But I can follow along. Ivan struggled to swallow his words. He remembered the last words of Jill Burr. Even then, and in that era, wasn't there no enemy that wasn't a hero party? He still couldn't think that way. It wasn't about inferiority complex. It was simply objective self-objectification. Inferiority complex was an emotion that people like Jill Burr had. He would save these people, for his own purposes, not out of regard for the existence of tiles or the lives of the villagers. Only for his own purposes. To restrain the counts and eliminate one of them, it was purely for political reasons. So he couldn't boast of being a member of a hero party himself. The heroes and their companions tried to save anyone they could for no reason other than their mere presence. Normal people couldn't follow those lunatics, because there was a civilian life for civilians. Therefore, Ivan was content with the role of a bystander. Therefore, although Ivan considered himself an objective modern person rather than a hero party member, he temporarily entertained his friend's nonsense. Anyway, isn't he selling his friend's name? I am grateful for your dedication. With an impressed expression, the Baron bowed his head, and Ivan stopped his steps again. Oh, just one more thing. Speak. Where does your loyalty lie? Of course, it's toward my lord and this country, for the great millennial royal family of glorious Tyles. Without hesitation, the Baron answered Ivan's question. That's enough, he thought. That was the end of the conversation. The Baron cajoled the citizens and left the road. Alone, Ivan resumed his steps and thought. I should arrive within half a day, since I didn't erase the traces. He had prepared the road by mixing the traces of fleeing villagers with the scattered bodies of the few Tausus trackers. Now they would rush in, towards where he was. Can he face alone about 100 well-trained Tausus, including at least a centurion? He can, he's done it before. Instead of confronting them head-on, if he engages in delaying tactics and slowly wears them down, he has faced twice their number. Then what if he faces the gathered Tausus, who are forming a blockade and attacking? He can, he's seen it done. Even when Jill Burr was in a state far from full recovery, even in the situation where he had just received the basic night training. Can he do something even a young boy has seen done once? If he's seen it at least once, he's never had difficulty imitating it. The training he received was for such purposes. Ivan checked his weapons and lit a fire in a suitable place. He rummaged through wet branches to make enough smoke rise. He roasted nutrition bars over the fire and chewed them coldly. With cold eyes, he scanned the horizon connecting with the forest. Read Fallu novels online at (144). Chapter 144. Krik Tuuka. With the sound of metal clanging, a low, growling voice could be heard beyond the slope of the mountain. They've come. Ivan stretched his stiff body in the cold morning air. Krik Kahuk. It's the anthem of Tors. It was a familiar tune. Roughly translated, it goes like this: we are strong, we kill, we march. The rest is repetition of the same. Tor's territory in the mountains was one of fury. These bastards were tribes who replaced intellect with violence. Their sole purpose was feverishly driven by destruction and slaughter. Compared to orcs who at least had some semblance of intellect, Tors were even simpler tribes. Krik Kryhuk Ka. A group of Tors raising clouds of dust appeared, roughly about 1,000, the entire army. This is where the difference with humans becomes apparent. The fact that infiltration units gather in platoon-sized formations in situations where there are no rear supply routes. They are ones who solely rely on plunder to secure the materials necessary for sustained combat. It means they weren't suitable tribes for infiltration in the first place. If you operate a guerrilla unit, they're bound to go wild and get cut somewhere. Intellect and tactical thinking worse than wolves. Behaviors no different from beasts fighting in groups. However, their true worth lies in the fact that each individual possesses mobility and power equivalent to a knight. That's why Tyles suffered such defeats against Tors during the war. Tumor, their leader, was one of the 7 dragon generals that inflicted the most damage on the United Kingdoms solely through force. Who's going to be the first? About 3 meters tall with a huge muscular mass that doesn't match their proportions at all. A head with sharp horns resembling both a bull and a bison. Just gathering together and pounding the ground is enough to make the earth tremble. The fact that they were able to lead such creatures and carry out rear infiltration and cooperative operations with humans speaks volumes about the leader of that group not being an ordinary guy. Click. He raised the gun above his left arm, firmly bracing it and closing one eye. Exhaling low, halfway emptying the lungs of breath. He lightly applied pressure on the finger on the trigger. Click, clack, the sound of the spring winding in was cheerful. Like that, he aimed at the guy in the front. Crick who? No response. This one doesn't have line of fire detection. Again, next. Crick ka hook ka. Again, next. And then next. The muzzle moved slightly, targeting one by one meticulously from the front row, passing through each one. As if about to shoot at any moment, but steadily restraining. When the muzzle aimed at the forehead of one guy. KRKHB, Ka. His eyes, red with blood, precisely targeted Ivan's hiding spot. From within Ivan's sight, he could hear the guy growling. He raised a huge, flesh-stuck axe towards Ivan's direction. A grim momentum gathered as if about to explode. The crowd stopped together and immediately turned towards Ivan, rushing straight at him. Hooves pounded the ground. The noise was akin to tens of thousands of cavalry charging simultaneously. In Tyles, there is a saying, cavalry is the messenger of infantry. In Tyles, where plains spread everywhere, infantry cannot stop well-trained cavalry head-on. The charging Tors were not much different from cavalry. In other words, it was a situation where about 1,000 cavalry, literally one body with horses, were rushing and smashing trees. Unless the number of troops is matched, they will definitely lose in a rotation if not holding the city walls. That's the common sense left by the lessons from the war with the demons. However, Ivan is not a war expert. His expertise lies not in war, but in combat, and even more narrowly, he was an expert in special operations related to combat. Therefore, the general common sense of war differs greatly from Ivan's. With a pistol in hand, Ivan rushed and struck the trees. As a shepherd drives away cattle with dogs and a whip, the extermination unit uses pistols to drive away. Tongue. A Tor leading the charge poured blood from its eyes and threw its head back sharply. Along with the gunshot, a small lead bullet flew accurately into the guy's eye, smashing it. However, the skull of a Tor was akin to that of a cow, superior to humans in absorbing impact. The lead bullet that ruptured the eye stopped short of reaching the brain. The blocked vision in one eye and intense pain seemed to fuel the guy's anger even more. He spasmed and began to charge again. Tongue. Again, gunfire echoed from beyond the bushes. Another guy's eye burst out, one gunshot each time, targeting the small eyes of the Tors at the forefront. Leading the furious Tors, Bargettle shook his head in disbelief. It's strange somehow. They're running towards where the pest is hiding, but the distance isn't closing. There's no way humans are faster than them. They're not even riding horses. Horses can never run as fast as Tors in such dense forests. Struggling to cool his head, increasingly consumed by anger, Bargettle guided the herd back towards the direction where the gunfire was heard again. Tongue. Once again, a gunshot. One guy at the forefront jerked his head up, then exhaled sharply, breathing heavily as he ran. Glancing, he got hit in the eye again. If he had the skill to shoot out only one eye, wouldn't it be better to aim for both eyes to block the vision? With such doubts in mind, he continued to run. It was a chase that followed after sending tracking teams to catch fleeing prey, all of which were found dead. And the fact that the number of humans was well over 60 made him salivate as he pursued. Finally, hardened by endless hunger and violence, Bargettle let out a long cry and plunged into the forest, running. At this point, their movement path has completely diverged from the villagers of Vertman. Even if a few of those guys manage to escape, they won't be able to chase after the villagers of Vertman anymore. They're unfamiliar with the geography around here. Tracking prey by following traces is a very tricky skill. Those guys hunt only through smell and intuition, and even that is impossible in such deep forests. Human traces have reached even this remote area. Vertman and Moramdong, the forest that stretches along the border between the two territories, has a gorge at the end of the Bernini mountain range. It's somewhat lacking to call it a gorge, more like a small basin, just enough for a few herders to roam around. However, beyond this area and out of the forest, a vast plain leading to the Maramdong barony unfolds. To make it a passageway between territories is a challenging location due to the terrain. Located far from major trade routes, with no major cities nearby and a dense forest where even the indigenous people don't easily venture to settle. Beyond that lies the plain, but at the same time, it's at a suitable distance from the villages of Moramdong. Exactly the battlefield he desired. It's easy to track down those who have scattered through the forest, and even if they pass by him while fleeing, they will have to wander the plain for a while. The small number of enemies who have left the herd will only fall prey to the returning army. That's how it's going to be. If he can break most of them here, Tyles won't have to worry about the damage caused by the invasion of demons at least. Ishlink. Ivan stopped and drew his sword. The well-forged blade gleamed white under the rising sun. Several daggers in the sleeve, a pistol in the left hand. As far as he could tell, everything was well managed to be ready for combat immediately. Unlike them, he could supply energy even during pursuit and escape. So considering the energy Ivan had consumed so far, he could continue fighting for about 2 days without any problem. Nutrition bars are advanced complete foods that can supply a huge amount of energy regardless of satiety. They even guarantee the advantage of being able to consume them during intense movement and ensure secrecy by not emitting any food smells. Dujujujujudo. With the loud noise, the ground shook. From the far distance, trees being uprooted could be seen. It's as if a road is being cleared through the middle of the forest. Should he be thankful for unnecessarily exerting his strength, or should he be thankful for now having one more new trade route to pave? Ivan chuckled and waited. The distance narrowed in an instant. The trees right in front of Ivan swayed, shattered, and finally, the guys revealed themselves. When such a moment comes, there's something I've always wanted to say. He looked at the charging Tors, foam in their mouths. Their blood-red eyes were gleaming only with anticipation of slaughter. Even the boldest man would be gripped by fear at the sight. Giants, twice the size of a man, numbering 1,000. Filling this rugged gorge endlessly is violence in itself. Ivan raised his sword, drawing a line in the ground. Just as the young Jill Burr headed towards the Taurus horde from the citadel, Ivan mimicked him. I am Ivan Petrovich of Krasilov, a lieutenant of the Klenup unit and a guard officer of the Royal Guard of Krasilov. Gazing at the Tors charging towards him, he calmly focused his mana. With a tingling sensation, his nerves began to race. Time fragmented. Space distorted. In this moment, Even the tiny particles of dust falling with vibrations were visible to the naked eye. In the slow approach of this familiar pressure, as if trapped in deep waters, Ivan calmly raised his sword and aimed directly ahead. From now on, 1,000 will surely die. It is said that Jill Burr vowed to kill 100 back then, and he succeeded in doing so. Since that was a long time ago, Ivan believed he was 10 times stronger than the guy back then. So he would be satisfied only after killing 10 times more quantitatively. Feeling a strange joy creeping up, Ivan aimed his sword. Click, along with the sensation of the spring bouncing in the pistol gripped in his left hand. No need for aiming. He could hit anywhere he shot. No need to control his breath. His time was already moving faster than his breath. So he simply raised his hand and fired. Tongue. It was the morning after Birdham collapsed. Maramdong Baron Surt was taken aback by the sudden guest. This man, who led dozens of villagers, was the lord of a neighboring territory that had competed with him until a few days ago. While he had encountered minor disputes over tolls and petty conflicts with nearby farms, he had never expected to meet him in such a state. Surt looked at Noor with a bewildered face. What in the world is this? Did you come here as if fleeing from bandits? It's something more serious than that. A lord whose territory had collapsed usually tended to request assistance in a more humble manner. Expecting him to approach with smiles and laughter, Surt shook his head at Noor's stiffened form. But when he saw the object Noor held out, Baron Surt shuddered. Demon, Tors. We need to gather the nobles. Tyles is under attack. How many are there? The number that trampled my territory exceeds 1,000. Duke Edharik is said to be building a defensive line in the Bernini Mountains. How could this happen? Surt trembled as he looked at the grim artifacts placed on the table. It was the skull of a dead Tor, not decomposed for long. There was no way to fake something like this. Tors were rare demon beyond the Eastern Front in this era. It's Duke Edharik's order. Gather as much military strength as possible and establish a front near Moramdong within 5 days to clear out the remnants of the scattered enemy. Who would follow? It's not autumn. The military strength of ordinary small territories consists mostly of conscripted soldiers, and most of them are peasants or tenant farmers. Mobilization orders during the farming season could lead to the pillars of the territory being uprooted. It's not easy to follow a large-scale deployment order when even sending a few knights is difficult. However, Baron Noor nodded heavily. I swear on my life. Those who resist will be dealt with both during and after the war, as ordered by Duke Edharik. Wouldn't it be better to ask Vermont per count for help? I'd rather give a knife to a pig. Noor chuckled dismissively, ignoring the noble's etiquette. If you ask that guy for military aid, will he move? It's a relief if we can act after our territories are completely ruined, rather than waiting leisurely until we're all dead and then trying to swallow us. But if it's the Count's order, even if the Count himself comes to order, they won't budge for at least half a year. Baron Surt, look at my situation. Even if it's your territory, can you withstand 1,000 Tors? If Vermontper just collapsed recently, it wouldn't be strange if they came to my territory by now. Instead of mobilizing troops now, it's better to flee. But there was someone who could stop them. The knight of Duke Edharik, who foresaw this. He said we could hold out for 5 days, but now. Noor spoke, looking out the window with sunken eyes. We have no choice but to believe. 6 nights were all that could escape. That was all. Even then, it was barely enough time for almost all the villagers to be eaten. But that man, facing the army alone without showing a hint of fear, what kind of life had he lived? Noor knew the type of man he was. The kind who could face an entire army alone with just his own strength. Even if they couldn't do that much, at least they were always the ones who bravely moved forward in the face of death. If they die, they will be remembered as heroes of the homeland. If they return alive, well, they will be hailed as heroes, and forever remembered in history. Is this the difference between a duke and a mere rural baron, sending only such men to fend off infiltration units in the rear? Regardless of the horrors of the front line, it was an appointment to minimize the damage to the people of the inland territory. Edarik, the homeland's guardian, was a shield of the hero party. It was only fitting for him. Unlike the fat, greedy nobles, he was one of the few great knights left in this country. For 5 days, we might barely make it to Ludmiu and Demongmer, but even then, we don't know how many will gather. I'll go to Demongmer. Would you persuade Baron Ludmiu for me? With pleasure. The two barons, who had been rivals for a long time, firmly clasped each other's hands and paused for a moment. Soon, they called their attendants and rode off in their respective directions. Read Falu novels online at (145). Chapter 145. From all sides, life hits hard, with hot breath, hot blood, and a hot body temperature. Clang! In front of him, Ivan deflects the axe coming straight down with his blade. He raises his arm and strikes. The sharp sound accompanies the deep cut in the enemy's neck. The one spilling blood as if gills were forming, yet even until the last moment, he swings his arm to block his path. Immediately after, a thick forearm strikes down, thicker than the thigh of an ordinary person, filled with muscles. Tore nerves respond instantly. Ivan could perceive each split in the air as the small pockets of air disperse. Clang, clang. At this point, every moment of battle is akin to acrobatics, allowing even one clean hit to drastically reduce combat performance. Humans die when struck by a blade. With muscles torn, movement becomes impossible, and torn ligaments make even raising an arm difficult. And the blade, always, is stronger than human flesh at any moment. However, crunch, a squeak. The longsword begins its dance again. It's difficult to employ the technique of blocking one sense to enhance another, literally because all senses had to be fully utilized. Smell detects the scent of beasts. Hearing picks up the approaching noise of enemy troops. Touch gropes through the currents of the wind, and sight observes the ever-changing battlefield. A deluge of information floods his mind. This is always how one-on-one combat was. Tiring, it's harder to endure mentally than physically, but not yet. Clang, clang. Dodging the axe, cutting through the approaching foe's forearm, dodging again, skirting the trajectory of the swinging warhammer and stepping on it. GRK. Ivan grabs enemy's shoulder and stabs twice into the hollow of his muscle with a dagger. He severs the artery precisely and withdraws. Even without finishing, he's already a dead man. So next, he hurls himself toward the next one. A clang. The dagger breaks, it's fine, he still has 2 more. A clank thunk. With a split-toothed longsword, he throws it, hitting one guy's shin and charges forward. The stumbling figure seemed slow. He grasps the falling axe and briefly gauges its weight. 11 kg, he's a mess to handle for a human, essentially a lump of metal. Just right. When slaughtering cattle, you use a different knife to catch them. Ivan starts swinging the axe. It moves differently from a sword. This time, it's not about deflecting and thrusting, but about swinging and cleaving. He walks the path. Phew. Forward. Forward towards the gorge, towards them head-on, slowly bringing down the approaching enemies further ahead. He clears the path, without looking back at the dead, dying, or fatally wounded. Forward again. Clearing a path through enemy lines could be considered a scout's duty. Forward. Ignoring the calories depleted by intense activity, the rising body heat, the slowly tilting sun overhead, such unnecessary information is disregarded, and forward again. Muscles exuding lactic acid, the pain of trying to inhale more oxygen, the tension pushing the brain to its limits until it's throbbing. Ignoring such useless information, and forward again. killing them, making the pass. That's his role, always stepping forward. Huftai. Emulating Einar's battles, mimicking Maximilian's stances, imitating Jill's postures. Piecing together the scattered lessons of past days like a mosaic, fitting them into the situation like a puzzle. Forward. Bargettel's warband has disappeared. Yes, my lord. Where was the last place he was spotted? It was Vertman. So what you're saying is he's been missing since day one? Are you kidding me? Especially with something this crucial. Guillaume throws his helmet and shouts. The adjutant bows deeply and steps back. No matter how impressive the breakthrough, not all situations are communicated in real time. Naturally, there could be a day or two of error. But it's been 3 days. Except for Vertman, all territories are still intact. They're even mustering soldiers to respond. There can't be a point where they willingly join hands. Merely barons mobilizing soldiers and even cooperating to bolster military strength. Unauthorized military action would undoubtedly be treated as rebellion. Upon hearing news that they're willingly gathering soldiers to prepare for regional defense, Guillaume trembles with fear. He and the other 2 counts had started their plan with the awareness that if they failed, they would inevitably be labeled as rebels. There might be flaws, but there was no possibility of the overall plan being compromised. They had the confidence and the situation was ripe. It was now or never. But what nonsense are those people thinking? Just pitiful land-grabbing rural nobles. How could they expect any great honor from joining hands with local nobles who can't even be called nobility? Guillaume clenched his fists and shouted. To Vertman. The plan to swiftly punish the demons after touring the destroyed nearby territories had already been set. The reason why the demons suddenly seized Vertman and entrenched themselves is unknown, but the home base operation is crumbling as the operation unfolds. A great commander should be able to proceed with the next plan, even in such a situation. If it comes to this, there's no choice but to provoke rebellion. It's true that troops have been gathered, and if they mobilize the nobility through this, they can easily overturn the likes of rural barons. If they provoke it as a pretext, what can they do? Oh, right, how many have gathered? We have around 2,000 infantry, and about 300 cavalry, including knights. Is that all? The last time we checked, there were movements indicating a gathering of troops in the nearby territories, but so far, the gathered forces are estimated to be at that level. Oh, I see. With that many troops during the farming season, they've practically scraped together the entire military strength of the territories. And they've mobilized not just 1 or 2 territories, but even those not directly on the front lines. Without royal authorization, it would be difficult. With skepticism in his mind, Guillaume turned his head. His orders were relayed to the army camp, and soon the soldiers began to march behind him. Your name. A sound like metal being sharpened was heard. Clearly, it was human speech. Describing the intricacies and complexities of human language, with their wide and thick palate and oral structure, Tors didn't know how to use language. At least the ones he met conversed in their own native language. So Ivan couldn't respond to the unfamiliar words. Instead, he swung his axe. Clang! Another Tors, who was struggling to survive, lost his head and fell to the ground. Ivan, who mechanically slaughtered the writhing creatures, looked up again at the voice that came back. Your name. He was the one with line of fire perception, the strongest and most challenging. He was the one Ivan had succeeded in driving a blade into directly. It wasn't easy to ascertain precisely, but even by the standards of that time, he didn't seem to be someone commonly seen. He surpassed the rank of a captain and might even have been at the level of a lieutenant. Ivan poured healing potion from his chest to his forearm while looking at him. Name. Even as blood poured from his mutilated limbs, the creature smiled and stared at him. His bloodshot eyes gleamed as he stared straight at Ivan. As the creature muttered again with his lips stained crimson, Ivan approached him with the axe in hand and said, "Ivan Petrovich Yermov." "Ivan, I remember." The creature nodded and curled his lips. His yellow-stained teeth, smeared with blood, were visible. It was his way of smiling. The blade of the axe shot up into the sky, straight as the rising morning sun. Shading his face with the shadow, the creature spoke as if drawing water from a well. "My name. I am not interested." Clang. The smiling face still wore a smile as it abruptly fell to the ground. Phew. Ivan roughly sat down on the ground and rummaged through his belongings. The last remaining nutrition bar was soaked in blood. It wasn't exactly hygienic, but unless he intended to feast on demon flesh, there was no other choice. Tor's meat tasted so awful. Ivan wiped the nutrition bar and chewed it. Exhausted. Yet, "I am 10 times better than you, Jill Burr. From the gorge to this spot, there are probably more dead Tor's bodies in this forest than trees. It's not too late, is it? We couldn't have prepared any faster." For several days now, Surt had been anxiously coaxing Nor, who had been on edge. They had done their best for the past 4 days. With forces gathered hastily to the point where sleep was almost impossible, and lords coerced under the name of Edar Reek to gather. Supply lines were out of the question, so the combat operation would last only a few days at most. After that, the army would naturally disband or defect. But perhaps that was for the best. If an army of this size were to be maintained for a long time, it would undoubtedly be seen as an excuse for rebellion. Fire spotted. This direction, it's not related to the trench at all. Let's go see. We might learn something about where the battle took place. All forces prepare for combat. Black smoke was rising beyond the forest. Since Vertman had been completely swallowed up by the demons, it was unlikely that the peaceful folk were working in the fields. Therefore, the fire was most likely caused by demons. It seemed to be some kind of camp. That guy really did tie them up in this forest for 5 days, truly alone. Baron Nor led the soldiers with a soft admiration. Soldiers, made up of small farmers, followed them, wielding old spears. Traces of battle. It must have been a fierce battle. About an hour's walk later, the first corpse appeared. It was already a decaying Tor's corpse. From the severely mutilated state to the bloodstains scattered around and the trees around it, it was clear that the battle had been intense. 5 of them, they caught 5 head-on against the Tors. The path continues. The knight leading the vanguard shouted. A wide path had been cleared enough for 2,000 infantrymen to pass through with difficulty. Through the crumbling forest, the soldiers, holding their spears tightly, advanced with fearful faces. Looking at the corpses of dead demons and the unmistakable trail they had created, one couldn't help but feel fear. To peasant farmers, Tors were nothing short of nightmares. The deep forest was dimly lit under the afternoon sun. Despite the wide-open path, the darkness engulfed the forest horizontally, making it seem like demons could leap out at any moment. After comforting the frightened peasants for a while longer, the vanguard shouted that they had found corpses. Another battle took place here. From the traces, it seems more like tracking. Using the terrain of the forest to engage little by little and by time, for 5 days, it sends shivers down the spine. Surt swallowed hard as he looked at the corpses. The shattered bodies of Tors were scattered everywhere. The vanguard shouted again that they had found corpses, only about 10 more minutes away. Again, 5 minutes later, he shouted that they had found corpses, following even larger signs of battle. Again and again and again. Now, no one in the group spoke up. Not even the vanguard reported back. What is this? They were in the forest. A forest made not of trees, but of corpses of Tors. No matter where they looked, all they saw was the debris of dead Tors on the road. The afternoon sun was setting in the west. One person accomplished all this. The path was cleared, a narrow, precarious, stinking path. A path filled with the remains of intestines, muscles, flesh, blood, and countless crows pecking at corpses scattered everywhere. At the end of the grim path lined with Tor's corpses, a small bonfire was burning. "Oh, Lord," Surt murmured with a trembling hand reaching for the hilt of his sword, involuntarily tensing his muscles. "Slaughterer. I wouldn't be able to boast to that extent." That was Einar's nickname. Ivan, who had been sitting in front of the bonfire, slowly stood up. Read Fallu novels online at 146. Chapter 146. While dozing by the campfire, Ivan quickly infused his entire body with mana. Fatigue was fundamentally a matter of nerves, and techniques to forcibly awaken the nerves quickly helped to forget the fatigue. Of course, it wasn't a fundamental solution. Naturally, the body couldn't fully recover with just mana. Proper rest and calorie intake were essential, but not now. Now was not the time to rest yet. "Are you all right?" "Not yet." Surt, trembling with fear, managed to release his hand from the hilt and asked. Ivan nodded faintly in the blurred vision. "It's been 3 days." The battle with the Tor's vanguard had lasted for 3 days. To slaughter thousands of Tors within 3 days, they had to kill one every 4 minutes. And that was while facing the charge of thousands alone. Whenever he suffered even a slight injury, his combat endurance plummeted. With no way to rest, he could only grit his teeth and fight. Ivan struggled to hide his trembling hand as he opened the lid of the healing potion. Once again, the potion poured over various long gashes and wounds. Flesh swelled over the wounds like roughly stitched bandages. It was no different from cauterizing the wounds to stop bleeding, given the scarcity of calories needed for wound healing. But this pain helped overcome fatigue. He was still okay. His arms and legs could still move. He turned his gaze with his emaciated face. A familiar knight was visible. He was the knight who handed him the sword a few days ago. "I can't return the sword. It broke." "How many did you cut with it?" "At least 50. A legend will be left behind. It's an honor." The knight nodded towards Ivan and then gestured to call a squire. A knight retrieved a sheath from the squire's baggage and approached Ivan. "Since I can't kneel to anyone except my lord and country, please forgive my rudeness." "Rudeness? Your dedication may not outweigh my honor, sir." The knight presented the longsword with utmost courtesy. It was a cavalry sword, simple in decoration, but excellently crafted from quality steel and well-maintained. As Ivan accepted the sword, the nobles approached. "We will return to the estate. Will you join us? We need to hold a festival and pamper the enlightened ones." "No, that would be difficult." "Still busy? Well, the decree from Duke Edarik must have been more than this." "That's true, but you all also still have no time to rest yet." Ivan glanced at the nobles once and spoke. "Do you remember what I said before? Your lives must be spent in more valuable places." "Yes, but if it's a more valuable place." "You must rescue your lord. The battlefield worthy of risking lives cannot be just some mere demon. Organizing the army in the name of Duke Edarik and saving Saint Mathilda is essential. It is necessary to put all the chaos that will occur after the civil war under the name of Jill Burr, even if it is necessary. As a foreigner, he cannot simply calm the complex political situation of this country. It was something that was barely achieved even in Krasilov, under the absolute support of the princess and the desperate efforts of the entire intelligence headquarters. The administrative vacuum and resulting chaos that will occur afterwards are issues that foreigners cannot even touch. It was because it could be seen as interference in internal affairs. Therefore, the name of Jill Burr is needed. He needs to become a hero, even more so in the future. He should directly involve himself in the succession to the throne so firmly that no one can oppose. Edarik will save this country. This is not just for the foreigner Ivan, but solely for the name of Jill Burr. Rescue the Lord, What are you talking about? The capital Saint Mathilda is under attack. Shouldn't you take up the sword as a military deity? But didn't the Duke Edarik hold off the demons? What do you think was the reason the demons dared to cross the Eastern Front in this situation? Ivan mounted his horse upon hearing the messenger's words and adjusted his posture. Holding the sword, he glanced once at the nobles looking at him. The nobles of this country have allied with the demons and raised an army. Now that Duke Edarik has left the capital, where do you think they'll turn their heads if they march? Is that true? But how dare? If they've joined hands with the demons, who on earth allowed such treason against the royal authority? Would all the knights of this country, let alone the Alliance, condone this? Well, we'll have to see if there are further plans. If they seized power by allying with the demons, would the Alliance really condone it? Obviously not. This is an intolerable betrayal. Certainly, there must be countermeasures. We may or may not know what plans they have after the rebellion succeeds, both now and perhaps in the future. Their rebellion must end in failure. At that moment, a cavalryman rushed from the rear with a bewildered expression. He immediately approached the nobles and bowed his head. Troops are approaching from the rear. What? Where? Hasn't the troop mobilization already finished? I thought it would take a few more days. No, Your Grace. They're not friendly forces. Nobles can't be trusted. Ivan chuckled softly, waiting for the cavalryman's words. It's Count Guillaume's private soldiers. It is the family flag of the Autringe. How many troops did they bring? I am not sure, but there are about 4,000 infantry. I couldn't count the cavalry. They wouldn't come with good intentions. Even if they were aware of the infiltration of the demon vanguard beforehand, such a large military force is clearly excessive. Assuming about 4,000 infantry, and if the cavalry were distributed according to Tyla standard doctrine, that's at least 400 cavalry or more. Considering the cost of mobilizing such forces, it's even more suspicious. Even if they were mobilized to support the Eastern Front rather than being Tours, it would be even more dubious. Then, there would be no reason to turn military forces in this direction. The fact that they marched towards the Vertman domain meant that the enemy was already aware of the existence of the demon army and had other intentions. Does the military alliance with the demons refer to Count Autringe? All three counts, including him. Even Jean Beltoire and Grand Marteau. Yes. Baron Sert sighed as he wiped his dry face. Considering the mobilization capability of the three major noble houses, this was like hitting a rock with an eggshell. There are only 5 barons gathered here at the moment. Even considering the rural estates, the maximum force, which includes all the tenant farmers, is still insufficient compared to the army of Count Autringe that has just appeared. That's the position of a Grand Count. Moreover, their forces would likely consist of professional militia rather than tenant farmers. Even with all their strength, it's difficult to confront Count Autringe alone right in front of us. Do you happen to know if Duke Edarik has any other strategies prepared? Perhaps there are more reinforcements. No, not that I know of. In that case, it seems this country is truly finished. Even during the war, we were resilient, but to fall so miserably now. It's too early to give up. Ivan approached the nobles, a heavy sense of despair weighing down between them. Strategy is meaningless against a certain disparity in forces. Against superior quality and composition of forces, overwhelming logistical capabilities, and sheer size, even more so. That's the problem with civil war. But even so, it's too early to give up. As long as we're alive, we mustn't stop fighting. Trained agents only halt operations in the face of death. In any situation where one can fight, the word impossible is never a reason to abandon the mission. So Ivan drew his pistol instead. Holding the sword he received earlier, he addressed the nobles. Until the forces on the Eastern Front hold out, until Duke Edarik returns, if Saint Mathilda can hold out, it's not yet a defeat. No, We don't know if Jill Burr can come back to life, and the Eastern Front won't hold out, and the capital defense forces have already been swallowed up by the dragons. But truth isn't important, only hope is needed. If we fight, most of us will surely die. If we charge forward now with swords drawn, most of you won't survive. Ivan's rhetoric wasn't particularly persuasive. He knew that himself. But he had great mentors. Senwang was a master of oration. As someone who had always followed him closely, Ivan could at least vaguely emulate him. Therefore, Ivan scanned the despairing nobles and knights as he spoke. But if we give up, there's no chance for your country to survive. Even if we fight, is there really a chance for that? At least not none. Even if it ends in futile resistance, then you will perish along with your country. The nobles' expressions were growing sterner, but Ivan continued to speak calmly. But if we succeed, no matter how slim the chance may be, if we succeed, your country will remember your sacrifice. Just as it has endured for 1,000 years, it will endure for another 1,000 to come. Will you raise your sword for a war you're sure to die in? Or will you leave it behind and live as a tenant farmer, spending the rest of your life commemorating the day you died for a doomed country? It'll be a tough fight for you too. Wasn't it here? Ivan gestured to the corpses of Tors scattered everywhere. The nobles fell silent and bowed their heads at his words. If facing thousands of Tors alone, surely one would have expected death. But why did this foreigner dedicate himself so much for Tyles? And when such a foreigner still holds up the banner of struggle, can those who hold the sword as devotees of this country put down their swords? The knights looked at Ivan, lips pressed together. The sun began to set, painting the horizon red as it hung at the edge of the sky. Drawing his sword, Ivan turned to the knights and asked, "Which one of us can live forever? But all who wield the sword must make a choice. Regardless of whose hand brings death, that death must be decided under your own determination. If you have no intention of fighting with your own arms, then leave. But if not..." He turned towards the sunset, facing the vast battlefield leading to the Eastern Front and in the direction of the western end, where St. Mathilda would be. "Let's go, Knights of Tyles. Let's either die with our country or die for our country." The sunset was burning red behind Ivan. The sunset is the most solemn light at the end of the day. Eventually, night would come. Deep, dark, and cold night. But doesn't every night imply the dawn of the next day? A clang. A swish. A crash. As Ivan finished speaking, the knights drew their swords simultaneously. They adjusted their helmet visors, took deep breaths, or kissed the hilts of their swords while shouting battle cries. Silently waiting, Baron Nor rode forward and addressed Ivan. "Lead the way, well follow." Tyles belonged to the knights. It was a nation that revered not individual bravery, but virtue and duty as knights. Paradoxically, heroes emerged from Tyles. Through individual bravery, yet simultaneously proving themselves through virtue and duty. The knights silently saluted, facing the sunset, towards the distant St. Mathilda, also towards Ivan's back as he walked ahead. A hero doesn't signify the strongest individual. They call the bravest ones heroes, those who never stop, no matter the moment or duty. Symbols of hope. They set off, initially at a walk slowly, gradually transitioning to a trot, then a canter gaining speed. Soon galloping, giving it their all. Towards their capital, towards St. Mathilda, so that their hope standing before them can reach that place. During the war, it was known that Tyles Knights cavalry wouldn't stop as long as their riders remained alive. It wouldn't be any different now. Only death could halt their charge. And finally, at that moment, Isabel's group arrived at St. Mathilda. It had been 5 days since they departed from the Bernini Mountains, and Autringe de Grandmartel's rebel forces were only about 3 days away from reaching the outskirts of the capital. The combined forces of Autringe, totaling about 20,000 troops, had already subjugated all territories along the route to the capital during their advance. Now, the approaching force numbered a total of 37,000 and had surpassed the maximum capacity of the Eastern Legion as they marched forward. At this point, it was the largest single legion owned by Tyles. In contrast, the garrison forces of St. Mathilda consisted of 2,500 reserve troops and 2,000 remaining troops from the capital defense forces. Ep 22, The Rebellion of the Three Counts. Author's note, author's review, the combat situation across Tyles. 1. Eastern Front Defense Forces. In friction with the Marauder forces at the border, with only about a week left until the maximum survivable period due to disrupted rear supply lines. 2. Sir Jill Burr's Eastern Knights, engaged in combat with dragons in the Bernini Mountains. 3. Ivan and the military forces near Bernini, engaged in conflict with Count Autringe's rebels. 4. Capital defense forces of St. Mathilda, preparing for conflict with Count Grandmarteau's rebels. Read Fallow novels online at 147. Chapter 147. As I recall, if Maximilian is the typical JRPG-style hero, Jill Burr is like the protagonist of a historical warrior epic. His mixed heritage and rise to prominence, embodying the ideals of chivalry, were significant, but the crucial point lay elsewhere. He married a princess. It was as if the glory bestowed upon a knight who defeated a dragon. Strictly speaking, she's not a princess. Jill Burr. Einar. She's the niece of His Majesty the King's brother, not His Majesty's daughter. Jill Burr. Jill Burr chuckled wistfully for a moment before cheerfully downing his drink. Carefully, as if confessing a flaw, but with an air of indifference. He had always been such a diplomatic man. They can't just hand over the royal lineage to a nobody like me. They had to make a gesture to the man who will behead the demon king, and there happens to be a suitable commodity. Jill Burr. A commodity, Einar. Yeah, those nobles treated her like a commodity and handed her over. Jill Burr. A grunt was heard, a wine glass made of crystal trembled. With a smug smile, Jill Burr scattered the shards on the floor. There's almost no inheritance issue, so there's no problem in having offspring. But since it's royal blood, it can't be opposed to the royal family. If I kill the demon king and come back, even if I claim to be the strongest warrior of Tyles. But Maximilian will be there. He's not a typical Tyles person, and he wasn't loyal to the Tyles royal family either. From the perspective of the Tyles royal family, they needed a pawn they could hold and manipulate. Since they couldn't control the hero, this was the alternative. A traditional knight loyal to the royal family, but one who returns after killing the demon king with even more powerful authority. So it means to put a collar on him, to bestow the princess as a consort. If he refuses, it's an insult, and if he accepts, it's a political asset for the royal family. Wouldn't it be better to just become the king? What? Why not? I plan to become king as I please. Isn't it cool? Declare to all those mongrels to follow only someone stronger than me. Einar. So that's what they call Drovian. Jill Burr chuckled and shook his head. A country should exist not by force, but by legitimacy. The rules of society persist on the basis of justice. A country without legitimacy ceases to function the moment authority collapses. Jill Burr. Just because you use difficult words doesn't make you look smart. Einar. Oh, was my wording difficult? Jill Burr. Raise your sword, kill me. Einar. Ivan, who was listening to the conversation between the two lunatics, suddenly asked Jill Burr. Since their fighting was a common occurrence, there was no reason to intervene. From just listening, it seems like you have no loyalty at all. Don't you trust your own country? Ivan. Of course not. What do you think I went through to get to this position? Jill Burr. Then why, after going so far as to kill the demon king, why put shackles on yourself? Ivan. Well, Jill Burr replied with a very unlucky expression. Of course, it's love. If the woman of royal blood, who married a humble knight from the countryside, even loses her political value to the extent of being presented as a commodity, what kind of situation would they face? And even if all those conditions were ignored, even if she didn't inherit royal blood, even if she wasn't offered as a commodity, even if she was just a maid, he would still have loved her, at first sight, that rose-like woman. While Ivan was listening to such talk, he suddenly spoke up next to Einar, who had a look of wanting to die. Rose-like, it felt a bit sharper than that, Ivan. There are thorns on roses, Ivan. You'll understand once you meet more women. Jill Burr. He married his first love. Brother, don't listen, you're talking like you know something. Einar. Raise the axe, kill me. Jill Burr. Can you? Show me. Ignoring the growling sounds of the two lunatics, Ivan thought quietly. Rose-like. The Odelia de Tyles he remembers was more sharp-edged, but still. Well, she was slapping Jill Burr's cheek at their first meeting. It was quiet at Matthew Edel, the largest train station in St. Mathilda. Isabel and her companions looked around with bitter expressions. It had only been a few days since they left this place. In just those few days, the main trade route symbolizing the city had completely come to a halt. Soldiers were bustling around. In the distance, a procession of refugees continued. Even if we assume responsibility, it's still a problem. We can't feed all those people. I know, but... Isabel bit her lip at Elfera's words. It was a sensible response. There was no way to feed all those people, and honestly, it couldn't be known if the royal family would stand up to fight. No, it wasn't the royal family's perspective. It was the perspective of the nobles. Would they really risk their lives to protect the capital of this country? You'll go first. Oscar, where are you going? To Mother. Is Miss Isabel also going to visit her mother? Not right now, she's not going to take refuge. It's not the right time, and if even the family of a knight abandons the capital of this country, what would the soldiers of this city think? Isabel bit her lip and lowered her head. And her mother, she was certainly not the type to prioritize safety in such a situation. It's inevitable. Even if she received such a home education, what could she do? Isabel sighed deeply and straightened her back confidently. A knight must do what a knight must do. All right, we should also pay our respects to Lady Edarik. Then let's go, Mother will be pleased too. Oscar turned with a bitter smile. The noble residential area was located in a beautiful downtown area called Montpelier Street. It was called the Street of Light because it was lavishly adorned with marble. The refugee processions of the citizens and the frequent occurrences of crimes couldn't even touch this street. The street was quiet and still displayed its elegant appearance. Paradoxically, Isabel felt a chill at the sight. Even if they were defeated in the Civil War, it seemed like the nobles in this place believed they wouldn't suffer at the hands of the marquises. Or there might be other reasons to prove such belief. Isn't it a bit eerie? It feels like everyone's watching us, don't you think? Probably. No one dared to stop Oscar as he walked ahead. They simply muttered and dispersed, or quietly called for someone to give instructions. A well-dressed lady whispered to a maid and glanced in their direction. The servant soon retreated and disappeared. The nobles are not allies, even though they are within the same city walls. Oscar silently moved forward and stood in front of a massive wall. A gate adorned with rose vines came into view. The emblem of the Edarik family, a pattern of crossed deer horns, spears, and shields, looked down upon them. Young master, doubly what are you doing here? Martin, where's Mother? Madam is at the clinic. Oh, no, why are you here of all places? Why, you should leave right now. St. Mathilda is dangerous. I know, and thank you. Oscar patted the old butler's shoulder and smiled. I appreciate you staying by Mother's side, even though you know it's dangerous. Where else would I go, with this old body? The butler chuckled and opened the door. He scanned the group and politely bowed. Welcome, distinguished guests. Please forgive the insufficient hospitality due to the current situation. Thank you for your hospitality, Martin. Yes, Miss Isabel, your presence is reassuring. Isabel greeted the warm-hearted old butler and crossed the threshold. The mansion of the Edarreek Duke, known as the Rose House, soon came into view. Wow, Oscar, you're really a young master from a wealthy family, huh? Eugene. If you knew how much the bounty on the Demon King's head was, this would seem trivial, wouldn't it? Isabel. But why on earth is Miss Isabel, Eugene? What about me? Am I not wealthy too? Isabel. I suddenly realize how modest you are, truly remarkable. Big brother should see this too. Eugene. You explain it. I am good at cleaning and household chores, and I am even a wealthy girl with a proper sense of economy. At Isabel's words, Ecdysis trembled and cautiously expressed her opinion. I do too. I only spend money on food. Just lots of food. I am not that kind of person who eats a lot, am I? Ecdysis. Ecdysis, you eat like a pig. Elphara. Is your ear a lying pouch or the truth? Does having big ears mean you're good at lying? Can you be honest for once? Ecdysis. Oh my, how barbaric. Can something like a barbaric pouch hang from your body? Elphara. I am ashamed of you all. At Eugene's words, the group fell silent again. After exchanging glances and walking in silence, Oscar finally stopped in the center of the reception hall. Under the noon sunlight, a woman in a red dress was sipping tea. Eugene involuntarily fell silent. Isabel's mother was a woman whose appearance made it hard to believe she had a grown daughter like Isabel, but by now, she was just seen as Oscar's sister with a bit of depth. Truly, is this a fantasy world? How does a woman with a 20-year-old son have such looks? In Eugene's odd silence, the woman's gaze fell on Oscar. Her sharp green eyes hesitated for a moment. Mother. Oscar slowly approached and knelt beside her, courteously lowering one knee. The lady was silently gazing down at her son. Meanwhile, Eugene noticed her trembling hand. The lady's gloved hand was gently shaking. However, her expression remained cold and firm. After confirming where her gaze landed, Eugene sighed softly. The lady was looking at the sword at Oscar's waist. It was the sword of the Edarreek Duke. Its implications were too clear, causing the lady to subtly lower her head. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Son, where's your father? He's still fighting. She bit her lip. Fool. Mother, you need to leave the city. But your father hasn't returned yet. The tears dried quickly. The lady regained her sharp expression and spoke confidently. We must keep the place for your father's return. I am the Duchess. Mother. Your father will return safely. He always has, he always will. That fool, he must. Yes, mother, father will return safely. That's why I must fulfill my duties as the Duchess of Edarreek. I will protect this lineage, this house. Mother, but... Enough. The lady clasped her trembling hands tightly together. She lifted her head toward her son with sharp eyes. You must do what is required of a duke's son. Take the sword and go as a nobleman of our family. This city is not safe. Are you going to run away then? No. Then I have no reason to leave my son and husband behind and flee this city. The lady laughed brightly. She stroked Oscar's head and firmly grasped his hand as she spoke. Your will is your father's will, and your father's will is the will of the homeland. Go. As the last adult of this household, respect your every intention. Yes, mother. After bowing deeply once, Oscar stepped back. The lady's gaze fell upon the group. Under inexplicable pressure, the group stood still, stiffening their bodies. Isabel and the heroes of our time. Perhaps even she found it amusing, the lady said with a joking smile. I entrust my son to you. She had no informants. The Duke of Edarreek couldn't hold any political assets. The Tyless Duchess, who could be called the king's sister, was just a nominal royal bloodline. She even had to offer her daughter as a product for sale to a past hero party. Even that no longer exists in this era. The lady was just a potted plant in the greenhouse, and no power would respect her will. Nevertheless, separate from political assets, there was weight in the lady's words. She was the mother who had raised her son in a country where she had no support, even if it meant leaving her husband to assassinate the demon king. She had been a caregiver all her life, and also a shackle to her husband for a lifetime, but she never let go of her pride. So, how harsh this situation was for her, the lady who could not know. She was simply pleading with her son's peers to do everything she could. Yes, Duchess of Edaric, I swear. Isabel knelt with one knee and bowed her head with the sword pinned to the ground. In the familiar yet unfamiliar aspect of this lady, unknowingly. As a hero, I will do my best. They left the street in that direction. Their destination was the royal palace, the heart of this country. It was just after the news arrived that the Grandmartel Viscount's army had reached the outskirts of St. Mathilda. Read Fallow novels online at 148. Chapter 148. The grand reality of the Palace Royal was engulfed in chaos. No, it was more like a comical play where enemies put on a ridiculous performance. Various factions of the royal court and the factions of each count were rampant, continuing their hollow acts. Your Majesty, there's urgent news that Count Grandmarteau has crossed the border of St. Mathilda. We must open the gates. Count Grandmarteau is merely with righteous individuals seeking to protect the monarchy. Opposing them would be folly. Innominate, can't that mouth be shut? Look at what these so-called righteous individuals are doing. All the crops in Narbonne are withering. Your Majesty, please punish them. It's reported that Count Vermontper has begun organizing his forces. Your Majesty, you must head to Perpignan. St. Mathilda cannot withstand the forces of rebels. The king looked at his advisors with dry eyes. More than half of them intended to remove him from the throne. Since the moment the Homeland Guardian vacated his position, the conspiracy had begun like clockwork. No one in the court was on his side, not even his ugly sons. Your Majesty, as your son has observed all along, Count Grandmarteau is a loyal servant of long standing. His troops are only here to endure the chaos of this kingdom. What nonsense is this, Your Majesty? If you command it, I will personally head to Perpignan with Count Vermontper's forces to protect St. Mathilda. Open the gates to welcome the rebels. No, gather rebels from other regions. No, we must wait for the Homeland Guardian. Perhaps it's better to seek refuge in a foreign land and march again with foreign forces. The shouts of many, all desiring to kill this kingdom, filled the court long ago. The king pressed his temples. In the noisy court, he was alone, quietly lonely. The weight of the royal hall was so light. It was a monarchy built on killing the righteous, sacrificing the loyal, and executing the faithful. I sold my brothers and nephews, only to maintain the sovereignty of this kingdom. Without it, this country would have been finished. The king's power alone does not symbolize the nation. However, if even the authority of the royal family falls among these snake-like nobles, this country could never function as one nation. So, it's an inescapable trap. Ober III, the aging king of Tyles, raised his wrinkled hands worn by time. Finally, his advisors fell silent. This was his only remaining authority. The eyes of his courtiers sting. They are not concerned about the king's welfare, but greedy for the inheritance to be passed on to the next generation of rulers. His loyalists are now completely gone from this place. And the old king, who endured long wars to maintain the throne. Once called the Lion King of Tyles, this old man now had no will left to fight. If we stand together, can we hold out? Your Majesty, Count Grandmarteau is not a rebel. Enough, speak. If you ask for support, who will extend a hand? Krasilov has only just escaped my control, and Kallian is beyond the distant sea, while Drovian is even further away. All the powerful nations of the Alliance kingdoms are like that. The Alliance cannot save Tyles right now, let alone the forces within Tyles itself. Half are in the grip of Count Grandmarteau, and the remaining half are scattered everywhere. Even if a summons were issued, they could not arrive in the capital faster than the rebels. So, what should be done? How can one fend off the daggers coming right under their chin? The old king sighed. This country is truly at its end. Was it a country destined to crumble in the absence of the homeland guardian? Did none of his courtiers realize this first? Or did they realize it and still raise their hands in support? What did he strive for all his life? Was it for the hollow monarchy? Your Majesty, Edarik's eldest son has requested an audience. How dare he? Does he think he can be his father himself? The words from the court were rude to come out. Excited nobles stood up to criticize the absence of the duke. Before the king's sigh could prolong, clang, the thick doors of the court swung open abruptly. How dare you? Are you daring to rebel now? This is the court. I know. Thud, thud. Oscar stepped onto the long carpet of the court. The nobles shrunk back at the slow pace of his approach. It was an unmistakable momentum of reaching the realm of a giant, one who could strangle a person's throat with just his presence. There were not lacking those who reached that status in this place. However, there was no one daring enough to step forward before Oscar. The subdued nobles grumbled as they took their seats. Your Majesty, Knight Initiate of the Eastern Order, Oscar de Edarik is present here. As wish. The sword was slowly drawn, a blade gleaming white under the enchantment of the court's torches. Everyone in this place knew what that sword was. It was the sword of Duke Edarik, a symbol of military authority and the pride of the Eastern Order. And the fact that it was here. The Homeland Guardian has fallen in battle. With the king's lament, chaos erupted among the nobles. The cries of despair from the royalists mixed with the jubilation of the nobility echoed. In the midst of chaos, Oscar bowed his head silently. Grant me command. It is not the son of Gilbert who sits here, but Edarik who wields the sword. Can the Guardian handle it? If it's a task beyond anyone else's capability, yet someone must undertake it. Oscar's lips parted heavily. Edarik must always lead. It shall be permitted. From this moment forth, the Guardian shall fulfill his duty as the Homeland Guardian. I accept the mandate. Oscar rose from his seat, holding the sword. His cold eyes scanned the nobles. He moved towards the noble who was standing at the forefront, shouting and raising his voice. How dare you liken yourself to your father? No. As wish. Raising the sword forward. In this place, only one Edarik stands. Wrestle. The head of the noble flew weakly through the air. As it twirled, it stained the court's carpet crimson. As the shocked nobles began to retreat, Oscar spoke, sword in hand. The Capital Legion shall henceforth defend your lordship. I accept the mandate. Soldiers rushed in through the open doors of the court. In this city, about half of the capital defense army that Gilbert had left behind still remained. The court had turned into a slaughterhouse. All the nobles, who had joined the factions of the three counts, lived and died at Oscar's gesture. Amidst the blood and corpses in the court, Oscar knelt quietly once again and said, From this moment on, I will solely protect your Majesty's welfare. That's what the position of the Homeland Guardian entails. Only death brings freedom from duty in this role, and as long as there is one Edarik alive in this position, Tyles will not crumble before his death. The old king reached out and took the sword of the marshal. He staggered forward and stood in front of Oscar. Swish, the cold steel touched his shoulders. Without a word, the king tapped Oscar's shoulders and placed the sword above his head. After a moment, the king staggered back to the throne and sat down hesitantly. At least one loyal subject remains, so I can die as a king. Now, we haven't received our death sentence, so lift your heads." At Eugene's words, the group raised their heads. They all had faces worn out from exhaustion. Having returned to the capital after 3 days of relentless travel, they immediately set to work in the royal court and swiftly took control of the military. With most of the high-ranking nobles in charge of military and administrative affairs dead, the administrative vacuum was critical. It was inevitable that they would have to confirm the military composition with the remaining officer-grade military officials and spread out. But this was just the beginning. Enemy forces would arrive within 2 days. St. Mathilda is the largest city in this country. Even deploying troops to the city walls alone would require at least 4,000 men. What are we going to do? Should we just knock and expect them to open the gates? I'd rather grab what we can from the royal palace and make a run for it. I am not giving up just yet. My big brother is still alive. What difference does it make if he's coming? He hasn't said anything to us yet. Eugene spoke with conviction. If there really were no options left, we wouldn't have been sent together, nor would he have said anything. As long as our brother is alive, we should assume there is a way, even if we're not seeing it. Unless troops suddenly descend from the sky. Our brother hasn't mentioned any plans yet. Ivan's status bar still indicated he was alive. Therefore, it was not time to give up yet. As long as Ivan was alive and didn't order a retreat or escape in this situation, it meant there was another way. So let's hold out until we figure out what that way is. That was Eugene's opinion. But how? We won't be able to hold out as soon as the siege begins. Let's abandon the outer defenses. Oscar, who had been quietly listening to Eugene's words, blurted out. Are you crazy? You want to wage a siege? Let's take a leaf out of Ivan's book. We'll accept all the refugees who haven't fled yet within the inner defenses and abandon the outer defenses and the entire metropolitan area. Deploying along the outer walls will buy us about a day. If the area of the walls is reduced, even 4,000 men could handle the entire wall. However, prolonged combat is impossible at the point of supply exhaustion. We can't sustain ourselves for days while also feeding countless civilians. Let's follow Ivan's approach. Really? Isn't that what we learned during the holidays? Infiltration, survival, and assassination. Isabel fell silent at Oscar's words. In truth, if one were to think more objectively, the hero party wasn't exactly a force that commanded wars and brought victories. Strictly speaking, it was a decapitation operation. It was closer to an infiltration unit tasked with cutting off the heads of the Demon King and the 7 dragons. They were assassins, in essence. So Oscar had no intention of seizing command and leading to victory, even if there were individuals capable of doing so. The enemy outnumbered them by more than 8 times. Supply lines were in enemy hands, and the situation wouldn't magically turn in their favor as time passed. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless to think that if they could directly take down the Count Grand Marteau, victory was out of reach. The enemy resembled the demon army of that era. The gathering of subordinate lords was solely under the authority of Grand Marteau. If we start defending within the inner defenses, they will undoubtedly try to dominate all of St. Mathilda. Not to destroy, but to capture. Grand Marteau didn't seek to destroy this country like the demon army did. If he desired the throne, he would prefer a moderate prize over a throne in ruins. So they waged a siege. Do you think they'll just come in willingly, without suspecting it's a trap? Do you think they have the resources to set a trap? They'll likely see it as a last-ditch effort, and he had sent a gift. A letter sealed with the insignia of Edarreek, accompanied by the severed heads of the dukes who supported the Grand Dukes of the nobility. It was unthinkable for a member of the hero party to directly confront and conquer the throne without sacrificing their honor. Fine, well, defend and buy as much time as we can, at most a day. Somehow, within that time we'll figure something out. If you don't want to, You can wait here. Wait here after coming all this way. Isabel may not know, but for the others, it's not just a matter of hometowns. There's no reason for them to risk their lives needlessly. But there is a reason. Isides chuckled, twirling her hair. We're all in the same party. Saint Mathilde, Tyne de Grandmarteau, sat atop the back of a white horse, overlooking the sprawling metropolis below the hill, even in the late night. Despite the late hour, the stream of refugees fleeing the city was gradually dispersing beyond the meadow. Is this the will of the Tyles royal family? A squire standing before Tyne opened a large chest and bowed his head before stepping back. The chest was filled with the severed heads of nobles. Each one was recognizable. Nobles who had been planted in the nobility for years, who would become talents for the future of the country. Tyne felt a slight pang of regret and smirked. Victory without surrender. Edaric Duke. The note attached to the chest was simple. Just one line written in powerful strokes, along with the insignia of Duke Edaric. Gilbert likely died in the Bernini Mountains, so this must be the doing of his son. Quite audacious. My lord, please order the march. No, that cannot be. Tyne crumpled Oscar's note and looked up. Now, facing the metropolitan area spread out before him, he smirked. Can victory be snatched in the dead of night? Comfort the soldiers and feed them well. Not for battle, but for improvement. March at daybreak. We must secure the crown from the old king. Yes, my lord. Tyne turned away from the retreating chamberlain and ascended the hill once more. Tyles was now within his grasp. At that moment, to whom does your allegiance lie? Count Guillaume gazed up at the figure towering over him, his blue eyes filled with fear. As he began to plead for mercy, a finger pressed against his lips. No, I will not listen. Your loyalty has been proven through actions. What do you mean? Click. The sound of a bullet casing hitting the ground echoed. Ivan turned with a smoking pistol holstered at his hip. Amidst the noisy military camp, he clenched and lifted Guillaume's lifeless head. At least rest your eyes for a moment. It's been how many days now? Approaching quietly, Baron Norse spoke, and Ivan responded briefly. 8 days, 19 hours, 23 minutes. A trained agent must always be able to gauge time accurately. Nor hesitated at Ivan's answer before turning away. You might not know, but the condition of the soldiers is not good. The casualties are too severe. Tend to them and only follow those who can move. Not even 60 will gather, even if we pick only knights. Those among the remaining forces who cannot continue the fight should be sent back home. Ivan placed Guillaume's head on the saddle and mounted his horse. Gazing at the sky with a blank expression, he determined their direction. It felt like a hot poker supporting a corner of his brain, but at the same time, a dull ache surged, constricting his breath. 11 days had already passed without a moment's rest, only constant fighting. His fingertips trembled. Sniping was out of the question. Ivan nodded as he looked at the arm that kept misaligning the aiming line. Let's go. At Ivan's words, Nor grumbled deeply with eyes sunken, then leaped onto the horse. Read Fallu novels online at 149. Chapter 149. 8 days, 19 hours, and 23 minutes. That's the duration it took to fend off one of the Count's armies, engaging in repeated skirmishes to minimize casualties on both sides. It was a grueling task, marked by significant injuries. The night's assault resembled relentless artillery, leaving little time for response. I can hardly believe we're of the same species. Ivan was half asleep, driving his horse ahead. Muscles all over his body screamed in pain as they ruptured and healed, and the strained tendons swelled up red until they were on the verge of tearing. Uncertain of how long he could remain conscious, he fought the urge to succumb to sleep. Now wasn't the time for rest. Is he still alive? Hush, let him rest. How did he fight? He quickly cut down the cavalry commander with the initial assault. He struck the confused command post and immediately turned the reins, fleeing with the knights. As pursuers closed in, they scattered into the forest, ambushing and eliminating their foes one by one. In that critical moment, half of the enemy knights met their demise. The opposing soldiers they endured even more. Now armed, they were soldiers by definition, but weren't they the same ones who toiled as peasants with hoes and trowels? This is the problem of civil war. The decrease in military strength leads directly to a decrease in industrial manpower. The situation where both sides are annihilated amicably can be interpreted as an extreme decrease in the ability to support the population. Even if they are enemies, ordinary soldiers should be returned to their hometowns alive as much as possible. If there is a tiny hope for Tylus, that's it. The rebel rabble had to be cut out accurately, meticulously, like the delicate craftsmanship of a craftsman. Even if they say they will arrive at St. Mathilda, only about 60 or so cavalry will lead. Considering the dropouts, it will be fewer than that. I know. Is there any chance of winning? Didn't the Grand Marteau Count's army exceed 30,000? Didn't that man say, "If you want to give up, put down your weapons and live as a farmer"? Ivan felt a strange paradox. To save as many people as possible, to save this country. He was leading soldiers into death with such hollow words. How absurd it is to sacrifice someone else's life to save someone. But even in those days, it was commonplace. Too many righteous people were dying. War always took the lives of the righteous first. He, too, was one who walked towards death at the behest of others. He mostly did so. He ran towards the Seven Dragons stronghold at the king's command. In that battle, both the king and the senior knights died. When a hero willed it, he cleared the way, at the cost of many lives among the cleanup unit's agents. When the princess wept and pleaded, he set forth towards the palace of 7 dragons. From that day on, no cleanup units remained. So many times he had heard the words commanding to sacrifice his life for justice, but he never thought he would say such words himself. It was ridiculous. He didn't have the right to do so. Inciting someone and sending them to their death is the duty of a hero. Yeah, okay, let's do it. What now? You're joking. Please do it properly. If you survive until the end, what's next? The baronetcy? You'll be hailed as a national hero. Ha ha ha, my son will ascend to an earldom. Only heroes can handle such duties. They can willingly treat others' lives as expendable for justice and endure it. Only those who believe in their own justice, and even in despair, continue to move forward. But Ivan could never do that. He never had the qualification or the ability. He was the kind of agent who could tolerate cowardice for petty gain. He was a selfish man. And we are foreigners. Ivan nodded at Kim Sun-woo's words. That was the biggest problem. Foreigners from a distant land. Unqualified to ask the residents of this world to risk their lives. Let's go back now. Let's live quietly in Krasilov. Let's live reasonably until the heroes of the time grow up. Ivan, we don't need to risk our lives. He nodded again at this remark. No need for that, he thought. His goal was always the same. To return home. To leave this damn pre-modern world behind and return to a safe world where laws and social systems protect each individual. He no longer wanted to give his heart to this world. Everyone he poured his heart into died before his eyes. So he agreed with the words no more. But, it was Ivan who instead took up the sword at the words no more. It was Ivan who understood, endured, and yet stood up against all of Kim Sun-woo's wounds and scars. Kim Sun-woo had lost all will to live anymore. Ivan agreed with Kim Sun-woo's words. He was himself, after all, and all his thoughts ultimately aligned with his own. But Ivan did not agree. To live, to survive, to move forward. That was ultimately Ivan himself who had to give his all every moment for that. It's noisy. He couldn't live like the countless and great heroes he had faced. But anyway, once he saw it, if he just imitated to some extent, he thought. By repeating the attempts, the imitation he finally built up, perhaps it could reach the original someday. He thought. Even if it was just the footsteps of the heroes he admired back then. It's raining. Oh, blast it, shields, fetch the shields. I'll take the reins. By God, you fight like a demon, but you're still human. You don't even flinch when I grab the reins. Just take a bit more rest. I might not be able to shield you from arrows, but I can shield you from the rain. Haha, it's not often even royalty receives such courtesy from a nobleman. Consider yourself honored. He's attentive. Ivan replied absent-mindedly and closed his eyes again. It was hard to tell whether he answered or if it was just a fantasy. Amidst the burning nerves, he no longer heard Kim Sun-woo's voice. Huang. It's impressive. At dawn, the sound of horns echoed. The soldiers gripping their spears on the gallery had spent the whole night awake, evident from the bags under their eyes. The view from the high walls of the fortress was dreadful. Far away, one could see the advancing forces filling the plains of St. Mathilda. When the combat strength exceeds 30,000, it means it's okay to estimate 3 times that when including supply support personnel. From a simple calculation, it means the total hostile forces on this plain are just under 100,000. 1,000 people standing is called a crowd. It meant filling a square and still having space left. If there were 10,000, it would fill a circular stadium. If there were 100,000, it would darken the plains. Shall we revise the plan? How should we carry out the assassination there? There's no other way. Oscar sighed deeply, clutching his sword tightly. Tension, pressure, burden, and survival instincts rang alarm bells. They had to eliminate one count somewhere in between. Failure would mean the end for Tyles. Even if successful, there were too few ways to return alive. The soldiers were terrified. Even the elite city defense forces among Tyles regular troops felt the same. Huang. The curtain of benevolence, the barrier of the military, is approaching. Come in, come in. Eugene murmured, gripping the sword tightly. They had left one gate open along the invaders' path. All the other gates were firmly shut. They would naturally start their invasion from that direction. There was no reason to weaken the soldiers by erecting siege towers. Please come in. The Grand Marteau Count is the epitome of an arrogant and self-indulgent tyrant. He's the one who has razed and plundered every domain that opposed his will. Would that guy, in the decisive battlefield of usurpation, really linger in the rear under overwhelming odds of more than 10 times? The odds are 50-50, but Eugene secretly hoped not. There and there here. Beside him, Elphara, who had been using the magic of scrolls, screamed. All right. Eugene pressed down the visor of his helmet and quickly spoke. Lady Elphara, blessing. As Elphara touched the scroll, purple magic intertwined around her fingers. The magic then struck Eugene's head like lightning. Overwhelming courage surged within his chest. All right. Eugene nodded and drew his sword. Since the Lord has strengthened me, I shall fear no evil. This is just a courage-bestowing spell. Kill the blasphemers. Reciting scripture, Eugene descended the gallery. His companions followed him. As long as they were within detection range, Eugene could be called the best scout. Oscar, don't you need to say something bold as a patriot? We're done talking. What? As long as you come back alive, my friend. Oscar smiled and donned his helmet. Isabel and Ecdysis burst into laughter and drew their weapons together. Lower the drawbridge. Yes, yes. The sentries looked puzzled at Oscar's shout. It was the moment when tens of thousands of troops were approaching. Did the commander just order to open the gates? Hold out for half a day. From now on, I am going to assassinate the Grand Marteau Count. That's suicide. Holding out here isn't much different. I am ordering the nobles to stand here and commit suicide." The soldiers' faces stiffened at Oscar's words. Oscar raised his sword and shouted, "So at least, as the one who told the nobles to die, I am saying ill go forward and fight. Lower the drawbridge, hold out for half a day, and if we don't come back, surrender. Open the gates. Open the gates." The gate opens. It's the heart of the great knights who never collapsed on their own during past wars. Passing through the gates of Royal Palace, Oscar forcefully thumped his heart, pounding with tension. Now is not the time to be afraid. He wasn't dead yet. Recalling what Ivan taught him, if you finely tune your magic, you can even control your heartbeat. Boom! The sound of horns echoed. Oscar clenched the reins tightly, biting into them. Then, with a bang, his pauldron suddenly jolted. Staggering from the impact, he looked to the side to see Isabel smiling. "Stand up tall and proud." "Yes. It's the first battle the hero party is going on together. Don't shrink like that. If you're going to be like that, then stay behind." "Yes." Dawn illuminates St. Mathilda. Bathed in the rising sunlight, Isabel raised her sword high and smiled. "Yes, a night party. Just like my father, so am I. Isn't it my role to hold the shield, stay quietly behind?" Your expression finally loosened up. "Let's go. Hurry back and release the horses." The group ran towards the sun. Read Fallow novels online at (150). Chapter 150. Soldiers poured through the wide, open castle gates. St. Mathilda boasted a well-managed city with a grandeur that reflected its reputation as a prominent trading hub. Despite being a city renowned for commerce, its walls were broad enough to accommodate such vast military forces without shortage. Hoo-ha-hoo-ha. The soldiers ran in excitement, their eyes wild with anticipation. Even the most disciplined army could transform into marauders the moment a fortress fell. In a city of this size, even if the citizens had evacuated as much as possible, one could imagine an enormous amount of loot still hidden away. Moreover, the Grand Marteau Count's Legion, excluding the main force, consisted entirely of soldiers from various lords' retinues. Strictly speaking, looting was closer to an economic activity aimed at offsetting the hefty cost of military supplies. Even if one desired an intact throne, the prohibition of looting itself could not be enforced. After all, it would incite dissatisfaction among the vassals immediately. Hence, the soldiers ran with eyes gleaming at the nearly unlimited loot targets. Villages burned, hidden citizens dragged out, furniture thrown out of windows. Chaos ensued. Where are they?" "Just a moment, please. There's too much crowd, the information." Eugene furrowed his brow and pushed through with his words. The infantry didn't stop them. Their top priority was looting, with fortress conquest being secondary. In truth, it wasn't considered likely that any commander would personally lead an assault from within the fortress. It was common sense. If one were riding here, it was only right to assume they were nobility. Because discipline had not been properly established, it was impossible for the soldiers to recognize all the nobles from different territories. "I saw them, over there, that white horse, wearing armor, right?" "That's correct." The group spurred their horses forward, riding back against the tide of soldiers. The soldiers merely grumbled as they avoided the passing horse, not daring to consider them as enemies. It's a common occurrence on a battlefield where the front line hasn't been established. In this case, I suppose we're fortunate. Eugene sighed quietly as he looked at the soldiers' foolish faces. This reckless charge seems to be actually working. It's fortunate that the situation is more chaotic than expected. Eugene felt conflicted about whether to admire Oscar's wit in intentionally creating chaos in the city. Well, as long as the results are good. With that thought, Eugene followed behind Oscar, urging his horse onward. A group of knights, spotted by Elfera, soon appeared before them. "Tyne." A rough shout erupted from Oscar's lips. It seemed that only anger remained after overcoming fear, intense anger. Look at what your hands have wrought. The city that has stood for 1,000 years is burning. Oscar drew his sword with a shout. The knights approaching from the end of the street stopped and began to stare at them. At the forefront, a knight of imposing stature clad in gleaming white armor blocked their path through the city. Behind him stood a squire holding the commander's standard. It was Count Tyne de Grandmarteau. It seemed like lightning flashed beneath his extravagant helmet. Tyne de Grandmarteau, come on. If you want to take this country, y'all have to trample over the bodies of the remaining soldiers of this country. Oscar, wait. The warhorse gallops. A warhorse reaching maximum speed cannot stop on its own power at this distance. Eugene screamed beneath his helmet. That's not Grandmarteau Count. Eugene's words did not reach Oscar's ears. The noise of the confused soldiers and the collapsing city from all directions was too overwhelming since Oscar's arrival. Heartbeats ring out too loudly, not out of fear but out of anger. Eugene gripped his sword tightly. Following suit, everyone in the party raised their weapons. His level is 63. Considering the average level of the hero party, he was undoubtedly formidable opponent. Even if the enemy was real Tyne, they would still have to fight for their lives. Indeed. The knight's voice reverberated. Piercing through the noise, it penetrated precisely into their ears. It was a trap, how cute using such tricks. Elfera. Clank. The knight's gauntlet pulled the lance out of its saddle. A massive axe lance, fit for infantrymen, swung up. It was too large a polearm to be wielded solely by upper body strength from horseback. Clang! Oscar barely managed to duck his head, avoiding the axe blade. His helmet was roughly scraped off and flew away. Yet, the axe lance, still with momentum, demolished the wall at the end of the street. Oscar! Elfera screamed, forming a spell. Magic surged and lightning crackled. With a sharp noise destroying the air's insulation, a searing lightning bolt surged towards the knight. An elf. The knight merely turned his head to deflect the lightning bolt that struck him squarely. The helmet strap, burnt by the lightning bolt, fell weakly, and the visor rolled on the ground. Beneath it revealed a face that wasn't Tyne's. Much older, but still robust. It belonged to a man as solid as a rock. Baron Gerard de Lamond. Do you know him? I know him, the Red Baron Lamond, but why on earth? Isabelle exclaimed, her voice trembling. The cavalry charge finally came to a halt. The group stood stiffly before Baron Lamond, gripping their weapons firmly. Soldiers who heard the commotion gathered around. They held their spears tightly, aiming at them. The knights in front seemed unwilling to move, trusting in the knight at the forefront. The name of Baron Lamond, the Red Baron. Baron Lamond laughed as he threw his helmet, crackling with electricity, to the ground. Isabelle, how have you been? Shut up this traitor. Traitor, haha, what a bitter thing to say. Baron Lamond shrugged and continued speaking. Closer, closer. As the horses approached, the pressure intensified. Amidst the soldiers aiming crossbows and spears, Lamond waved his hand to restrain the soldiers and stepped forward. Show some respect. Didn't the envoy come to sign the surrender document? Who? Or did you think that this is all a strategy? The son of the homeland's border guard, the son of a hero, and, well, foreigners. Do you think that a bunch of upstarts, risking their lives, can charge in and win? Lamond looked at Oscar with a chuckle. Leaving the gates open implies surrender, yet you chose to lock the fortress and siege it. And you even sent back the nobles' heads wrapped in packages to the count. If you dared to provoke by demanding immediate entry, naturally, what other options would be left? I should have killed you long ago, Baron Lamond. With your skills, you're sorely lacking. Father shouldn't have trusted you. It was easy. Winning the trust of the Duke wasn't much of a challenge. Oscar clenched his sword with bulging veins in his hand. an initiation knight of the Eastern Knight Order. He was the man who was first dispatched when the dragon of the Bernini Mountains was first reported and then went missing. With the disappearance of that man, the Eastern Knight Order had the justification to mobilize their troops directly. Regardless of the orders of the Crown Prince, they needed that level of justification to mobilize the entire Eastern Knight Order. Was everything planned from the beginning, from the appearance of the dragon to this situation now? Just how long have you been preparing? At least longer than your age. Lamond twirled the axe lance onto his shoulder. He flicked his gauntlet and said, "No one shall interfere in this fight. The credit for striking down the head of the Homeland Guard belongs to me alone. Everyone, I am sorry." Oscar spoke with suppressed anger. It seemed hopeless. Even if he were to defeat Baron Lamond, there seemed to be no way out. If it were Tyne in his place, he could have fought to the last and retreated into the castle, even using hostages. Baron Lamond's life wasn't worth that much. Even if they were to defeat the opponent, Tyne would have been the man to order their deaths along with the hostages without hesitation. Ivan's words were right. The most crucial thing in planning a strategy is information. Traps are usually the best efforts of those who prepared them. If you have enough confidence, go into the trap yourself. After acknowledging the existence of the trap and considering all the information and possibilities even more boldly. Ivan's teachings were the basics of tactics. Conversely, when selling a trap, one should have prepared for the best that could be done. They should have been prepared for the collapse beyond compare in case of failure. They believed they were prepared enough, but it wasn't sufficient. At Oscar's words, Isabel raised her sword. "The hero party is in crisis." Yes. Plunged into crisis by the machinations of blinded nobles and fallen knights. Isabel smiled, but her eyes didn't. Like a blazing comet, she glared at Lamond. But a true warrior always leads the way. It's not about the strongest, but the bravest. Oscar, son of Jill Burr, if you're afraid, step back. Isabel. But if not. Isabel aimed her sword at Lamond. A clank. A swoosh. Crack. Simultaneously, everyone prepared for battle. From the outset, this operation was a collective effort. There was no need to bear the burden of failure alone, nor to blame oneself and die without demonstrating one's abilities. In that sense, through actions that conveyed sincerity even without any response. Life always moves forward, not backward. As the old man taught. Survival, infiltration, assassination, and exploration. Isabel shouted loudly as she spurred her horse forward. Even though they hadn't coordinated, everyone naturally formed a wedge formation centered around Isabel and began to charge. Booum. We're late. Yermov, what should we do? St. Mathilda was burning. Countless soldiers were already marching through the city gates wide open. Various kinds of noise could be heard throughout the city. However, it wasn't the sound of battle. It was the noise of destruction and looting. He was well acquainted with this kind of disturbance. It was a familiar environment of the battlefield, one might say. Not yet. Ivan's gaze fell on the center of the city, the royal palace. It was the fortress of the city, a solid stronghold beyond the deep sea. And atop it still, the royal banner of Tyles fluttered, along with the flag of Edar Reek. Ivan's gaze returned to the gate and the outer fortifications. There were no signs of battle anywhere. There wasn't even evidence of the gate being destroyed. It meant it had been open from the start. They intended to defend from within. If that was all, it would be nothing more than obstinacy. Given the uncertainty of the enemy's forces, it was not possible to withstand this level of disparity in strength with only the city's defenses. The difference in supply capacity alone was stark. So, if one were to speculate about the party's calculations, they set a trap. Open the outer fortifications and lure the enemies. If they intended to defend from within, the enemy's vanguard would surely march into the city for negotiation, mockery, or improvement, whatever it may be. They would attempt something. But they were careless. It was too easy to predict. Ivan sighed, contemplating a different approach. A truly brilliant strategy doesn't merely react to the enemy's moves, but dictates them. In his shoes, Ivan would have not only breached the outer fortifications, but also infiltrated the inner defenses. Using Eugene's status window, he'd eliminate all of the Count's henchmen, install loyalists in key positions, and manipulate the royal family's movements. He'd bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment, perhaps after a ceremony when defenses were lax. Then, amidst the chaos of war, he'd strike, assassinating Count Tyne and framing his own allies to sow internal discord, igniting a civil war. Closing the gates would trap them all inside, creating a bloody free-for-all within the castle walls. Once enough chaos reigned, soldiers loyal to the king could restore order to St. Mathilda. It was a meticulously crafted plan, waiting only for the right circumstances, a grand strategy poised for execution if time and opportunity aligned. If only there were just one count orchestrating the rebellion, it would be an unquestionably bold move. No one can teach this method, because it had to be developed through real experience. Ivan moved forward with a determined pace. If he was still alive, he could grow even more through today's experience. He thought so. Where are you going? Do you remember what I said to you? Yes. The words I told you to sacrifice your life for a better place. Do you remember? Yes. Without looking back, Ivan urged his horse forward. He quickly descended the hill, heading towards St. Mathilda. Right here, hand over the lives of the nobles to me. I will return their homeland to them. But how? We're just a little over 60. A breakthrough. Ivan raised his sword and faced the enemy head-on. He could see the cavalry detecting their protrusion and maneuvering towards them. Their numbers amounted to about 200. Not a single one of them was a knight. Even if they managed to break through them, they would have to pierce through the infantry's line again. And then, they would have to break through the cavalry once more and advance. This wasn't an annihilation operation. It was a decisive strike through a single point. A surgical operation aimed at minimizing engagement with the enemy and ultimately eliminating their leaders. Victory is not behind us. It's only in front. I will do my best. Are you willing to die willingly? Damn it, you're crazy. The barons grumbled once and then clamped their lips shut. Clank, clank, all the knights under the barons simultaneously pressed their helmet visors deeply. Underneath, it seemed like a gleaming determination could be seen. Keep that promise at all costs. Absolutely. The 60 riders began to charge down the hill. They stared straight at the approaching cavalry. Already, their numbers were more than 4 times theirs, and the forces behind them, if counted, were like a flood, not even worth calculating the difference in numbers. They rushed towards them, with bodies and horses weary from long battles and marches. Their conditions were such that it wouldn't be surprising if they collapsed right then and there. But even so, if the enemies were likened to a flood, it was quite fitting. Everyone here had pledged to be a breakwater for the kingdom. So 60 cavalrymen rode forth, towards an army of over 30,000. Towards St. Mathilda, at dawn. Read Fallu novels online at 151. Chapter 151. My lord, enemy forces have appeared in the rear. The rear, how on earth and from where? Who are they? It's hard to confirm without military insignias. No military insignias. How dare they charge without any indication of their identities? Upon Count Tyne's words, the lieutenant hesitated for a moment. Logically, the appearance of enemy forces should be reported, but it seemed rather trivial to explain the numbers. 60, sir. All cavalry, and from the reports, they seem to be knights. 60? Did you say 60? not 6,000 or 600. Yes, my lord.
Can't have others had a horse.
Tyne burst into laughter, pounding his knee. It had to be either Guillaume or Jean Beltoire who had failed. Except for the route he had advanced, one had to assume that in some other area, a few nobles had hastily led cavalry in response to the crisis in St. Mathilda. Foolish, with just that number, they couldn't be of much help, could they? After the rebellion was quelled following the battle, it must have been decided to make an example within the royal court. Quite a strategic move. A petty trick to reach into the central politics, probably not more than a country baron. However, the insignificant nobles from the countryside, unable to read the tide, merely lingered in their positions. Tyne chuckled and said, "Let's go, let's see it for ourselves." Tyne walked out of the command tent and mounted his horse. The lieutenant and the knights surrounded him. In the distance, the cavalry charging against the rising dawn seemed small. Between them and the cavalry stood numerous soldiers armed with spears and swords. With this, we can rid ourselves of the disloyal ones opposing my authority, conduct their funerals solemnly. Isn't it the final act of those rotten patriots? Yes, my lord. With a nod from the lieutenant, the cavalry waiting in the rear marched out. There were about 200 of them. They were mere things that would disappear with just one clash. The old royalists and leeches clinging to the state would crumble like candles, and now his reign would rise like the sun. Tyne watched with delight as the last struggles of the leeches in this country unfolded. And finally, the leader of those leeches began the clash with his knights. A skilled cavalryman is one with his warhorse. Because the acceleration time to reach a gallop drastically decreases when the rider's movements and the horse's responses are perfectly synchronized. They move in the intended direction and gallop as desired. Smart horses often act before the rider commands. A skilled rider knows how to convince his horse. Since the one you're riding is the most powerful being in this world, you don't need to be afraid even if you're leaping around. Since these timid creatures easily panic just by running towards the enemy, this process is essential. However, the extermination unit does not convince. He proved that in that moment. Cracked. Not even a chance to scream. The collision of two cavalry charging at each other was so fleeting. Even if there were more time, it wouldn't have been different. The shock is too immense for human ribs and organs to withstand. Since the lungs had no time to exhale, the death of the cavalry was silent. Kalia. With each flash of the sword reflecting the sun, the cavalrymen crash roughly onto the ground. The fallen cavalry collided again with those following behind. In between, human and horse were becoming a finely minced pile of flesh. He tramples over all of them. Charge! Ivan whispered lowly in the horse's ear. He lowered his posture deeply, and holding the saddle only with the strength of his two legs, he swung his arms. To the left, he rises on the lance of a charging cavalryman and forcibly takes it away with strength. His horse staggered for a moment. The pressure was so great that his legs almost gave way. But he didn't stop. His horse trusted his rider completely, even to the point of being afraid. Ivan's left arm grasped the lance and tore the opponent's cavalryman away from his horse. The rider floated in the air with a dazed face. A muscular adult male wearing full-body armor easily surpasses 150 kg. Considering the acceleration, the impact force is concentrated at one point, surpassing that by far. He lifted the rider from the horse with one hand. In this surreal levitation, the unnamed knight was thrown with an astonished face. Cracked. The fallen knight is crushed under the hooves of the following cavalryman. Ivan swung his left arm without even giving him a glance. Kaafuk. He carried the force of the charge and thrust the lance like a bolt into the approaching knight. One approaching knight was shattered by the lance that pierced his helmet visor. His skull exploded like a bomb. At the same time, he swung his sword with his right arm towards the approaching knight's pauldron. The strap of the pauldron was neatly cut, and beneath it, from clavicle to humerus, the knight was shattered in a single blow. His arm was torn off by that impact. The rider would have died instantly, losing balance the moment he lost the reins. "Trust me." Ivan shook his numb head, struggling to regain his scattered focus, and whispered incessantly. The horse ran, foaming at the mouth without reply. What you should fear isn't the approaching spears, cavalry, or the countless soldiers. Only the person riding behind you. Impress it into this beast's small mind. Whisper that under my protection, you are completely safe. And prove it only through action. What? Tyne's expression hardened as he watched the knights charging in wedge formation. His cavalry was being torn apart. Even though they were positioned in the rear, they were still knights. Each one was a minor noble, well-trained in battle. They were the Knights of Tyles. Renowned across any nation of the Alliance, they were the demons of the plains. And they were being broken, quite literally falling apart, though the charge of about 60 cavalrymen was a futile gesture that surely wouldn't reach him still. A sickening terror dug into his heart, like being hit by an arrow. Arrows launched by the last dying breath of this nation were flying straight, shaped like small wedge formations, straight toward the figure on horseback. Defend, defend, cavalry, hold them back. Hold your ground, my lord, there are just a handful of troops. The lieutenant appeared rather composed. It was partly because of the distance and the numerous tents of the camp, but also because the lieutenant's judgment was lacking compared to Count Tyne's. He hadn't seen the faces of those knights charging head-on. It seemed their sight didn't reach that far. Perhaps it just looked like a cloud of dust on the horizon. But Tyne saw clearly, the image of his knights being literally crushed as they charged, even the burning red glints under their helmets. Helmets? He needed to open those helmets. He needed to see those faces. Gilbert et Arique, was he alive? Your Highness, hold your ground. If that's Gilbert, there's no reason for him to lead a special force. Those chasing behind him are not Eastern knights. Open your eyes and look. Who else in this country fights like him? The cavalry dispersed, and the plain came into view again. All he could hear was the rough pounding of his overheated heart in his ears. He couldn't hear the soldiers' shouts, the horses' struggles, or anything else. The end of his vision was tinged with darkness. Only the front was visible. His senses, which had been keen enough to read even the slightest breeze, had become dull, feeling only the cumbersome weight of his armor. He was exhausted. He was definitely on the brink of exhaustion. He had barely eaten or drunk, had little magical energy left in his body, and his nervous system's endurance was minimal. If he closed his eyes, he would faint and sleep for a good 10 days. So he just had to keep his eyes open. Ivan ran, staring straight ahead with bloodshot eyes. How much longer? How many of those who followed him had survived? It was difficult to know without even a moment to turn his head. But presumably, half of them would have died in the clash just now. Even he, who had been exposed to the most attacks, couldn't escape injury. It's getting annoying. He cut off the lance that had pierced his abdomen with the edge of his hand. He couldn't pull it out. He didn't know how damaged his internal organs were, but excessive bleeding could kill him. At this point, not even a drop of blood was too much to lose. With the energy and magical power that the blood contained, he could swing his arm one more time. Every injury quantitatively reduced combat endurance. It was unforgivable. So he had to charge only with the injuries that were absolutely necessary in a meticulously calculated combat situation. His vision blurred. As wish. He chewed his cheek and quickly shook his arm, downing a mouthful of healing potion. A tingling pain spread in his mouth. In the meantime, he could regain his senses for a moment. Let's call it a decent emergency treatment. Anyway, if he wasn't dead yet, there was no reason to stop. Read Fallu novels online at 152. Chapter 152.
Hot high.
Oscar was panting, leaning over with an axe wound on his shoulder. More than half of his shield and sword were already cut off, making his form barely recognizable. Beside him, Isabel lay on the ground, bleeding, her sword inverted, breath labored. Blood adorned her face, marked by a long gash from a narrowly evaded spear. Is everyone okay? Healing, healing. Save your strength, not yet. Eugene raised his trembling arm and then lowered it again. Elphira lowered her arm, channeling magic. In front of them, Ecdysis stood holding two maces, asking while standing. I may be foolish, but does anyone have a plan? I don't. Me neither. They killed the Red Baron. Let's say this is the best result so far. Gerard de Lamond was an entry knight of the Eastern Knights after all. Even among the Eastern Knights, known as the most powerful knights in the country, they were a small group of elites. It's quite an achievement to defeat such a person at the level of a college student. But this situation cannot be resolved with just his life. What do we do now? There's a change of plans. I am sorry, everyone. How is it changing? To fight our best and die. Oscar stepped forward, clutching the broken sword tightly. The soldiers and knights were watching him in silence. The duel ended with the death of the commander, but they had the leisure. The siege of Royal Palace was already proceeding as planned, so this was just a little amusement. Already exhausted enemies, even among hundreds or thousands of soldiers. Even the identity of the enemy is said to be a commander of resistance. Just capturing prisoners alone would have a tremendous impact on the pre- and post-war diplomacy. The knights' eyes were filled with greed, so why force yourself to take such fragile treasure? If they were brought back alive, they would receive tremendous rewards from the Duke of Tyne, no, from King Grand Marteau himself. My name, my lineage, the name of my country and lord, I wager them all. Oscar glanced at the weary knights with tired eyes, sweeping his hair back and tying it firmly. Today, in this place, I wager my life, I swear on my remaining honor. The knights fell into silence. It was such a famous tale. It was said to be a reenactment of the saga of the hero when Jill Burr faced thousands of Taurs alone. From now on, 100 will surely perish. There's no resolution, just a calm statement. Legend has it that Jill Burr boldly declared it back then, but there's no such audacity here. Only the calm admonition of a man prepared for death remains. Clang! The shattered sword drags across the ground, etching a long scar upon the earth, marking the site of their final resting place, the hallowed ground known as St. Mathilda. Standing straight behind it, Oscar grips the broken sword and takes his stance. Then I'll take 150. I'll take 200. I'll humbly settle for 70. No, we should at least have some competitive bidding. What's that about? It's honest, that's what it is. The companions stood by Oscar's side. They all held their weapons with weary faces. In their midst, Oscar glanced around as if momentarily bewildered, then chuckled. Let's roughly tally it up and aim for 1,000. Sounds good, it's like a joint funeral, quite grand. If it's going to be a joint funeral, I'd prefer to do it with my uncle. I'm shocked right now. Do they still bury people in Drovian? Poor Yermov. Perhaps only death can part those two. Isn't that common sense? In our country, death is postponed for about 1,000 years. Humans live short lives, you know. Amidst the companions' chatter, Oscar chuckled and shook his head. Despite their feeble attempt to maintain a serious atmosphere, it was fading away. But it's not bad. People who don't lose their laughter in the face of despair are more suited to hopeful appearances. A true warrior should never despair under any circumstances. After 60, it became 30 after the first charge. When they broke through the rear infantry and advanced, only 10 remained. When they clashed with the next cavalry unit, only 1 remained and rushed forward. He has fallen. As the man's horse finally buckled, breaking its knee and collapsing, he too stumbled but quickly recovered, swiftly slashing the throats of 2 assailants in a daring display of resilience. truly a demon-like man. Wherever he passed, there was only bloodshed. He marched towards Tyne, clearing the way with corpses. But that's the end of it. At the point of cutting through half of the forces, his charge was completely thwarted.
Half only half.
Tyne felt like laughing instead. 30,000, excluding those who entered the castle, just this much. If you add up all the non-combat forces like the follow-up units, supply units, and support units, it's an enormous number, around 40 to 50,000. If that's half, it means that to stop his breakthrough, at least 20,000 infantry would be needed. They didn't kill them all. They only rushed in for a breakthrough, so how many hundreds did they face head-on? But numbers don't work like that. Even if they don't face him head-on, the people surrounding him won't disappear. You've taken on a legion alone. All the nobles of the command watching his advance muttered softly. Even though they knew it wouldn't reach them, the palpable fear was hard to ignore. 2 large spears were thrust into his abdomen, and the armor on both arms was completely shattered. Under the broken armor, his left arm hung limply, while his right arm held a knife, resting on the ground. 5 arrows were visible on his back. It meant there was no chance of dodging even if they sensed them coming. Blood flowed profusely from a long gash on his thigh, overflowing onto the armor. He was already a cumbersome opponent to even walk. But beneath his helmet, his eyes still burned with a deep blue flame, filled only with the will to kill him. How can a person be like that? No one responded to Tyne's words. Without waiting for a response, he moved towards the man. The knights and nobles followed suit, approaching the man who was completely incapacitated and kneeling with weapons aimed at him. Even as they approached, they couldn't shake off the overwhelming fear that engulfed them. He was like a wild beast. Even in a zoo, behind safe bars, the gaze of a wild beast alone was enough to send shivers down people's spines. Remove the helmet. The man didn't respond to Tyne's words. He still stared at Tyne, breathing heavily. Your struggle is futile. Even now, kiss my hand. I will not only spare your life but embrace you, your family, and your lineage as the highest nobility of this country. You. A faint voice was heard from under the helmet. Tyne furrowed his brow and waved his hand. One of the soldiers aiming a spear at him cautiously approached and removed his helmet. Under the helmet, blood was pooling. It was evidence of spitting blood. The man with his long beard stained red revealed himself. He spoke in a fading voice. Your loyalty is convenient. Are you willing to die for a dead royal family? It has always been so. Tyne chuckled at Ivan's words. Bring me the sword. I will personally execute the last loyalist of this country and raise my banner above him. Yes, my lord. A knight approached and handed him the sword. The sound of the blade leaving the scabbard was crisp. The last sound heard in life is often brief. Ivan looked at the gleaming blade under the sunlight with a vacant expression. What awaits after death? Is there truly an eternal blissful heaven as taught in Scripture? Will even the virtuous kings be present there? Even if only hell awaits, it wouldn't be bad. Whether heaven or hell, there will be no shortage of familiar faces. Finally, Kim Sunwoo murmured softly. Ivan nodded. Even if he couldn't return home, what would be the problem? His homeland. Wooing. At that moment, a familiar sound reached his ears. Reaper core. Ivan muttered unconsciously. Wooing. Fluriquooing. A noise more intense than fireworks shooting up, but even more intense, filled the sky. Tyne, holding the sword, the nobles of the command, even the ordinary soldiers, suddenly looked up at the sky. Traces of black streaks were flying from a corner of the sky. Initially appearing as small dots, they gradually grew larger. When they reached a certain altitude, the black dots suddenly became engulfed in flames and fire. Tyne shouted without realizing it. It's bombardment. Bombardment, WHR from who? Callian, has an aerial battleship appeared? No, you bastards, this is. Boom. From the north, far away, the the sound of bugles was heard. Simultaneously, shells struck the soldiers forcefully. Clang, clang, screams erupted from all directions along with the sound of artillery pounding into the ground. Wooing. The bugle sound continued. Thump, 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 the ground trembled. The eyes of terrified soldiers turned toward the surrounding slopes to the north. At the end, a small piece of heaven rose. Flapping in the fierce wind, the sentences of the fire bear and the lily. Gradually, more and more, filling the entire hillside, forming a massive barrier. The wind blows. Even in the winter wind, we raise our banners. My comrades, our homeland, our homes, and even our songs stood firm. My comrades, if winter comes again. My comrades, raise the banners again, our motherland will be with us. Ivan murmured softly. My comrades, a familiar military song was heard. Krasilov. Count Tyne let out a low cry. At the highest point of the hill, a woman on a white horse was looking down at them. Now, at noon, under the midday sun, holding a sword in hand. As if casting an amplification spell, her voice pierced through the streets into everyone's ears. The most outstanding men among you. From the far north, winter approaches. Explain why the name of the United Kingdom is united. Krasilov has arrived. Note: when we return to St. Mathilda, our name will become that of invaders. Pavel. Andy, they really back to invade lol. Read Falu novels online at (153). Chapter 153. Turning back the time 10 days. Office of the Rector of Jan's University, Krasilov, Frechenkaya. Tap. 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 Silence. The gold fountain pen nib crumbled, and ink spilled all over the desk. The maid standing by her side trembled at the sight, but did not dare move. Even if she were to be punished for lese majesty, she could not appear before her monarch now. A terrible murderous aura filled the room. Even the magical lamps that lit the royal study were dimmed by it. After a suffocating silence, Elizaveta rolled her dry eyes and turned her gaze toward the man kneeling before her with bowed head. Is it true? Yes, Your Highness. Pavel's voice was solemn. Devoid of his usual jesting tone, it resonated with the gravity of that time long gone. In this moment, he appeared not as the man who would toss around frivolous jokes about promotion and ambition, but as the solemn commander of the royal guard, stationed in the royal palace. Hence, Elizaveta's fingertips trembled even more. Disaster in the Bernini Mountains, disappearance of Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Suspected terrorism targeting Jill Burr. Enemy forces confirmed to be over 40 dragons alone, with ground troops unaccounted for. Simultaneously, the Count of Tylus's plots rebellion. Suspected mastermind behind the terrorism. Estimated enemy troops minimum 20,000, maximum nearing 100,000, considering Tylus's mobilization capabilities. The maximum force Tylus's can muster in St. Mathilda is 7,000 troops. Depending on the timing of the battle, about half of them could realistically engage in combat. Tylus's has fallen. Upon reading the report, Elizaveta's pragmatic mind quickly concluded. Assuming the fall as a fact, it was time to calculate the gains. It would be folly to pretend indifference unless those who would hold the next regime would wage war. Krasilov is on the brink of winter. Surviving in Krasilov during winter without trade is impossible, even more so after the war with the demons. The nation's stability is now in jeopardy. Due to Krasilov's geographical features, all trade must pass through land routes, and the largest trade railway in the alliance begins in Tylus's. If Tylus's cannot be conquered, the next Tylus's regime must not be antagonized, at least until the end of winter. Vanka has fallen. However, all the unfeeling parts of Elizaveta, all the parts not ruled by reason, were deeply contemplating this fact. Only that. Pavel. The ruler's judgment must serve only the nation's security. That was common sense. She had lived by it, and thus, she had spilled countless hot blood on her hands. But, at this moment, all the unfeeling parts of Elizaveta were sobbing in the thick darkness. The doctrine of rulership is nothing but words, but human emotions do not end with words. Yes, Your Highness. The former commander of the royal guard answered in a low voice. The will of the war god was one and the same. Mourn at a more suitable moment. Rise. Yes, Your Highness. On Pavel's lips, as he raised his head and stood up from his seat, there were traces of blood. Marks of bitten lips, torn apart. Elizaveta stared at those traces for a moment before lifting her head. Even a brief moment of silence seemed too precious. As she lowered her head again, the corners of her eyes were quickly drying up. Mourning can wait, it was more important. Before Vanka's body cools, offer their blood to himself for sustenance. Vanka's spirit must be appeased with their blood. This winter will be harsh. Yes, Your Highness. After that, you will conclude the postponed mourning. Will you join me? I gladly will, Your Majesty. Go, instruct Count Valika to begin preparations immediately. I will give you a day to prepare for deployment. Finish the mobilization within 2 days, cross the border within 5, and within 10 days, I must personally take their heads. With each sentence, the ruler's wrath echoed through the study. The cold teacups rattled softly. As her anger fluctuated, so did the magic, causing her hair to lightly sway. Pavel, having received the orders, bowed deeply and withdrew. Alone, Elizaveta finally looked at the report filled with icy sentences. Ink spread and stained the paper, transparent liquid dripped here and there. Hick. The chamberlain and the guards quickly turned to face the wall. The monarch of Krasilov only sheds tears in front of her subjects. Ah, Vanka. God, is this not too much? Is there anything left for you to take from me? Definitely, definitely. Avenge you. In the dimly lit study, within the darkness, the eyes of Krasilov shone alone. 10 days later, she finally arrived in St. Mathilda. Chapter 153, at the end of the rebellion. Kaya. Ayza. The military camp shook. With each artillery barrage, soldiers scattered in disarray. Tylus's is known as the country of knights. This is not just a simple metaphor. It goes beyond descriptions of their politics and governance. Tylus's most powerful force is its cavalry. Even in wars against demon armies, Tylus's cavalry has charged fearlessly onto the battlefield, proving their prowess. However, as is typical in feudal systems, most of Tylus's infantry consists of conscripts. Even the most zealously trained reserve army is not particularly remarkable. Tylus's battles revolve around maneuvering, meaning cavalry has dominated the battlefield. The outcome of battles was often determined by the cavalry's actions. But Krasilov is different. Krasilov sees its soldiers as expendable. This was a sentiment similar to Tylus's. However, in addition, Krasilov determined the outcome of battles not by the victories of a special few, but by the sheer number of deaths. Survival of a few elites was not important. They established a combat doctrine focused on how many enemy infantry they could kill. Therefore, in Krasilov, artillery is the god of the battlefield. Reaper Corps, 2 divisions, has Count Valika has chosen side. Ivan muttered as he watched the bombardment pouring down from beyond the hill. He briefly saluted his lord, who looked down at the camp from the hilltop, then braced himself on his weak legs. His surroundings were already in chaos. The command structure collapsed, and soldiers screamed and scattered. We must send the cavalry. We must retreat. We must stand our ground. We must resist and return to St. Mathilda. Countless arguments were exchanged in the command center. But it was too late. Unlike knights with perimeter detection, artillery to infantry was like a punishment from the sky. There was no way to evade it, and the moment it was detected, one died, and the process of dying was so terrible that it was visible to the naked eye of comrades. It was a death of a conspicuous nature, similar to cavalry charges. Warriors dying from artillery fire were concentrated only among the infantry, so the morale of the infantry was literally shattered. Will the walls withstand their cannons? Utter foolishness. But we can minimize casualties. You imbeciles, if we're attacked from behind while Jean Beltware cuts off our supplies, we'll be utterly isolated. We must retreat. My lord, morale in the rear has crumbled. Weapons are dropping to the ground. If we retreat now, we'll never be able to face that villainess. I am aware, hence we must retreat. Before him stood Saint Mathilda. Before him lay the throne and the genesis of a great dynasty. But why, of all times, was Krasilov stirring up trouble now? Their forces should all be occupied on the northern front. With a sigh, Tyne turned his horse. Gather the troops as much as possible. Winter is upon us. If we continue the attack, we'll starve throughout the winter. Yes, Your Majesty. Tyne and his command staff rode off. No, they tried to. That was until a shaft of an arrow flew and struck precisely one noble of the command staff. The noble, with a dagger plunged into his chest, fell with a thud. What? Tyne suddenly stopped in his tracks. A chilling presence gripped his heart. Stiffening, Tyne turned his gaze. There, death was staggering to its feet. How can you move? You should have killed me better. Bleeding, with several arrows and spears embedded in his body. Bleeding to the point where not even the minimal blood needed to sustain life remained. Yet he rose, aiming at the man targeting him with one arm raised. Tyne involuntarily stepped back. Move again and you die. Ivan ignored Kim Sunwoo's words. He was someone who became talkative once hope was within reach. However, Ivan was a rational person, so he did not heed the whispering of trauma. I must live. I shouldn't risk my life. If I'm prepared to die, at least it should be for our fight, not for someone else's or another country's. Did demons classify humans by nationality? What? Or did heroes save humans by nationality? You mean we could be heroes? Not we, because I promised. To Jill Burr, that bastard. Kill him, kill the traitor, right now. A familiar command. Ivan raised his sword, holding it straight before him. And yet here I am alive. From one side of his face, obscured by the sword, Kim Sunwoo murmured, blood staining the clean side of the blade. That wasn't your story. Enrique said so. I had to tell my own story before I could return home. That story. I always did it. Not you, but me. From the moment you no longer wanted to turn the pages, I touched blood with my own hands, touched corpses, killed people, cut down demons, killed gods. And if I had realized it at this moment. The prologue. It ended 30 years ago. More than half of my pages have already been turned, and my story has unfolded anew. The story of the hero party wasn't just my long prologue. It was all the stories we shared together. Kim Sunwoo fell silent, as always, neither affirming nor denying. Ivan, being a rational person, didn't feel a sense of accomplishment in winning an argument with himself. He simply raised his sword. He cut down the approaching knights. It was something he could do even with the little magic left. Fortunately, he hadn't died yet. Don't run away, Tyne de Grand Marteau. You can't leave this place alive. Tyne spurred his horse. Ivan's legs weren't suitable for running now. He wouldn't be able to catch up with the galloping horse, he said, holding his sword. At least your son faced death with dignity. What? Tyne, who had been writing, stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at Ivan. Quoi? The artillery struck nearby, exploding and illuminating the area in red. Did you not hear about your son's death? That brat is now in Krasilovet, the St. Jan's University. Oh right, did I introduce myself yet? Ivan took aim with his sword, bowing slightly. It was a perfect etiquette that would befit a tireless knight, laden with mockery. Ivan Petrovich Yermov, colonel of the Krasilov Counterintelligence Command, responsible for internal intelligence and directly supervised the detection of spies at the St. Jan's University. As for your son, he is still at the university. He's dead, though, so he couldn't return home. At Ivan's words, Tyne clenched the sword in his trembling hand. Shock, disbelief, anger, sadness. Countless emotions scattered across his face like ripples. Kill me. The emotion that remained at the end was not that of a retreating rebel leader. Only the image of a father who had lost his son remained, growling with the sword in hand. Ivan nodded his head and raised his sword to meet him. This time, I must do it right. Quoi? Another artillery strike fell beside them. Taking it as a signal, Tyne and Ivan ran towards each other. Read Fallow novels online at 154. Chapter 154. Clang. Sparks fly. In a moment of clash, they gauge each other's strength, reading the direction of power and stepping back. Clang, clang. Their gazes intersect. Amidst the clash of swords, Tyne's fiery eyes and Ivan's cold, penetrating gaze meet. If only if it weren't for you. Tyne yelled with a boiling voice. If only Krasilov had sensed the conspiracy through his son beforehand and sent reinforcements at that moment. In the end, all his failures were caused by this battered man in front of him. Like a walking corpse, yet still blocking every attack, staggering. You've ruined everything. Ambition, dreams, even his son. All hopes are slipping away like sand through his fingers. Everything that was so close, everything he had grasped, slipping away. History will remember him as a rebel, a traitor, and a failed lord. His bloodline will be cut off, his territory turned to rebel-infested ruins. He should have fled. If he had regrouped his forces and retreated, there might still have been hope. But it's too late now. Ayza. Roars hit the front lines. Under Krasilov's cursed cannons, conscripted soldiers were fleeing in chaos. In between, Krasilov's superhumans darted, ignoring soldiers, evading knights, only targeting commanders for assassination. As a feudal system organized by territories, there's no way to regroup once the command collapses. Nobles of each territory scatter in all directions. By now, there's no way to recover the forces. You were not the first. Ivan spoke with a dying voice. Despite his trembling arms, loosened grip, and staggering legs, his sword remained immaculate. His voice pierced through the chaos around, digging precisely into Tyne's ears. This won't be the last. A clang. Breaking alliances, striking deals with demons, plotting treason, all of it. From a microscopic perspective, it's merely the upheaval of ambitious individuals, each driven by their own reasons and beliefs. But from a macroscopic perspective, there's undoubtedly a larger trend at play. Persistently aiming at the seams of alliances, crumbling monarchies, and collapsing human powers. Perhaps this could be considered the flow of history. It might be the ending this world desires. This world is clearly not friendly to humans. But nonetheless, as a former peasant, Ivan knows. Even when wildfires spread, crops wither, and storms ravage the fields. Yet, despite all this, people rise again with old tools to till the soil. Amidst the ruins of war, amidst the blood and corpses of the fallen, people rebuild their homes, build villages, and erect cities again. Humans are not made to fail. Even if some force in this world hates humanity, even when all the gods, holding hands, turned against humans, even during the time when all tribes gathered their forces to burn humanity. In the end, humans endure. But still, humans are still alive in this place, preparing for the next millennium. Clang's buck. The sword flew away. Finally, his left hand lost its function. Ivan stepped back and swept the ground. Among the corpses, he pulled out an axe. Fortunately, his right arm still moved. A clang. He faced the blow aimed at his head. The sparks flickered slowly. In the realm of superhumans, the two faced each other, thrusting their weapons. Despite staggering as if about to collapse at any moment, Ivan once again grasped his weapon and stood up. Hyla. Martial arts, reaching for the sky after piling up the years. Clang, spark. Even if it's unreachable, perhaps. Even if it's just a vague concept that may never be reached in a lifetime. Just what one desires. Not acknowledging limits, or, even if acknowledged, not accepting them. So throughout one's lifetime, dedicating one's entire life to throwing oneself into challenges. A clang. The spear breaks, the axe is shattered. With the depletion of magic, time is gradually accelerating. The realm of superhumans is collapsing. But Ivan still sweeps the ground, rolling and grabbing his weapon. If he can't chase time, then as if saying hell move once more, at least once more. Burning like fire, dedicating his entire life to reaching just one goal. Like burning life itself. Why won't you die? Why? It's already a wound that should have been fatal. Human willpower can never surpass the limits of the body. That's common sense. No matter how determined a knight might be, if his arm is severed and his leg is broken, he should fall. Breaking that common sense head-on, amidst the flames, Ivan emerged once again. With the next weapon, and then the next again. In the pressure that felt like facing an army, amidst the constant change of countless people, countless martial arts, countless swords, Tyne's hand finally ran out of strength. Ishwak. Seizing the opportunity, an axe blade plunged into his neck like a snake. Kikach. Tyne's body convulsed briefly. From the opposite side, a spear pierced through, tearing through ribs and puncturing the lung. Ha-Kyuk with a short breath. Tyne's knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Ivan breathed deeply, still holding the axe. I won't refer to your determination as hometown. To me, your will is never just a familiar place. I'll call it memories. It's not about losing something, but about constructing together with you. Let go of your past. When you discover that sanctuary where you can finally find peace, where you can unburden yourself completely, then I'll say you've found your true home. So. Edel's voice echoed in his ear. When was it? It seemed like a long time ago. It was the words he heard in the summer downpour in Frechenkaya. Now, Ivan finally understood her meaning. So it was. His other senses, blocked for Battle-High's hearing, touch, smell were slowly returning. The faint noise and heat still ringing in the disarray were disrupting his nerves. In the silence within the chaos, Ivan nodded quietly. So it was. Memories, if his entire life, everything that he was more aware of than himself was memories. If his past life was his memories and everything that had been built alongside him. Then. Now he would willingly admit. It wasn't just only 30 years that had passed since the prologue. It had passed from the prologue. From the life of a young peasant boy, which was his starting point, to now. The long years were not just a prologue, but the uninterrupted story of one person. My story isn't a journey to find an epilogue, but the process itself was meaningful. It wasn't driven by the will of the dead, but by the memories built with those who once lived together. I realized it too late. I missed too many things. Ivan chuckled dryly. Tap, tap, tap. A sound approached. Difficult to gauge the direction and distance, but the cavalry's forces. He strengthened his bent knees, straightened the hand holding the weapon. Since he was not dead yet, there was no reason not to move. In the swaying vision, someone was rushing towards him. Vanka. He slowly measured the distance while holding the weapon, but there was no strength in his arms. He laughed, thinking this was it. Were. Something thick like a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. It felt like a large blanket covering him. In the hazy sight, Ivan knelt, staggering under even that small weight. Something warm touched his cheek. Vanka, Vanka, please, please, is there no one, a priest? Bring a priest, quickly. Thud, 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 the surroundings filled with the sound of heavy things being struck. When he looked around, it was crowded with people. They looked like knights. Knights holding giant shields were surrounding him like a fortress. They turned their backs. The monarch of Krasilov could only show tears in front of his subjects. Before Ivan's eyes, he saw the tearful face of Elizaveta. Vanka, oh, don't die. Please, I beg you, hold on a little longer. Please. Your Highness. Elizaveta hurriedly approached at Ivan's hoarse voice. Do you recognize me? Do you recognize yourself? Please don't ask, just command. Vanka. Elizaveta looked at him for a while without saying anything, then reached out and pulled him. Until the priest approached so that no one would dare harm him, deeply. In the sensation of gradually warming up the cold body, Ivan finally could fall into a deep sleep. Tick-tock. At the sound of raindrops hitting the window, Ivan slowly opened his eyes. It's an unfamiliar ceiling. He glanced around. White sheets and clean furniture were visible. Outside the window, the late autumn sky of Tyles stretched out. It was raining. Is this a ward? Ivan turned his gaze again. He saw the back of a man standing by the window. Are you awake? Oscar. Oscar approached with a faint smile and sat down on the chair. After a moment of silence, he spoke first. It's been 3 days. Her Highness Elizaveta will be disappointed. She stayed by your side for 3 days. The war is over. Ironically, I was the most unscathed among the group. Oscar. Is everyone else all right? Yes, fortunately. But there was no joy in Oscar's smile. Ivan could feel deep sorrow beneath that expression. Before waiting for the next words, he sighed heavily. It seems that the good ones always die first. Yes, Yermov. The funeral. It will take place in 2 days. Are you staying? No, I have a younger brother. He's a good lad. There are other things I need to do. The hero party still needs a knight. Is that so? Ivan turned his gaze again. After looking at the ceiling for a moment, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Listening to Oscar's soft sobbing, Ivan bowed his head silently. Quest complete. Grade quest casts a dark cloud over Tyles. You and your party have finally crushed the conspiracy of the Tyles nobility and achieved peace. After the war, the era of peace has returned, for the time being. Objective: prevent the civil war of the 3 major counts of Tyles, complete. Count Jean Beltoir de Vermontper, captured. Count Tyne de Grandmarteau, deceased. Count Guillaume de Autringe, deceased. Optional objective: survival of Gilbert de Arique, failed. Optional objective: encounter with Maximilien de Echuel, failed. Additional objective: maintain the number of destroyed territories at or below 15, success. Additional objective: survival of the Tyles royal family, success. Reward calculation in progress. Reward: extension of the existence of the United Kingdom by 5 years. Read Fallu novels online at (155). Chapter 155. The night before the siege of St. Mathilda began. I became a priest because I didn't want to fight. Eugene sighed as he paced around the gallery. Beyond the tall towers of the Palace Royal, the vast plains of St. Mathilda were packed with overwhelming military encampments. Just the thought of those people walking in this direction would overwhelm the defenses. Thave clearly surpassed the level of forces that can be defended against. This is insane, seriously. How is this even a starting quest? Is this what first-year quests are supposed to be like? Or is it because of Ivan? Is it some kind of level scaling? Eugene grumbled as he checked the soldiers' armaments and inspected the gallery's defenses. Sleep just wouldn't come. War is supposed to be an enjoyable event when consumed as games or movies, but when you're in the middle of it, it feels more like horror than thrill. His hands kept trembling. It seems you can't sleep.
Oh, Oscar.
Eugene tried to avoid eye contact. Oscar walked from the entrance of the tower. Standing under the torchlight, his face was obscured by shadows. Embarrassing, Eugene tried to move away with a nod. Then, Oscar's voice came from behind him. Have you perhaps spoken about the impending fight? I don't convey such things in that manner. I see. Oscar turned his head with a deliberate motion. There was a moment of hesitation. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but was reluctant to speak first. Perhaps have you? Has the god revealed anything else to you? What do you mean? Oscar cautiously began to speak, then closed his eyes tightly and stepped back. After muttering a few times, he lowered his head again. Soon, he regained his composure. No, nothing. Please try to rest even a little. If what Oscar wanted to ask about is that, then. No, please don't say it. I'll hear about it after today. It's not yet time for more hope. Oscar soon turned his body and left. His heavy footsteps echoed on the solid stone floor of the gallery. Eugene glanced at his retreating figure for a moment, before turning his gaze back to the plain beyond the castle walls. Sigh. It was a problem knowing so well what he wanted to ask, what he was afraid of. Eugene scratched his head for a moment, then slammed his head back and sighed again. Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Character, affinity towards Jill Bird at Arik. 76, very favorable. This value is not subject to volatility due to the death of the subject. This is insane, seriously. Eugene spent the night with wide-open eyes. At that moment, just like everyone else behind those castle walls. Episode 155, Elegy. It always rained at moments like this. Is this also some kind of click? He'd rather it wasn't. That would be too cruel, as if the world wished for his death. Ivan watched the procession in the rain. Eternal rest grant unto them. And may perpetual light shine upon them. Behind the knights walking in the pouring rain, a massive coffin followed. The wet armor clung to them. Edarik's armor was quietly marching behind the coffin. Praise be, praise be, praise be. To you all flesh shall come. Eternal rest grant unto them. And may the everlasting light shine upon them. The procession, leading to the Cathedral of St. Charles in St. Mathilda, soon stopped in front of the cathedral's atrium. In the rain, the elderly king rose to his feet. He pushed aside the attendants holding umbrellas and gripped his cane with trembling hands. Approaching the coffin, he quietly drew the sign of the cross and spoke softly. The greatest knight of Tyles has fallen asleep, before, now, and forever. There shall never be a knight greater than you. He tossed a white lily onto the coffin as tradition dictated, bowed his head, and stepped back. Soon, he sat back down, weakly in his chair. Attendants hurriedly approached, holding umbrellas over him. The last raindrops of autumn seemed to caress his skin. Soon, the surviving nobles of Tyles each stepped forward, uttering a word and tossing a lily. Jill Bird de Edarik's coffin gleamed colorlessly, as if greeting an untimely spring. After the nobles' offerings, a woman emerged, embracing Oscar last. Odelia de Edarik, the Duchess of Edarik, staggered forward, her hand holding the lily paler than the flower itself. She scanned the gathered crowd once, then, trembling, approached with the lily in her shaking hand. Stepping onto the flower-covered hill, she reached the coffin. Oh, Jill. Her hand, about to place the lily, faltered, and she collapsed onto the coffin. Her touch on the coffin was pale. Her sobs continued for a long time. Everyone bowed their heads, waiting for her words. You fool, let's run away, let's leave everything behind. I said that, why? Mother. Even this country, this dignity, this honor. Odelia clenched the broken stem of the lily and tapped the coffin twice. Such things were never necessary. From the beginning, all I needed was you. Mother, Father would want to see you smiling as you depart. Jill, how am I supposed to live now? Mother, it's a miserable day. Father has been in the rain too much. Oscar held an umbrella over Odelia's head. He supported the fallen woman and returned to his seat. Odelia sobbed into his chest. Ivan sighed as he watched the scene. The deaths of all heroes come in different forms, but the mourning of those left behind always looks the same. Senior should also speak. Yes, I should. Dmitri, holding an umbrella, took a step back. Do not mourn those who left first. Enrique's voice echoed in his ears, but Ivan shook his head. He couldn't do that, he thought. The rain poured down his cheeks. Even the cold raindrops couldn't cool his feverish head. He took a step forward. Time passes, the sun sets and seasons change, and so time passes. In the meantime, many have left and never returned. Now, those who remember those times, even in the darkness, when they shone bright, are disappearing one by one. Jill Bird at Arik, my old friend. He walks step by step through the rain. The crowd parted. A fierce aura slowly emanated from his body, too much for ordinary people to bear. The aura of a superhuman can harm people, but those with special training develop even more vivid physical prowess. Some agents, who must hide their aura even when killing someone, harbor condensed aura like a sinister poison. And when they finally lose control, the aura revealed surpasses that of an ordinary superhuman, with a toxicity that tears people apart as they split to his sides. The path to Jill Bird at Arik's coffin opened. Ivan continued his steps. Do not mourn those who left first. You stand among them as well. He thought as he looked down at the coffin covered in flowers. Poor guy, in the end, he's now forever unbeatable, he thought. Approaching soldiers could be heard. Beyond the soldiers trying to stop him, Elizaveta's voice was heard. Do not obstruct his rights in Tyles. With Elizaveta's cry, the soldiers of Krasilov raised their weapons. As the elderly king of Tyles waved his hand, the soldiers bowed their heads and stepped back. In the silence that followed, Ivan dug into his bosom and pulled out a small insignia. The symbol of the cleanup unit, the last remaining one, the one he couldn't bring himself to discard after retiring. Clack. When he turned over the insignia made of steel, the engraved name appeared. Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich. He placed the insignia with its pin facing downwards on the coffin. Thud. He punched the insignia into the coffin with his fist, again and again until it was firmly embedded. Thud, 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 like the beating of a heart. In representation of the previous era, Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich Yermov, you were, and still are, a member of the hero party. Jill Burr. Thud, thud. Until it couldn't be driven in any deeper, he pounded it with his fist. Don't be so damn timid. Have some confidence. Otherwise, won't you be anxious leaving the kids behind? Jill Burr. The burdens of the previous era will be borne by the previous era. Stand as the vanguard of today's heroes. Jill Burr. Carry the burdens of the previous era and fulfill the duties of the previous era. Jill Burr. Light the way for today's generation. Jill Burr. When he finally stopped his fist, Ivan nodded as he looked down at the coffin. I make this promise. In this era, no one will mourn each other. So, let's finish the unfinished stories when we meet again someday. Ivan turned and left. Dmitri smiled bitterly and held an umbrella over his head. Eternal rest grant unto them, and may endless light shine upon them. The righteous will be remembered forever. The righteous will not be the subject of gossip. The elegy ended, the funeral of a homeland hero concluded. In the rainy October, along with the War of Tyles. Say it again. Ivan asked in a low voice in front of the soldier, lying on the bed. The soldier, dressed in the uniform of the Capital Defense Forces, hesitated with a frightened expression before tightly closing his eyes. Who, what, how did it? Izha was the only soldier who returned alive from the Bernini Mountains. Except for him, all members of the Eastern Knights and all the Capital Defense Forces who marched into the mountains at the time were consumed by the dragon's flames. I just told you what I saw, I swear. So say it again. At Ivan's question, the man shrunk into himself. It was too terrifying a gaze for an ordinary soldier to endure. He cautiously glanced around and spoke in a low voice. The hero appeared and assassinated my lord the Grand Duke. He said, "Read Fallow novels online at (156). Chapter 156. Ivan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, employed pragmatic methods to extract the information, his hand tensing as he steeled himself. Facing him was a soldier who had bravely fought alongside Jill Burr, hinting at the dire consequences of the disclosed information. The allegation of the hero murdering a homeland guardian would undoubtedly incite violent repercussions, regardless of its veracity. Ivan regulated his hurried breaths, scanning his surroundings. After already having cleared everyone around, and even after spending more time detecting any movement, the surroundings remained silent without even a breath. No matter how worn out by battle fatigue and injuries one might be, a trained warrior can detect even the slightest breath of a passing field mouse. "There's no one nearby," Ivan nodded calmly. "From the beginning. Can you explain it again from the beginning?" "Yes, I will explain again from after your descent, sir." The soldier swallowed hard, cautiously testing the waters. "It happened about 2 weeks ago." The man's name was Henry. He was a commoner without a surname, an exceptional individual who had risen even to the city defense army. This was undeniable proof of his skill and loyalty. Therefore, it would not be unreasonable to assume that he possessed military prowess beyond the level of ordinary conscripts. Screaming noises. Block them, damn it, Martin, no." "Mitchell, we must retreat. We have to." Such things held no meaning on the summit of the Bernini Mountains that day. Nobles, wealthy landowners, even knights, were all burning equally. Nuo. When the dragon swallowed his platoon leader and most of his comrades turned into piles of ash in the raging flames, this ordinary man lost his grip on his weapon. His panicked vision was engulfed in a sea of red. Regardless of rank or status, everyone visible became fodder and left no corpses behind. "Don't retreat, raise your shields." Shouting thus, a knight clad in splendid armor rushed forward, beheaded one of the dragons, then was bitten by the dragon's jaws hidden behind its wings and disappeared into the darkness. A scream stretched across the sky, then abruptly ceased. Almost simultaneously with the end of the scream, a thick forearm fell in front of Henris' eyes. It was an arm still wearing a gauntlet, blood still seeping from it. It belonged to the knight just moments ago. "Run, run away, everyone, run away." Henris' last will was a cry to save his comrades, and that was it. He had lost the will to continue the fight. He stepped away from the front lines, heedless of the noises around him, lost in a daze. The dragons didn't bother targeting him. There were more prey clustered together on the ground in the darkness, making for easier meals. Plunging blindly downwards, with his mind blanketed in a blinding white haze. Gasp, cough, gasp. How much time had passed? He was writhing on the ground, pinned to the earth. When he came to his senses, he saw the sun rising. There were no more screams, no more flames to be seen. As he touched the ground with trembling hands, he finally realized that his left arm was missing from below the elbow. It had been burned and cauterized by the flames. The dragon's breath hadn't just taken his comrades. Tua hug. Foaming at the mouth, he rose again and began to walk downward. Beyond the mountains, in an unknown direction, east or west, when the forest continued and he was no longer treading the mountain slopes. At that moment, he finally looked out over the eastern plains of the Bernini Mountains. The eastern plains, lit by the midday sun, stretched out with wide fields of wheat. Oh. Many people had died. The dragons had swallowed those mountains. Would the homeland guardians be safe? In a situation where most of the troops were lost and under sudden attack, Could they really overcome the situation? It was unknown, but if they were defeated due to the absence of that one person, if, in the end, the dragons of the Bernini Mountains were unleashed. Jang Philip Simon Thibault. Muttering the names of his fallen comrades, Henry stretched out his foot. The path lay open before him. Ahead, not far away, there was a village. A small village of farmers, deeply nestled in the mountainous region, without even a name on the map. Many people had died. For the glory of Tyles. The death of the noble shall become the cornerstone of Tyles. He recalled the oath he had often sworn. How moved he had been when he entered military service, shouting those words. A situation where the son of a poor villager could walk proudly in the defense of the city. It would be an unprecedented success for the entire village where he was born and raised. With his salary alone, he could feed his entire family. He was from such a poor village of farmers, just like the village he saw before him now. Truly, many people had died. Those who had gathered to protect that field. They had advanced forward to protect the landscape, only to die namelessly. If that one absence had brought about defeat, if thus they could not stop the dragons of the Bernini Mountains, if the entire country were to burn like the summit of those mountains, what then would become of me? How would I live? How would I die? When he came to his senses, Henry was climbing up the mountainside. A common man who had lost both his weapons and armor, he was crawling on the dirt, panting. How much farther had he gone? The world was already plunged into darkness. Every time he heard the distant cries of beasts, he trembled with fear, yet continued to take one step forward until finally, he reached the summit. The battle had ended. My lord. The corpses were piled up like mountains. You have achieved it. The bodies of the dragons filled the ravine that had collapsed. The cursed valley from which the dragons had poured out was now buried with the corpses of those demons. Hills made of scaled bodies stood atop the summit. Above them, bathed in moonlight, half-burnt, a massive coat of arms fluttered. The coat of arms of Edar Reek, adorned with deer antlers intertwined with swords and shields. There were no other moving beings. The battle was over. All the troops had fallen, and all the enemies had been annihilated. It was a legend of total destruction. 3,000 infantry, 200 knights, and 1 hero. That handful of forces had saved Tyles. The coat of arms trembled. Even in its burnt and tattered state, it received the moonlight, unyielding atop the bodies of the dragons. Henry ran forward, his voice choked with sobs, and fell to the ground. He grasped the earth and crawled towards the bodies of the dragons. On top of them sat a man, with his sword plunged in backward. Who goes there? Henry, it's Henry. Ah, from the 7th Infantry Brigade of the Guard, right? Henry of Roland. Excellent, have you survived? Why, you know me. I personally hand-picked members of the Guard infantry and cough, the Eastern Knights all by myself. Cough. Jill Burr coughed harshly and sat down hesitantly. His coat of arms swayed in the wind as moonlight fell on his body. Finally, his condition was revealed. My lord. It was a deep wound, with one arm lost and internal organs exposed. His helmet was nowhere to be seen, and a deep burn was visible under one charred lock of hair down to his neck. His armor was melting in places due to the flames. Jill Burr looked at Henry, who was sobbing, and chuckled. It's noisy. There have been worse situations than this. Seems like you've thrown a hand or two yourself. Come closer. Henry trembled and bowed his head at Jill Burr's gesture. He spoke, kneeling and murmuring. I betrayed my lauded. I did not fight, I fled from the battlefield. Please, please forgive me. But you came back, didn't you? Yes. Without weapons, without armor, you still came back. Even with the intention to face the dragons barehanded. With soldiers like you in this country, this nation still stands so strong. Jill Burr raised his sword, illuminated by the moonlight. The tip of the sword was trembling. The sword descended slowly, the blade lightly pressed against Henris' shoulder. The chilly blade felt eerie near Henris' neck. But the trajectory was too delicate that sorrow arose before fear. Protect the weak, be loyal to your lord, dedicate yourself to the nation, and uphold justice only justice. Yes, it's an honorary title, Henry of Roland. Since you survived till the end, I will say you are stronger than these vermin. The Eastern Knights have always been a gathering of the strongest knights. You will Henry pledge. My lord, I am not worthy. If I had it, wouldn't you have it too? In this world, no one except for heroes has the right to claim strength, only belief. Believing in one's strength, not boasting to be strong. So, with that strength, standing in the eyes of the weak and dedicating oneself to them. Always embracing justice, only justice. Advancing with one's own righteousness as a beacon, even in the valley of fear, despair, and death. That is a knight. Will you accept this honor? Henry, listening to Jill Burr's words, nodded tearfully. Jill Burr smiled and lightly tapped his forehead with the hilt of his sword. Now your name is that of a knight. Take my sword and... A swoosh. The wind blew. The coat of arms swayed tautly, casting long shadows once more. The moonlight was obscured. Clouds rolled in, covering the sky. Jill Burr stopped speaking and glanced at the sky for a moment. He held the sword backward and placed it in Henris' hand. After closing his eyes for a moment and steadying his rough breath. Run! When he opened his eyes again, the Homeland Guard was looking beyond the forest with sharp eyes. Under the oppressive pressure, as if his flesh were being torn, Henry staggered to his feet, crawling as if fleeing. My lord. The last sight he saw was a man walking out from the edge of the forest, bowing over Jill Burr. After murmuring for a moment, the man raised his sword and struck down. In the dazzling moonlight once again, with the radiant golden hair, unchanged from the statues that remained in Tyles, from that time when they had faced the years without aging. Maximilian de Echuel, the man who had been the hope of this country, the allied kingdoms, and humanity, stood there. Well done, thank you. What happens to me now? Do not speak of this to anyone. Jill Burr must become the symbol of this nation's liberation from the clutches of demons and dragons. After the rumor spreads that the hero killed the Homeland Guard, even if it's just a rumor, there is no future for this country. Could it still be said to exist? Well, in that case, this nation is truly finished. The belief that a hidden hero somewhere is still protecting this country is the only thing holding up the crumbling Tyles. At this moment, when the king has personally executed his children and transferred the throne to the first prince, when all the counts of Tyles have been executed and the marquisates are boiling in chaos. Now, as Edarik barely maintains its sovereignty, having become a legend, the actions of the hero could potentially become poison. A toxin that there is no longer any future for this country. Killing this man now is perhaps the safest way to avoid that fate. However, this man is the last soldier saved by Jill Burr at the final moment. Ivan could never bring himself to kill this man with his own hands. Just knowing Jill Burr's last wish is enough to earn respect. As long as the loyalty to Tyles remains, you will never be judged. Sir Yermov, thank you, thank you. Leaving Henry sobbing, Ivan turned his back and left the sick room. As the quest draws near, there are two important secondary objectives: Jill Burr's survival and the encounter with Maximilian. This probably means the opportunity to meet both men in one place. If so, if facing Maximilian with Jill Burr was the true goal of the quest. How to save the royal family of Tyles. In that moment, Ivan blinked his eyes. He soon clenched his fist tightly, trembling. Right, the reason I was told to protect the royal family of Tyles. Whether someone inherits the throne or not, as long as the bloodline of Tyles remains. Odelia was connected to the royal bloodline. Survive facing Maximilian with Jill Burr. Rebuild the burning Tyles in Jill Burr's name to establish a new royal family. But was it still about rebuilding a royal family that still carried the bloodline of Tyles? That was the only way to prolong the existence of the United Kingdom for another 10 years. But isn't it too malicious? Jill Burr was never someone to claim the throne himself. He would never act for the sake of honor alone. This world is not kind to humans. As if there is a great flow, separate from individual human wills and intentions. I should go back. The story of Tyles ended with a partial victory, but his pages are not yet finished. So I must be prepared. Never again let what happened in Tyles repeat itself. No matter what. If the world is not kind, then I'll tear down the enemies of this damn pre-modern fantasy world with my own hands if I have to. Jill Burr, I will definitely fulfill your wish. Open the way for the hero party, no matter what happens. Ivan moved with lowered eyes. It was time to return to Krassilf. Ep 25, farewell. Epilogue, hope. Jill Burr watched as Henry left, then turned his gaze away. A man was slowly walking out of the darkness of the forest. The clinking of chains was heard along with the tapping of a staff on the ground, and the blindfold covering his eyes. Even the smile drawn beneath it like a painting. He knew the approaching man's name, but still found it difficult to decide whether to call him by the name from that time he knew him. Max. Jill. The man approached lightly, greeting. Under the overcast sky, he smiled serenely. Have you become a god? I am holding out. How much longer? Well, a few years perhaps, or maybe a few months. It's hard for me to be certain. Hold out as long as possible, just until the next generation is fully prepared. The man slowly approached and stood in front of Jill Burr. He looked silently down at the fallen Jill Burr with his eyes covered by the blindfold. Jill, can you move? It'll be difficult. Jill Burr chuckled as blood trickled out. Maximilian, watching him, spoke in a low voice. You were supposed to be the hope that arose from the ashes of this country's once burning remains. The one who would die in your place was not you. If someone had to die, it should have been the old ones who left first. Your stubbornness changed fate. I can only hope it was the right path. Maximilian smiled quietly and lowered his head. Seeing him like that, Jill Burr suddenly spoke. I just have one question. I understand the 7 dragon generals, but I never could figure out the demon king. What did you lose by killing him? Hope. How was that so? It suited him being despair. Jill Burr coughed up blood. He soon nodded. Make it easy. It's fortunate that it's you in the end. Any last words? Tyles, Odelia, and Hope. What we lost, but undoubtedly left behind. I'll remember. Rest in peace, my old friend. Snick. The sensation of a friend's last breath being cut off was nothing more or less than the blunt shock of severance. Now, no emotion could stir the hand. 30 years have passed since the prologue. Part 1 end. Read Fallow novels online at 157. Chapter 157. Enrique had to work overtime today as well. She had to handle 4 unexpected classes, totaling 18 credits in 1 week. Her overtime had been going on for 2 months now. In this country, there wasn't even such a thing as overtime pay, so it could be considered a serious violation of human rights. Vampires don't receive basic rights. Furthermore, there are no labor rights in Krassilov. Handling substitute classes wasn't difficult for someone like her, but the problem lay with the curriculum. Generally, shouldn't they at least provide a syllabus or materials if they were going to assign lectures to someone else? First, I have to make them my kin. This is an issue she couldn't give up on. It resolves numerous problems all at once. Dealing with those who keep creeping up should be solved with just one command from the elder, and shall have a reason to confine them to their dwelling during the day while she roams at night. And resolving the lifespan issue is a trivial benefit. I should have done it when he was a little younger. That beard though. When one becomes a vampire, most bodily functions shut down. It's mainly parts where hair grows that do so. If she had dealt with it when he was still young and tender, he wouldn't have thought about growing a beard. She held back from forcing it now, because she thought there would only be a 50-50 chance of success. If I supply blood packs, and he remains in Nightwalker state for 200 years, if I raise him well from the beginning, Wiping away the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Enrique returned to her classroom preparations with a cooler and more lethal expression, her gestures becoming lighter. After some time passed, Enrique stretched her stiff shoulders and yawned. With a groan, she shivered. All right, perfect. Once the finals are over, finally, it's the end. If there had been just one more diligent professor like me, Jan's university would have been renowned as the world's top institution. Enrique sniffled tearfully. She had failed 2/3 of her classes last semester. Knock, knock. Leave it at the door. That's not allowed. With Enrique's brief response, the door to the professor's research lab creaked open. How have you been? Enrique turned around in surprise at the familiar voice. Clang, the teacup she was holding slipped from her hand and rolled to the floor. She didn't even care that coffee spilled all over the class materials she had just prepared. WHY. What's wrong? Why? Enrique's pupils dilated. It felt like her head was being shaken by a sudden shock. Ivan briefly pondered as he observed her. Time was deadly even for vampires. The fact that even vampirism couldn't cure dementia was incredibly surprising. In principle, immortals should have strong resistance to aging. However, since it was based on the human brain, enduring more than 200 years might have been difficult. Ivan, are you okay? Clear drool trickled from Enrique's mouth. Ivan frowned and took a step back. Your beard. At her words, Ivan reflexively touched the spot where his beard used to be, then lowered his empty hand. He nodded silently. It was a disguise. Finally, I believed in you, Elise. Side up, shaving the beard, and then. This incident occurred when Ivan was lying in the most splendid guest room of the royal palace, receiving specialized treatment from the priests. Due to severe fatigue and lack of energy, Ivan would faint several times a day. Even that was beyond what could be expected and prepared for in terms of willpower. And every time he opened his eyes, he had to endure the abrupt experience of nursing staff changing. So, Big Brother, what do you think? When I told them stop it, he's not the count. Do you find my status window useful, isn't it? Ha ha. Eugene would come in and make a fuss before leaving. Uncle, you didn't even come to check on me once, but I am here. Now you know how magnanimous I am. Even I needed to be checked on. Look at this. I almost lost my arm back then. Or Isabel, who would boast about her injuries like medals, but ultimately do nothing. Uncle, lift your leg. I'll change the bandage. I'll do it. HMPH, stay still. I've changed your bandages so many times. Ectasis promised to change the bandages, but ended up removing the splint and tearing the wound instead, then sobbing and running away. Huskels of Drovian were forgiving of whatever she did. Krasilev is cold, isn't it? Callian is warm all year round. Winter is just a bit chilly. From a human perspective, that is, to elves, it's just a refreshing day. Elves are a race that feels the cold a lot. Ivan didn't bother to question, but he couldn't help but deduct points from Elfera's basic knowledge. The reason Callian was warm wasn't due to latitude, but magic. A vast ancient magic spread throughout the island, making the temperature favorable for elves. You know you need to keep warm in winter, right? Especially when you're injured. Don't look over here. Elfera strangely spoke while looking only at the floor. She said what she had to say and left. Nursing or comforting was just a useless act. It would be better to practice or manage injuries sustained during battles during that time. As the constant stream of visitors persisted, Ivan was left with no choice but to seek the help of a priest. A sign bearing the message "No visitors allowed" was prominently displayed on his door. And when he fainted again, he could somewhat relax and close his eyes. At least he hoped he would quietly get up. He did get up quietly. Everyone in the room had their backs turned to him, not even daring to make a sound, staring at the wall. Gulp sob. Since the monarch of Krasilov never showed tears to anyone under the heavens. Despite the priest's unsuccessful attempts to prevent visitors, Ivan couldn't blame them. At this stage, who could possibly restrain the most influential individual in the nation? Your Highness. Sob sniffling. Elizaveta was sitting quietly by his bedside, softly sobbing. Upon hearing Ivan's words, she lifted her head, quietly swallowed her breath, and said, "Are you still in pain? The priests haven't found the problem. If even a slight change occurs in you, that priest is as good as dead that day, as you promised." "It's not like that, I am fine." Ivan was more aware of his body's condition than anyone else. When injuries exceed a certain level, the body tends to block unnecessary functions to focus on healing. This was akin to techniques, where he would block some sensory organs to concentrate on combat. Although he occasionally fainted due to reaching the limits of his physical condition and issues beyond his will, it was a symptom that should be taken positively. It meant there was still room for healing in his body. "Is that so? Then okay, I believe you. Vanka, just like you've always been." "Yes, Your Highness." Fortunately, after listening to Ivan's explanation, Elizaveta nodded quietly. "Of course, I always believe, but I am always betrayed." "Yes, Your Majesty." "But strangely, I find myself believing your words again. Isn't that odd? Like a wife who always trusts her gambling husband. Haha, tomorrow won't be like this. The day after will be better, believing every day while being betrayed." "Yes." Elizaveta's face, bowed in shame, thankfully remained hidden in the shadows. "I called you back because it's pitiful to see you aging alone in retirement, but every quarter you come back on the verge of death. You handle tasks I didn't assign, then proudly wear a for Krasilov expression as if you've accomplished something." The whispering voice grew increasingly coarse. "It was cute at first, but please ensure you do it safely. I don't mind, but your body must return intact, and they were reporting that you're dead. I'll put Pavel on probation later." It was a very generous punishment for an adjutant who had misjudged his commander's life and death. Ivan looked up confidently. "What I wanted to put on probation wasn't him, but you." "Yes, Your Highness." Ivan bowed his head somewhat sullenly. "While ignoring even the smallest of your requests. At least trim your beard. Just a little grooming." "Yes, Your Highness." "Look at that, even when I say this, you confidently refuse. Wait. What? What did you say?" "I will follow your command, Your Highness." Ivan said calmly. His life did not simply revolve around reminiscing about past heroes. Rather than merely imitating and following those from bygone days, the time spent together formed the essence of his life. After sending away Jill Burr, he had finally realized this. Ivan had decided not to be bound by the regrets of the past heroes any longer. He had to move forward. He had to excel further. The hero party wasn't ready yet, and the world wasn't kind to any of us. Moreover, fundamentally, managing a beard was difficult and detrimental to hygiene. If it weren't for reverence for the monarch, he wouldn't have even thought about growing it in the first place. So it was better this way, especially considering it was a situation demanded by the monarch's sole heir. "Is there no one here? Bring a sharp knife immediately." Elizaveta, with an excited face, stood up and shouted. When the startled aide handed her the sword at his waist, she swung it once and then managed to retrieve a razor from him. Ivan closed his eyes bitterly as he watched his beard being cut away, feeling as if he were graduating from long-held memories. The journey to Krasilov was smooth. In fact, it had to be. Sane individuals wouldn't dare provoke the wrathful lord, Anger, leading the army to Krasilov. As characteristic of train travel, just like the return train to the academy, which usually had some kind of hiccup, Ivan could enjoy a comfortable train journey with a somewhat new feeling. If there was one thing that was difficult to bear, it was Elizaveta's behavior. Now, Ivan, open your mouth. Your Highness, I have my hand. Exactly. Where did they manage to procure apples this season? And why did someone always come to cut apples while lying down with bandages? Amidst such questions, Ivan chewed on the apple that had entered his mouth unexpectedly. Seeing his reaction, Elizaveta nodded approvingly with a pleased expression. Exactly, you must chew thoroughly. Just swallowing could choke you. Your Highness, I am not a child. Weren't you? Ivan was momentarily at a loss for words at the young lord's remark, who was nearly 8 lifetimes younger than himself. But Elizaveta's eyes were extremely serious. Doing everything forbidden, going out and getting beaten up, falling down injured at every opportunity, not contacting home even when dying, how is that any different from a child? You may have used Krasilovan for many years, but you don't seem to know the term for calling for help in such situations. In my dictionary, that's called a soldier. Haha, a joke. If you were just a soldier, you'd be in the military court. Elizaveta laughed without a trace of humor in her eyes. When Ivan suddenly tried to get up, feeling a chill, a swift white hand pressed firmly on his forehead, forcing him back down. Feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Feel free to say it. If it's your knees, for instance, that would be considered blasphemy. No, Your Highness. Haha, exactly, you're a good. Ivan lay there now, wrapped in bandages and splints all over his body. The situation had resulted in fractures on both sides of his ribs and thighs. It was normal to find it difficult to move, but Ivan was a superhuman. And if magic was functional, superhumans could easily force their bodies to move, at least to some extent. If given sufficient training, I can move as long as my neck isn't cut off. So, I would say the current treatment is excessive medical care. It's a situation where you have to worry about overestimated insurance premiums. There is no insurance service in Krasilov. Now, would you like to drink more water or eat more apples? I am fine. Ivan sighed quietly as he lay on the window, cutting across the knee of the Ironblood Lord of Krasilov. What is there that I cannot do for you? Tell me anything. Elizaveta smiled warmly and caressed Ivan's stubbled cheek. Unable to resist her touch, Ivan simply closed his eyes dutifully. The attendant, unable to witness the king's condition, turned his head. Upon reflection, it was better to face the charge of blasphemy than to witness such a sight. Watching such things made one feel as though they were twisting inside, ready to die. The train arrived smoothly in Krasilov. Ivan was to be taken to the Vigor Hospital as soon as he disembarked and imprisoned. Since Elizaveta was the visitor, he couldn't even attempt to escape. Every day he was fed piles of strange salads containing eels, oysters, various nuts, celery, and garlic. Finally, after dedicating himself to treatment for a month, he was officially able to return. As his official position was not the commander of the Counterintelligence Command, but a professor, he headed to the university the next day. Read Fallow novels online at (158). Chapter 158. Isabel staggered with bitter eyes. The approaching winter in Krasilov was bitterly cold. It's mid-November. In Krasilov, this season is generally referred to as real winter. By the way, there are 3 more fake winters in this country. Foreign students were contemplating even cutting off their toes despite taking all possible measures to withstand the cold. The path leading to the campus was covered in ice. I can't believe it, damn it. Ectasis. Whether because of the weather, Isabel. No, because of the final exams, ectasis. Isabel grumbled to Ectasis, rubbing her nose. I risked my life to save a country and fought through a siege, and when I come back, all they talk about is exams. I don't have the courage to live in this world anymore, ectasis. Ah, come on, you're only a first year. Isabel. Such of laziness sounds like a Drovian. No, not really, it's just human. Yeah, that's how humans are. Elphara. Beside her, Elphara chuckled quietly. Well, isn't it better than studying? Elphara. Pick up your weapons, today one of us is leaving early. Ectasis. Planning to take sick leave for the exams, that's quite a Drovian thing to do, isn't it? Elphara. The banter between the two was mundane, so Isabel sighed lightly and changed her step. Seriously, it's really cold. Isabel. Isabel shook her head. Today the stairs are piercingly sharp. This isn't good. A trained agent should be able to maintain stealth and naturalness anywhere. They should blend in wherever, whenever. Ivan stopped walking and scanned his surroundings. Hey, over here. Doesn't seem like an undergraduate. Diplomat, that kind of vibe. The students turned their heads hastily, murmuring. Ivan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized each of them. All the personal information about these school students flashed lightly in his mind. There was no one among them who seemed suspicious. So, if they're not attached to a spy? If it's not a spy from a foreign-friendly country, then is it Count Valka's tale? There are still matters to settle with Count Valka. In exchange for generously providing the dwarf's industrial military complex, the Count dispatched 2 divisions to rescue him. Although he should meet with headquarters soon, he's a stubborn old man like most military commanders during wartime. He's not someone to be taken lightly. Those glances now are evidence of that. Preparing groundwork before negotiations. Well, now that he's switched to the princess faction, he might indeed want to compete for loyalty. The counterintelligence command could be considered loyal to the princess. In such a situation, if the military command is intercepted, it wouldn't be strange for them to prepare for containment from the military's perspective. Ivan shifted his steps, mindful of the weighty presence of the gun in his arms. Separated from the group, Elphara sat with a furrowed brow. Although it was the same university they were returning to after a long time, the annoying fellows seemed to have doubled. Oh, Miss Graykenkos, are you preparing well for finals? I've done, as well as Miss Rustfit's engagement. Am I doing well? I meant what I said. She managed to peel off one annoying girl and sank back into her troubles. Unlike last semester, where she filled all her grades with A+, this time she wasn't confident at all. Sure, she knew the material for the exams, but still, she had barely enough time to prepare. But what's important is Ivan Petrovich Yermov. How to get that madman back to Kalyan. During the vacation, she must return home. She doesn't worry about ectasis, but about Isabel and Elizaveta Kirillovna Krasilov, the ominous figure who will stay by Ivan's side in her absence. What's their relationship? Elphara chewed on her fingernails, lost in thought. What in the world could be the matter with the princess getting involved with a soldier? Even if he was from the royal guards, his tenure was short-lived, and during that time, Ivan belonged to the frontline strike force directly under the former king's command. At that time, the princess was barely in her late teens. There was no way she could have been in contact with the frontline strike force. Wait a moment. Come to think of it, last summer, the princess held a marriage duel. The reason Yermov participated wasn't because he wanted to get married, but coercion. Yermov is a soldier, and the military authority of this country now belongs entirely to the princess. If the princess had been targeting Yermov since then, which is true? I must absolutely, unequivocally take him with me during winter break. She would monopolize Yermov for 3 months, away from other thieves. If she could teach him about the beautiful city of Kalyan, its stunning scenery, delicious food, and splendid culture, it was certain that he would finally decide to defect from this cold, lonely, dark human nation. As conditions for defection, there would be an extension of lifespan and marriage to a noble of Callion's clandestine bureau.
Heather.
Elphira, swallowing back her saliva while making inappropriate sounds for a young elf woman, suddenly glanced out the window and chuckled. Outside the window, she saw a group of students chasing after Yurimov. That couldn't be happening. After blinking her eyes a few times, rubbing her eyes firmly, checking her mana level for a moment. Did I use magic? But no, I came without casting any spells today. She didn't use Greykenko's type illusion spell. Why can't I see his beard? Professor Ivan Petrovich Yurimov had many nicknames: Beard Ogre, Torture Technician, Phantom. Due to his extremely intense first appearance and his disappearance like the wind, rumors about him had gradually swelled like snowballs. In fact, during the winter in Krasilov, there was nothing else to talk about. Opening 3 lectures, torturing students evenly, and then disappearing as if he was going to teach something, but then he vanished. Of course, there was no dissatisfaction among the students. Enrique, who came in as an associate professor, was already a popular professor. And it was also a great opportunity as his class worth 15 credits would be passed with just attendance.
Knock.
So that day, the students remembered.
Knock.
The fear of being tortured by Professor Ivan. Everyone quiet. From a familiar voice, with chilling eyes. However, it came from a completely different person who appeared. Before fear, a question arose. What the hell with his appearance? A very logical question. Focus, I will summarize the contents of the exam for next week. The classroom fell silent. Ivan didn't need to tell them to be quiet. The rumor of his return was already known, but for a different reason. The students were staring blankly at the man standing on the platform. Assuming that all of you have completed Professor Enrique's course, I will set the exam within that scope. The exam will consist of 30% written and 70% practical. No one had ever asked why there was a final exam in a PF evaluation class, simply because they never even thought of such a question. Isabel listened absently to Ivan's words and nodded her head. This class is interesting. Why is it interesting? Just being here makes it interesting. It's amazing, she thought. I should go home quickly and make some kimchi. She made up her mind. Eshi, did you see the man? SHH, quiet down, Isabel. Exiting the command and written exams, Ectasis hurriedly covered Isabel's mouth. Even with her mouth firmly shut, Isabel was still giggling. Is she finally losing it? Poor thing. How burdensome must the exams have been for her. She wasn't someone who studied so hard. What's going on? You have to see it for yourself. It's really crazy. What is it? Big Brother shaved. Hey, no spoilers. Isabel patted Eugene's back loudly. Eugene just shrugged. Well, anyway, the news spread all over the night department. It was so loud that even the theology department heard about it. SH shaved, why? I wanted to ask about that. Are you free tonight? We decided to gather at my place for dinner and a small party. The old man even said to bring everyone. Even if you're not free, this is something you should make time for. Ectasis regretted, hitting the ground. I should have skipped that class. After all, it's just a PF course and I skipped it for the final rehearsal. Why now? She grumbled while stroking her coat made of northern fox fur. And finally, at dinner, with Isabel's full effort-made dinner in front of them. After maintaining silence, Ivan glanced over the aspects of the party and spoke up. Within a year, the United Kingdom will definitely fall. The party spilled their kimchi stew they were eating. Read Falu novels online at 159. Chapter 159. Let's flash back to that afternoon. On the way to Isabel's house after class, Ivan sensed a faint discomfort from the lingering gazes around him. The military's surveillance was more overt than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he wasn't accustomed to domestic intelligence operations like those of the Counterintelligence Command. The surveillance using students felt almost ostentatious. Ivan knew he had to conclude negotiations with the military as quickly as possible. He furrowed his brow as he hastened his pace.
Thunk.
Lost in thought, Ivan was abruptly jolted as a student approached and attempted to collide with him, their intention unmistakable. Reacting swiftly, Ivan grabbed the student's forehead with one hand and drew a dagger with the other, pressing it against the student's throat.
What's this?
I. The female student froze in bewilderment. Beyond the large hand gripping her forehead, she glanced at Ivan's face once before her own flushed with embarrassment. And as her gaze descended, she saw the cold blade of the dagger. In an instant, her face paled. Sonya Blamenovna Borgnine, who sent you to spy on me? Who sent? More importantly, how do you know my name? Did you think I wouldn't know the name of a student? B, but I'm not even a freshman. That's irrelevant. Was it Count Valika? Or did Grand Duke Volanovan send you personally? Baron Nakin was affiliated with the royal faction, so it would have been easy to recruit him as a northern noble. What does that mean? The student called Sonya stumbled in confusion. Ivan narrowed his eyes as he watched her, finding her performance too natural, given her age. It was as if her training wasn't suitable for her generation. I am going to mend your clothes if they got wet, she stammered. Wet clothes, Ivan mused. At those words, he turned his gaze and saw coffee tightly clenched in trembling hands. Ivan flicked the dagger and took the coffee still held by Sonya. A pleasant aroma wafted from the lukewarm coffee. Keeping his gaze fixed on Sonya, he lifted the cup to his lips and took a small sip. Despite the attempt to spill it on his skin, implying the poison could invade through epidermal contact, he didn't detect any poison through his sense of smell or taste. It wasn't an assassination attempt. Then why spill coffee on the clothes? Was she mentally unstable?
Say it right.
Uncle, stop. Behind him, a thud echoed. Ivan kept his posture but turned his gaze to find Isabel. Indeed, not far from there, Isabel was trotting over. She rushed up and tapped Ivan's hand. Swiftly, she brushed off Sonya's clothes and urgently spoke. Senior, how could you rush at that lunatic without thinking? Do you want to die?
Why you?
First year, Isabel. That's not important. Run away quickly, before you get dragged to the torture chamber. Isabel hurriedly saved Sonya. Yet, it didn't matter. Kidnapping a noblewoman in such a conspicuous situation was difficult, but he remembered all her personal details and movements. Do you know what she was planning to do just now?
Him.
Not him, it'll go crazy for real. Either grow back your beard or something. How many more victims will there be? Poor people, really she's just trying to be friendly. Why is it like when men bump shoulders with each other? Y'all die if you do that. When picking a fight for no reason, it's wise to check if the opponent has an axe or a gun. And do women attempt social interaction by spilling coffee on others? Such common sense was unheard of even in 30 years of Krasilov's life. Isabel approached Ivan with a pounding heart. Anyway, there's that. Don't bother investigating for no reason just because the senior did something thoughtlessly. The investigation is already over. Only face-to-face interrogation is necessary.
Annoying.
Isabel grumbled as she stood in front of Ivan. She glanced at Ivan's face, then quickly lowered her head to fix her gaze on his chest or so and said, I still have some time until dinner. Can you tell me more about the test topics? I'll pay for the meal. I don't extort unfair compensation from individual students for their class grades. This is really frustrating. A sigh escaped Isabel's lips. Then just kidnap anyone and torture them to pass the time, whether you come for dinner or not.
Him.
Isabel disappeared quickly from sight. Ivan, being a sensible person, had long given up understanding students of that age group. He soon made his way to the principal's office. He couldn't ignore the daily order to report in person. Sonia clenched her trembling hands tightly, gasping for breath. She ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face several times before she could barely calm down. Those young, innocent blue eyes still seemed to be watching her. How did he find out? She chewed her lips nervously, lost in distress. She had failed in her father, Duke Volanovin's secret mission. Spilling coffee on the shirt, the attempt to approach gradually under the pretext of compensation outwardly, it seemed like just a normal mistake, a cute mishap, just the kind of standardized maneuvering. It doesn't make sense for all 5 of us to fail. Thinking of the distorted face of Grand Duke Volanovin made her shiver. She chewed her lips carefully and left the bathroom. Arriving at the principal's office, Ivan had to raise his hand and kneel straight away. Yurei accused of threatening a female student with a knife on the main road. No, that's not true. Was the report misheard? It wasn't a threat, it was inducing a statement. It seems the misunderstanding wasn't in the report, but in common sense. You made a mistake yourself. Elizaveta chuckled ruefully and waved her hand. As Ivan lowered his arm and sat on the sofa, she pressed her temples and let out a sigh. Vanka, how about calming down a bit? It's only been 2 days. That guy's return to this university has only lasted that short period. During that period, 5 female students faced the same misfortune. The outcome was that they all suffered from attempted facial injuries over trivial reasons. Until then, it wasn't like that. Even during the short time Ivan held the reins, despite the aggressive teaching style, he never directly touched students outside of class. Shaving his beard. At that moment, Elizaveta glanced at Ivan's jaw once, and then smiled contentedly. It's definitely not because of that. She quickly dispelled the fleeting negative thought. Of course, the student's approach itself might have changed due to the change in appearance, but Ivan's unusually sharp reaction was not due to such a reason. The death of Duke Edarik is regrettable even for you. Yes, Your Highness. I understand mourning. Even if it lasts a lifetime, I understand and it remains, but it would be better not to blame others. Yourself, Vanka, I hope you integrate better into society. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing that Ivan didn't seem convinced at all, Elizaveta sighed and waved her hand. I've heard you've been nurturing students. Some even accompanied you to Tyles. Do you consider them the heroes of the era? That's correct. Do you intend to educate those children? Yes, Your Highness. So, you believe they will be useful? Yes, Your Highness. Elizaveta tapped the table thoughtfully. Will the Demon King return? It was a question without context. She was the one who collected and reported on every rumor, gossip, tale, and whisper in the country. As the head of the Krasilov Counterintelligence Command, she was the best in the world at counterintelligence. It didn't make sense that Ivan would be aware of information that even she didn't know. But the man in front of her was one of Elizaveta's less conventional characters. She never judged a hero's actions solely based on common sense. So Ivan must have an unspoken plan. If he didn't say it, she didn't need to know, and that judgment was probably because even he wasn't sure. That's what I am thinking. On what basis? I am not sure yet. Elizaveta nodded. Then do as you will, Vanka, and I will provide the conviction you lack. If you need resources, you may access the palace treasury. Your Highness. The servant, who had been listening, looked at her in surprise. Elizaveta smiled and waved her hand. If a hero who saved 2 nations needs something, so be it. I doubt Vanka would have risked his life in Tyles in the first place if he was seeking personal gain. I wonder if Grand Duke Volanovin will object. Haha. Elizaveta laughed bitterly at her servant's comment. Are you more afraid of the noble's backlash than my own intentions? And no, Your Highness. Is there still someone in Krasilov who would raise their head when I order them to die? I didn't know. The servant paled and quickly kneeled, bowing her head. She dared not even open her mouth, only sweating profusely. Feeling unwell, are you? Go out, rest enough and come back. Please spare me, Your Highness. I told you to rest. What nonsense is this? How dare you talk back when you should keep your tongue? Trembling uncontrollably, the servant left the principal's office. Ivan, who had been watching her for a moment, spoke up. Whose side was that girl on? She was the daughter of the late Duke Igon, one of my useless stepchildren. Duke Igon, the courtier, are there any remnants left? If we purge all the palace insiders, how do you think the country will function? If just taking care of that girl can reassure the palace insiders, then it's a good deal. Elizaveta chuckled lightly. Most of the royalist nobles were administrative nobles. If they were all removed, the country's administrative system would undoubtedly be paralyzed. Therefore, it was right to remove a few key figures and securely take away the puppets operating underneath them. However, mere pledges of loyalty were not enough, since it was uncertain how much influence Alexander still held, so it was better to both warn and persuade them. That was the meaning behind keeping the daughter of the deceased courtier close by. Ivan nodded in slight admiration. Grand Duke Volonovin is coming to Frechenkaya. They're pledging loyalty belatedly. Is that really loyalty? It probably means they want to settle their debts properly. Elizaveta smiled crookedly as she stood up. Vanka, do you think you can handle it? If I kill Grand Duke Volonovin, controlling the First Division will become difficult. No, who said anything about killing? Why does everyone act like they can kill or spare someone just because you say so? Are you implying such harsh words? I simply meant for you to go negotiate in my place and come back, as discreetly and gently as possible. Can you do that? It will be done, as Your Highness wishes. Ivan bowed deeply and stood up. It was getting late. He needed to convey the future actions to the hero party, organize the training schedule, and, most importantly, it was time to eat Isabel's cooking after a very long time. He bid farewell with a nod and left the principal's office. Two's ho-ho. After seeing him off, Elizaveta chuckled ominously in the now empty principal's office. Starting from sending Ivan to negotiate with the Grand Duke, consistently highlighting Ivan's presence to the internal channels. To let all the nobles know. This man belongs to Elizaveta. He was sent to the most important position as a substitute, the man who would be sealed as the country's military king after becoming the future king of this country. She chuckled while rifling through the documents hidden from Ivan's view on the table. It was a report listing the profiles of the hero party. Isabel, Ectasis, Elfiera, at least these three might have some emotional significance to Vanka. But no one would dare to take treasure from the owner of Krasilov. She was more accustomed to intercepting what she wanted rather than having something taken away from her. It looks so good. Isabel laughed cheerfully as she brought a table full of dishes. It was hard to turn away from Ivan, whether he was holding a fork or eating stew with a spoon. Wow, this is so much fun. Just watching them makes me feel proud and happy. Ivan, where's your beard gone? Why? Rundies stammered, denying reality. Since everyone except her was happy, if we were to calculate the total happiness, it would be a joyous occasion overall. Ivan, who was quietly moving his utensils, wiped his mouth lightly and scanned the room. Now it was time to teach these kids about reality. "160. Chapter 160. You stand as the next generation of heroes." There was no dissent among the gathered. The anticipation hung thick in the air, an unspoken acknowledgement of the inevitable. While some may have felt the weight of the honor too burdensome, none were truly surprised by their selection. Ivan attributed this acceptance to the customs of this uncivilized, pre-modern era. Here, succession was often dictated by lineage, a relic of tradition ingrained in their culture. In this world of hereditary privilege, it was expected that the daughter of a hero would follow in her father's footsteps, just as the son of a knight would inherit his title. Thus, for the children of the hero party, the mantle of heroism was merely another expected inheritance. Yet it's far from natural, Ivan declared, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat chilled audience. Nothing obtained without effort can truly be called natural. Isabel, your lineage may trace back to Maximilian, but that alone does not make you his equal. Though his words were directed at Isabel, the issue was not hers alone to bear. Unlike the trials of war that forged heroes in generations past, this era knew relative peace. Those who once faced the crucible of battle now found themselves navigating a society where prestige was bestowed simply by virtue of one's parentage. That's not inherently negative, it's simply the natural progression of civilization. However, now they were teetering on the brink of extinction. The hero party wasn't merely a product of their parents' legacy. It was about forging their own path to heroism through sheer strength and determination. The necessity for a hero party signaled impending trials of unprecedented magnitude. My parents, this body's parents, were tenant farmers. I was conscripted into the militia and stood on the front lines, surviving on the battlefield for 30 years to be here, Ivan recounted, his gaze heavy with the weight of his experiences. The group, now attuned to his words, listened intently. From here on, the journey ahead is long and fraught with challenges, intertwined with the legacies of your parents and. Ivan's gaze met each companion's with unwavering intensity. Behind them, the echoes of their youthful aspirations shimmered, casting a hopeful glow. They dispersed, some forever lost, others immobilized by the gravity of their circumstances. No longer could they convene as they once did, sharing tales over food and drink, their laughter mingling with nostalgia. And soon, it wasn't just their individual images that surfaced, but the essence of their era, young, inexperienced, yet brimming with optimism, a beacon of hope in the midst of uncertainty. The era wasn't crumbling, it was merely shrouded in the darkness before the dawn. It had to be this way, Ivan concluded. And those who stand with us, his gaze shifted to the other group of companions, the possessed individuals, refugees from another realm, each bearing their own tale woven into the fabric of fate. Their true identities were a secret known only to those gathered here, and thankfully, trust permeated the group. Entrapped in this world, humanity found little inherent kindness. Each had to prepare in their own way for the challenges that lay ahead. It's a tale that belongs to us all. Beginning with me, Maximilian, and the saga of the Demon King, Ivan declared, signaling the commencement of a long and intricate narrative. Both Maximilian and the Demon King were among the possessed individuals, much like Ivan and a select few others. While the births of Maximilian and the Demon King didn't raise many eyebrows, heroes were said to descend from the heavens, and the Demon King appeared one day, subduing demons. Their enigmatic origins hinted at a deeper truth. It was a well-known fact among the nobility that such individuals seldom appeared in history. Yet, possessed individuals like the Demon King and the hero inevitably left indelible marks on history, as if the world itself had ordained their feats. Thus, the companion's attention naturally gravitated toward the possessed individuals. Uncle Isabel murmured softly, her voice barely audible amidst the hushed murmurs. The other students, though possessed individuals themselves, hadn't displayed any remarkable feats, leaving their presence relatively unassuming. I am the top knight undergraduate student, Yuri. I have direct communication capabilities with you, so we're somewhat close. Eugene. I am an elf, we have long lifespans. Oswald. Despite their status as possessed individuals, their lack of noteworthy displays left their impact minimal. Isabel disregarded the peculiar noises emanating from the possessed individuals, fixing her gaze on Ivan. That man stood apart, unmistakably different. There was no need to elaborate on what set him apart. Hadn't it been said that superiority wasn't merely inherited through bloodlines? Yet, it seemed almost inevitable, almost certain, that it was indeed passed down. The offspring of nobles were born with an innate aptitude for magic. It was this inherent advantage that distinguished them as nobles, perpetuating their status through generations. They received superior education, dined on finer cuisine, all built upon this foundation of privilege. Through intermarriage among noble families, their descendants ascended to even greater heights, surpassing the achievements of their forebears. In the realm of nobility, stagnation spelled decline. Without progression from one generation to the next, they risked fading into obscurity. It was a fundamental truth. Just observe the hero party. None of its members were born into ordinary or impoverished circumstances. But uncle comes from a tenant farming background, Isabel interjected. If that were true, it would explain why Ivan was also a possessed individual. To rise from the ranks of a conscripted tenant farmer to the man, he was now required a deep understanding of such humble origins. How many were aware of this fact? Isabel couldn't be the only one, but no one, however, is quite like me. Her father, Maximilian, was also rumored to be a possessed individual. Did that mean he hailed from a similar background? Strictly speaking, she was a hybrid of two worlds, her heritage intertwined with that of this realm. Isabel clenched her fist, lost in thought. And mark my words, the United Kingdom will collapse within 5 years, Ivan declared. The companions, having grasped the gravity of his statement, stiffened and set down their utensils with a clatter. Eugene let out a chuckle at the sight. He means business. My brother came prepared. As I mentioned during the Thai Civil War, Eugene continued, I can quantitatively confirm certain matters. This is a phase of cross-verification to ensure unanimity. That you're speaking directly to us. That's correct, 5 years. It's been speculated as the United Kingdom's remaining time, Ivan stated. The audience's demeanor cooled at his proclamation. To hear that one's own nation would collapse within 5 years, purportedly from a divine source, was unsettling, to say the least. Could Eugene's information be trusted implicitly? It hardly mattered. Eugene was a priest, and if he dared to deceive under the guise of divine revelation, he risked not only his position but his sanctity, primarily at the hands of the deity rather than just the clergy. Questioning the legitimacy of divine revelation was deemed foolish. Thus, the companions quietly awaited Ivan's next words. In the next 5 years, anything could happen. The emergence of the Demon King, another war with the demons. The union is far from peaceful, Ivan continued. The hero was absent, yet his fate remained uncertain. Though his circumstances were elusive, it was clear he hadn't succumbed entirely to corruption. Had he truly fallen, Tyles would have collapsed during the Civil War. His mere presence, defying the royal family, would have ignited rebellion against the divided monarchy. Jill Burr's demise was more than just the loss of an individual. He embodied the United Kingdom's most formidable force, the pinnacle of mobile strength. Einar's confinement to Drovian threatened the nation's unity, as it relied solely on his authority. Alexander's recent attempts to seize Ecdysis only reinforced Einar's need to remain within his borders. Except for Vialgrin, the hero party's military strength is incapacitated, Ivan noted. Vialgrin himself was elusive, perhaps scouring Callian for Alexander, driven by recent aerial battleship encounters. With Jill Burr's absence, the United Kingdom lacked a military force of comparable strength, a predicament that could embolden the demons. However, the demons remained scattered, lacking a central figure, maintaining an uneasy equilibrium that was bound to falter. The status window predicted 5 years that only Jill Burr could have single-handedly endured. Ivan lamented bitterly. The initial forecast in the status window was the survival of the United Kingdom for 10 years. but Jill Burr's death shortened it to 5 years. Essentially, Jill Burr's continued existence, regardless of his condition, could extend the United Kingdom's lifespan by another 5 years. The fracture between Krasilov and Tyles could have been halted before reaching ruin. Drovian has resisted once, but the struggle isn't over. Callion's future is uncertain, Ivan analyzed. Assuming each country harbored a contingency plan to neutralize the hero party, Einar of Drovian likely faced its own challenges. Their current dilemma boiled down to one of two options: Callion or Drovian. We must assess the situation in one of these countries. It will be our next destination, Ivan proposed. Let's head to Callion. Drovian is the better choice. Ivan remained silent, choosing to prioritize information gathering over hasty decisions. Rushing into action without fully understanding the situation risked the Union's survival. Callion or Drovian? The fate of Einar or the fate of Vialgrin? And who posed a threat to them? In Jill Burr's case, unexpected adversaries emerged. Who could have foreseen the dozens of dragons sealed underground? The concern lay in the continuation of such clandestine schemes. Hidden means to assassinate the hero party members lingered, orchestrated by those aiming to sow discord among nations. Had Ivan not intervened in the Dwarf Civil War, Enrique would have faced the challenge alone. Abaditas' potential resilience against Enrique's tactics might have necessitated using the Dwarf Civil War as a cover for her assassination. No, the cult buried beneath Jansk University. If Ivan hadn't preemptively broken the seal and addressed the threat directly, the deity, given ample time to amass power, would have descended upon Prichinkaya. In the capital, still reeling from the civil strife with the crown prince, there would have been little to prevent such a catastrophe, leaving Enrique to intervene. Had the Dwarf Civil War concluded without Ivan's intervention, and with Abaditas' support, Krasilov would have met its demise. Though these events unfolded independently, the interconnected narratives of the world naturally dictated their convergence. If a similar crisis were to unfold in Drovian or Callion, there would be no preemptive measures in place, Ivan observed, highlighting the issue of information scarcity. While internal espionage could reveal Krasilov's plight, Tyles' loss of Jill Burr, and failure to avert civil war underscored the danger of insufficient intelligence. But one failure was enough. With a determined gleam in his deep blue eyes, Ivan asserted, there won't be a repeat of the same circumstances. Not this time. Rising from his seat, he signaled the end of the meeting. What? But we haven't reached any decisions yet. That's not our immediate concern, Ivan replied calmly to the bewildered group. Focus on preparing for the final exams. Any action will wait until after winter break. In the academy stories, major incidents typically occurred once per semester. It was common sense. With the Tyles' civil war averted in the second semester, it defied convention for another crisis to arise during the upcoming winter break. As Ivan left, the students exchanged puzzled glances. After all that discussion, we're back to focusing on finals. Why prioritize finals like this? Can't we consult with our senior now? That's absurd. Well, we agreed to discuss matters among party members. At Eugene's suggestion, Isabel sighed, clearing the table. Give it a try. If you return unscathed, then we'll talk. (161). Chapter 161. Unfortunately, the final exam fell within Enrique's jurisdiction. Having spent the entire last semester in Tyles, Ivan was unable to teach. To truly assess training outcomes, real-life scenarios are essential, Ivan mused, furrowing his brow as he reviewed the exam questions. It appeared that Enrique had limited education strictly to the trainees level. So, what do you say? I am still active duty, right? Don't I have expertise in teaching as well? I can't agree, Enrique chuckled at Ivan's grumbling. What can't you agree with? The kids I've taught have even caught a spy. This isn't the level to teach at university. Ivan sighed, pushing Enrique's teaching materials aside. Survival skills only skimmed the surface of camping. Human anatomy barely touched on field emergency treatment, and understanding of demons was merely explained at a basic level. Improving survival in extreme situations, sustaining combat immediately after limb loss, creating variables in combat with demons, none of these had even been addressed. What did they teach for a whole semester? Wasn't this material enough to cover in just 2 weeks? Hey, that's all classified military information. If we open all the training curriculums to foreign nobles, what's left for us? Enrique chuckled, sprawled on the sofa, her presence mocking as she occupied the professor's research lab sofa and tapped her legs. A smooth silk dress peeked through the gaps in the code, but Ivan, being sensible, paid no heed to the elderly woman with a 2-century age gap. He silently skimmed through the teaching materials, narrowing down the exam scope. Enrique straightened up with a sigh and glanced briefly at Ivan before chuckling to herself. "What's up?" Ivan asked. Just admiring the view, she replied with a playful tone. "Don't you have anything to do? It's the night's department exam," Ivan reminded her. "I've got 100% practical skills. It's just a matter of watching the sparring and giving out scores," Enrique assured him. "I'd like to suggest a pay cut to Her Highness," Ivan joked. Then would I have to retire?" Enrique teased back, smirking as she approached Ivan's desk. "By the way, heard you're going to negotiate with Duke Volanovan. Are the preparations going well?" she inquired, her tone shifting to a more serious note. "Where did you hear that?" "I have a few disciples in the counterintelligence command. Do you think I wouldn't know?" Enrique remarked. "I guess I need to rearrange the training schedule," Ivan conceded. "Don't bully them for no reason. It's annoyingly petty," Enrique added. When Ivan glared at Enrique, she waved her hand with a smirk. "It's not scary to stare at me anymore. Such days have come. I really feel like going to work," she said with a hint of amusement. "Stop talking nonsense and leave if you have nothing to do," Ivan retorted. "I don't want to. I'll watch until you finish work," Enrique declared. "Suit yourself," Ivan said, turning his gaze back to the exam preparation. Square, square. The sound of a pen moving echoed in the late-night research lab. Then, suddenly, Ivan spoke up. "Jill Burr is dead." "I know," Enrique replied, her tone somber. After a moment of silence, Ivan continued speaking without stopping his pen. "Vialgrin and Einar are in danger. There are sinister forces targeting the party." "Alexander?" Enrique questioned. "Probably, but he's not the only one." "What a wonderful world. No matter how hard you try to protect, it falls apart again," Enrique lamented. The two continued their conversation without looking at each other, Enrique with a teacup rolling in her hand, Ivan with exam papers. "Who should take charge first? It might be better if we each take one person." "No, you have to protect Patricia." "You're going to both of them." "Somebody has to protect Patricia. You attract more attention than me. You're not suited for infiltration." "Fair enough. In this city, there are 2 people who must be protected, Elizabeth and Patricia, the princess and the saint. If either of them dies, the problem becomes serious. Krasilov barely survived, crumbling, or a holy war declared by the Holy Empire. Coincidentally, both of them have a presence in this university. As long as Enrique holds this position, it won't be easy for external forces to infiltrate. While he is absent, one member of the hero party must protect this city. Then Yao'll start with Drovian." "Probably," Ivan casually replied as he handed over the exam papers. "Callian and Drovian. If one had to support one of the 2 countries first, naturally, Drovian would take precedence. Drovian is a country connected to Krasilov and other countries by land routes. It's also a human nation, meaning it had a somewhat extensive external intelligence network. While the internal situation of Callian was truly unknown, at least Drovian was understood to a certain extent. Moreover, if the hero party were to die, it would suffer the greatest blow. The only force maintaining present-day Drovian was the authority of Einar. On the other hand, Callian maintained a strict parliamentary system under the rule of the queen. Even the great Vialgrin was merely one secret member among many in Callian. While it was inevitable that the country would weaken if Vialgrin died, the nation itself wouldn't come to a halt. The situation was different for Drovian, which would collapse immediately if Einar died. Therefore, in terms of priority, the issue of Drovian was more urgent. Who could possibly kill Einar? It's beyond prediction except by time. Jill Burr was in the same boat.
True.
Enrique set down her teacup and rummaged through her coat. She took out a flask containing liquor and popped the lid open. She took 3 short glasses from a cabinet in the corner of the lab and placed them on the table. What's the secret to long life?
I don't know.
Think about it and answer, lad. Trying to recall more joyful moments than sad ones. Since sad moments come to mind effortlessly anyway. And with age, those kinds of things happen really, really often. So, if there's a secret to longevity, it's making an effort to recall joyful moments before anything else. Therefore, Enrique doesn't mourn those who leave first. Instead of lamenting their departure, she chooses to immortalize their memories forever.
Chug.
The glass was filled with liquor. As he flicked his hand over it, flames rose above the glass. Let's have a drink. Following her gesture, the glass floated up in front of Ivan. Without a word, Ivan picked up the glass. For those we can never meet again. Ivan raised his hand and downed the drink in one gulp. For those we can never meet again. Unlike her, a vampire or him, stained with too much blood, Gilberg would have gone to heaven. So, for the colleagues we can't reunite with even in the afterlife. For those who always leave first, and finally, for those who have found eternal peace. Cheers to that envy. Enrique swallowed the drink and wiped his mouth. I'll leave first. See you tomorrow, disciple. Enrique left without showing her face until the end. Ivan didn't look at her. Everyone has a face they don't want others to see. Even after Enrique left, the sound of the pen moving continued in the lab for a while. A burning glass still shone alone on the table. As the night grew darker, it wasn't until the fire in the glass burned out all the alcohol that Ivan finished preparing for the exam. In the darkened lab, he looked at the empty glass on the table.
Cheers.
After briefly toasting the empty glass, he left the lab. The scent of whiskey, thick with blood, seeped out through the open door and drifted into the sky. Under the dark night sky, white snowflakes were falling. Under the light of magical lanterns illuminating the streets, heavily. Feeling the sensation of the snowflakes illuminating his path, Ivan walked towards the command post. I will begin the exam. Upon Ivan's words, the students looked at the exam papers with tired eyes, quietly pondering why there was a final exam in PF General Education. Standing in front of them, Ivan quietly began to speak. You're allowed to attempt copying others' answer sheets. If you don't get caught, well recognize it as your skill. In a place like this, if he could act outside of his sight, even if he got all the exam questions wrong, he could still pass. Ivan nodded silently and pressed the clock on the podium.
Begin.
The students sighed as they grasped their exam papers. The quiet auditorium was filled with the sound of papers being turned. Ivan slowly scanned them, gauging the time.
Talk.
About 30 minutes later, someone knocked on the classroom door. The students' gazes all turned towards the door.
What is it?
Senior, it's urgent. Just a moment. Opening the door abruptly, Dimitri's face was pale blue. As Ivan stepped out of the door with a frown, Dimitri urgently spoke. The enemy forces are approaching.
Who?
Duke Volanovan. All the command personnel are gathering near the capital, but it'll be difficult to synchronize. Their marching speed is too fast. At this point, the Duke is attempting a rebellion. All agents sent to contact the Duke's side have lost communication. Senior, you need to prepare for deployment. Ivan sighed deeply as he glanced at the exam hall. At the point when the 2nd Division was encamped, the commanding officer of the 1st Division attempts a mutiny. And with no warning signs like this. That's impossible. The internal intelligence of the command headquarters was flawless. To prepare for a rebellion, it would require more than one or two things, and it's definitely impossible to do everything outside the intelligence network of the command headquarters. But if there really is a marching division heading towards the capital. What's the count? 3,000, composed only of cavalry. Prepare the defense system, but don't initiate an attack. Understood, but why? If we don't buy time, the enemy will reach Frechenkaya before the capital defense force assembles. It's not a rebellion. Ivan sighed and pressed his eyes tightly. It's just an attempt to gain leverage at the negotiation table. Volanovin's only leading 3,000 cavalry and rushing in without supply lines. There must be no reason other than that. No 1st Division artillery units either. Duke Volanovin isn't a fool. Even if he were to attack hastily, he would know that he can't occupy Frechenkaya with just 3,000 cavalry. So, this is just a somewhat aggressive negotiation strategy. It's closer to a move to showcase his military strength. He's in a hurry, the Duke. This signifies the precarious political position of the Duke. He wasn't someone unaware that radical means would inevitably bring about radical consequences. So, it's a strategy to still assert his strength to the princess and to raise his own value higher. Of course, it would be meaningless since it was detected in advance. He was once known as the strongest man in the country, and he was also one of the top nobles when he first rose to power. Let's go. Yes, Senior. His military career began with conscripted soldiers thrown into the front lines. And since then, the 1st Division has always been responsible for the front lines. The commander of the 1st Division, Mikhail Archurovich Volanovin, known as the Professor's Tactician, the iron fist of the great Ivan, conqueror's blade, ambassador of the North, commander of the artillery of Krasilov. He was a man who, if he were just 20 years younger, would have been recommended for the hero party in place of Enrique. Ivan quietly moved forward. It's been about 10 years, he thought to himself. How are we supposed to handle our exams? I don't know either. Should we just turn them in? Is there a TA for this class? Who's going to call Professor Enrique? From the 2nd week of classes until the end of the semester. There's a professor who disappears for the entire semester, only to show up a week before finals to give the exam, then disappears again during the test. In this unbelievable reality, the students were bewildered. (162). Chapter 162. Senior, he's coming. Ivan didn't bother to respond. If Dmitri could confirm with the naked eye, naturally he could confirm it as well. It's not like Dmitri was unaware of that fact. It's just a sign of how nervous he is. Although he often spoke unnecessarily, he was never one to show signs of anxiety to others. That would inevitably reveal a weakness. They were trained not to show weaknesses even to their families. Ivan glanced at Dmitri for a moment before turning his head. Duke Volanovin is over 70. I know, Senior. Don't be afraid. At Ivan's words, Dmitri made a sly expression and stepped back. Dust thickened over the horizon. Soon, the banners, tinged with the setting sun, fluttered. It was the banner of the 1st Division. The insignia of the Duke's family was not visible. He didn't come as a duke, he came as a commander. Even to showcase that, he wouldn't have brought any ordinary soldiers. Of course, the 1st Division itself was practically his soldiers, and the Northern Barbarian Administration, where the 1st Division was stationed, was practically his country. As expected, Ivan waited, looking at the approaching troops. Behind him, there were about 100 soldiers lined up. They were not the capital defense army, but only scouts gathered near the Frechenkaya. The division's banner fluttered in the wind behind him. I am not here as an individual with power, but as a commander. That's what it means. It signifies not leading the division even in a situation where he could boast being the closest to the princess. Soon, the approaching troops slowed down. The dust gradually settled, and soon the Duke Volanovin's advanced cavalry became visible. The elderly man over 70, who had charged from the distant north, even in the winter of Krasilov, was now excitedly breathing hot breath without showing signs of exhaustion. Ivan tightened the reins and urged the horse forward. Step by step, the two approached each other.
Duke.
Little Ivan. Under the helmet, azure eyes flashed. The gaze alone could kill. Time had not bent the man. The Duke, clad in a thick coat, brushed aside the approaching guards. He walked forward alone. His body was so thin as to be considered gaunt. Yet, his demeanor alone brought to mind the image of a well-tempered sword. The sword of a conqueror. Until the war with the demons, he was the man who trampled the most allied territories in the current Union Kingdom. The man who doubled the borders of this country. If the one holding the reins was not the former king, he would have surely established an independent kingdom. Ivan also knew the man's temperament well. He nodded lightly in greeting. How have you been? Well. Your gaze is sharp, better than before. After the disbandment of the cleanup unit, he had shown no respect to anyone except Elizaveta. But the man in front of him was one of the exceptions. Because it was the man who had assisted in the perfect concealment, which would have been impossible with Elizaveta's power alone. Until he set out again, he was one of the few in this country who knew of his survival. Retirement seems to suit you, then take a bit more rest. I've rested enough. Is that so? Good. The Duke turned his gaze ambiguously. Dmitri, standing stiffly behind Ivan, flinched and stepped back. The Duke chuckled at his reaction. It's been a while for you two. The little scamp has grown up well since then. Yes, Your Grace. I am here now as a representative of the Northern Front. Please correct the address. No, why are you saying this to me when you barely spoke to the senior Dmitri, muttered briefly, and bowed his head? The Counterintelligence Command extends its warm welcome to you, sir, as the commander of the 1st Division. Oh, it's cold. Clear the way. That is not possible. Ivan stood in the way of the Duke, who was trying to pass him. We will receive you at the command. Of those who went down that path, how many came back alive? Does Her Highness wish to remove this old man? There are those in this country who can fill in for the Duke's absence. Her Highness is always concerned about the lack of talent in this country. If he's still able to raise his head after being humiliated like that, it's rather surprising. If it were possible, he would have killed him. Since he keeps talking like this, he must not be able to be humiliated even if he does this, right? Such conversations went back and forth between the two. Dmitri looked anxiously at Ivan's back and side. But Her Highness clearly instructed us to conclude negotiations calmly and amicably, Senior. However, the two strong-willed commanders seemed unwilling to back down in front of each other. Fortunately, Elizaveta, concerned about such a situation, had sent him. Dmitri, brushing his gloves, approached with a smile and said then, how about temporarily setting up camp? It's cold out. If we do that, the capital command will be ready to deploy. But we can't mobilize armed personnel in Frechenkaya as it is now, can we? Please step back for the sake of the princess' reputation. The Duke chuckled at Dimitri's words and turned his head. He looked at Ivan and said, how many can you handle if I join? We can handle up to 200 without any problem. Oh, so with just 100 troops, you think you can handle twice the elite cavalry of the north? No, I meant I can handle it alone.
What hahate?
The Duke laughed heartily, slapping his knee. He then nodded and gestured. You set up camp here and wait for me. Mihil, lead 200 cavalry and follow me. Yes, Commander. I don't repeat myself. He looked at Ivan with a sneer. In Ivan's gaze, he also turned his head and shouted. The counter-allegiance command will now accommodate the guests. But Senior, you're bringing the Duke and the 200 cavalry of the 1st Division to the capital without disarming them. And you're going to face them alone. I am not someone who repeats orders. At Ivan's words, the Duke nodded vigorously and burst into laughter. Indeed, he had grown up well. With that thought, he led the way. Ivan walked silently beside him. The troops following the Duke glared menacingly at Ivan. Considering he claimed he could handle them all alone, as the elite of the 1st Division, it was reasonable for his pride to be hurt. In fact, it was half-intentional. Whether the Duke had appeared solely to swear full allegiance or not, if not, he had provoked enough to not bow down to pride, and it wouldn't be surprising if combat broke out immediately. If indeed combat did break out, the Capital Command and the 2nd Division would have immediately opposed the 1st Division. While it might be difficult to repel the entire army, with Enrique's presence, neutralizing and securing Elizaveta is not a daunting task. If the 1st Division were to be categorized as a rebellion and punitive action were to begin, although the military administration might be lost, it would be possible to completely control the entire military command. Elizaveta might have preferred that. The Duke, having foreseen this, followed his lead without saying a word. Ivan looked at the Duke's back and smiled bitterly. He hasn't aged. Since the Duke's age was slightly younger than the former king, if it weren't for the events of that time, the former king would have probably been just as righteous. The former king would have been 10 times stronger than the Duke. Thinking briefly of that scene, Ivan nodded and continued speaking. As mentioned in a previous reminiscence, Ivan's orphanage was located just far enough from the center of the capital. It was a suitable environment where he could gather without worrying about others' gazes. Except for the Counterintelligence Command and Jan's University, there was no better place in this city for him to meet someone without worries. Arriving at the orphanage, the Duke looked around with a subtle expression on his face. What's this about publicizing the agent training center? I don't understand what you're talking about. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching children. The children, as always, were laughing innocently and playing together. There was no surprise on his face, even though about 200 rugged cavalrymen had gathered. A teacher with a strange hat on the other side hurriedly approached and took the children away. Watching this, the Duke grumbled. Now the Counterintelligence Command, agents want even fear the army. They didn't before. Oh, is that so? I didn't know, I really didn't know. Despite grumbling, the Duke followed Ivan's guidance without much protest. They soon arrived at the director's office. In the bleak director's office filled with bustling soldiers, the Duke sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the tea in front of him. It was a roughly brewed tea made from corn. It was poured into a rather worn-looking teapot that seemed like it was taken from a market. The Duke naturally glanced at Ivan, who served the tea, and shook his head. It seems too familiar for something deliberately served like this. Is the royal treasury really that hard up these days? I can boast that I've lived quite frugally, but this. There were no luxurious furnishings, just old furniture, and a table that was cleaned neatly enough to be slightly dusty. The Duke chuckled and took a sip of tea. The 1st Division will obey Her Highness. Is that why you came all this way to say that? If Her Highness acknowledges the autonomy of the 1st Division. The Duke reclined on the sofa and slowly tapped his fingers. The 2nd Division recently started an agreement with the dwarves. They're buying a huge amount of military supplies. It's a tough time. You made it tough. Wasn't half of the nobility punished a few months ago in this country? There was no fear in the Duke's eyes, but Ivan could feel a strong sense of deliberation between the lines. He was a soldier who had devoted his life to the royal family. Even when numerous soldiers were punished after the war, he never left his position. The reason he was not targeted was one: he declared unconditional neutrality in the power struggle within the central government. The 1st Division was the strongest single division in Krasilov, and it was not unreasonable considering that the Military Administration Command was responsible for the northern economy of Krasilov, given the huge wealth it collected every year. That man had sacrificed solely for the stability of Krasilov. Having proven his loyalty to the royal family over 2 generations, no one could deny the Duke's dedication. Are you finally going to eliminate the 1st Division? So I have no choice but to ask. It's hard to see anyone else reinforcing the 2nd Division on the northern front when the situation is stable in Navitch. The nobles' complaints can be understood. Strengthening the power of the 2nd Division could be seen as a typical counterbalance. However, recently, the 2nd Division swore allegiance to the princess and even marched to Tyles. Since the capital command had already fallen into the princess' hands, it could be said that the military leadership of Krasilov is practically owned by the princess now. In such a situation, one cannot declare indifference to politics anymore. Ivan slowly lowered his hand to the table, leaving the teacup. Duke, where does your loyalty to the aristocracy lie? Obviously, it's toward the royal family. How dare you even ask me that? There's only one royal blood left in this country now. If the claim of loyalty to the royal family is true, there's no reason not to pledge allegiance to Elizaveta. Stirred by this point, the Duke took a bitter sip of his tea. Is that so? Prince Alexander is alive. Ivan's grip suddenly tightened. He barely relaxed his hand holding the gun. Seeing his reaction, the Duke chuckled. He tried to contact me a few months ago. He asked the military not to deploy when the dwarves and demons attacked the 2nd Division. It must have been during the Angren Civil War. Ivan squinted. If the Angren Civil War had ended in Abadita's victory, the 2nd Division would have been attacked by the dwarves. If the 1st Division hadn't supported the front line at that time, Abadita's forces would have reached Frechenkaya without any resistance. But how? As mentioned in the memoirs, the internal espionage network of the Krasilov Counterintelligence Command is nearly perfect. This is not just a boast. It really means it's objectively close to perfection. They are aware of every little habit of the nobles of this country, even the trivial gatherings in salons. Moreover, at that time, the military leadership was the main focus of the Counterintelligence Command. After punishing all the domestic nobles, they were the only group that could oppose the princess. Naturally, they could understand everything happening in the 1st Division as if it were in their hands. But the fact that Ivan didn't know about this meant there was a gap in the Counterintelligence Command's espionage network. Of course, you wouldn't be able to notice even if it were you. There are agents in this country who are superior to you, aren't there? Such individuals do not exist. No, they do. The most excellent in foreign intelligence in the United Kingdoms. And there are even tribes that even the best intelligence agents dared not expand their networks to. The Duke laughed with his index finger raised to his ear. As if his ears had become longer, he smirked. While watching his reaction, Ivan's hand suddenly broke with a click. The teacup in his hand shattered into pieces. Callion. Yeah, Alexander is in Callion. (163). Chapter 163. Anger was quickly subdued, because the target of anger was wrong from the start. His anger should be directed solely at one person. Until then, any kind of emotion should not be wasted meaninglessly. Thanks for the information. What for? Ivan bowed his head to the man in front of him. Just giving this information alone meant that the fate of the Grand Duke had been decided. The moment he revealed Alexander's contact, he was as good as submitting to Elizaveta. I felt greedy too. Am I not a dwarf? That dwarf. Just like the current Second Legion, wouldn't I have been tempted by the dwarven military supplies back then? The Crown Prince said so. He said he would hand over all the dwarven military facilities just by keeping the military rule and sitting tight. When he rules Krasilov, he will grant independence to the military rule. Then why? Military rule independence. That meant recognizing the colony as a fully independent country. If they also transferred the military facilities there, it wouldn't be a big problem economically. An independent country, combining the productivity of the demon military colony, the technological capabilities of the dwarven military facilities, and the military power of the First Legion. It even had the potential to surpass Krasilov's national body. Wouldn't it be too sweet? A sensible ruler would never offer such conditions in exchange for worship. Assuming he fulfills all those conditions, it's one of the two. Either he's a complete idiot or it's a sweet trap. Alexander is definitely not an idiot. If he were, it would have been impossible to continue the struggle with Elizaveta for a dozen years. Elizaveta was one of the most capable politicians in the country. So, if at the very least the Grand Prince didn't think Alexander was an idiot, then this was a trap. The Grand Duke realized the moment he became aware of Alexander's contact. And he remained silent. Prepare to set out when the dwarves actually step on Krasilov's border. He quietly waited at the Ministry of Military Affairs. Several months passed like that. But suddenly, isn't the Second Legion cooperating with the dwarves? I naturally thought Alexander had also contacted the Second Legion. What's this? The Second Legion swore allegiance to the princess. The Grand Duke chuckled and tapped the table lightly with his dry fingers. So I hurriedly investigated. Yes, you returned. Little Ivan, the Crown Prince's brother-in-law. When I loosened the reins a bit, weren't the noble families of the royal family recently purged? I immediately sent you a summons. Remember, it was right after those damn dwarves opened their gates. I clearly asked you to meet once, didn't I? That's right, I ignored it. Ivan nodded quietly. The Grand Duke chuckled incredulously. I wonder what my state of mind was. If the counterintelligence command had even half the cleanup unit back then, they could have anticipated Alexander's contact in advance, and then wouldn't I be classified as part of the Crown Prince faction in the central government? I couldn't sleep at night. The area under the Grand Duke's eyes was blurry. If it were the little Ivan I know, no matter how well the colonial military rule is prepared, it wouldn't be difficult for them to come for my neck. Please don't misunderstand. Then why doesn't he come? Why ignore my letters on such a subject? What does it mean for the Second Legion to stockpile military supplies? Are they aiming at the rear of our First Legion? The jurisdiction of the Second Legion is the Northern Front. To be precise, they are defending the area near the border, which was once the Northern Front. And beyond that, across the mountains, there is the colonial military rule of the First Legion, deep in the demon territories. If the Second Legion were to block the border, the First Legion would be isolated in the demon territories. After the supplies are cut off, the First Legion would undoubtedly be torn apart by the demons. Then just report directly to Her Highness. The key figures of the central government are naturally you, and if you don't respond to my letters, what's the point of sending any message to the princess? Yowl intercepted. I don't work like that. The Grand Duke ignored Ivan's objection. He sighed deeply and scratched his head. Should we raise the military now and at least attempt defense, or should we contact Alexander again? If Alexander's attempt fails, what options do I have? I am pondering that, and suddenly news comes from Tyles. The princess led the Second Legion herself, and conquered the civil war. What could be the reason for specifically the Second Legion? It's not the capital command, nor is it a reason to send the Northern Legion all the way to the western end. The capital command lacks military strength. To confirm loyalty and test military mobilization, wouldn't it be? I heard they finished their mobilization within 10 days after the order was issued. It seems the Second Legion has passed the princess test. So he threw his military force into it, emphasizing that he faced no resistance even as he marched beyond the north, passing through the Second Legion's stronghold. His forces could attack Frechenkaya in just a few days, even faster than the information relayed by the counterintelligence command, from the border to the capital's edge. This was his own survival strategy, not to display military might, but to directly demonstrate his usefulness to the princess. Simply relaying this through letters would have been easily blocked by the man in front of him. It had to be so noisy that it couldn't be ignored. Sigh. Ivan exhaled deeply and buried himself in the sofa. He wanted to apologize first. How much heartache had this old soldier endured? The winter in Krasilov is severe. That winter, he had even broken through from the harshest northern regions with cavalry, conserving sleep. I will convey to Her Highness appropriately. That's right. You should be able to announce it soon. If we disarm the accompanying forces, we will allow entry into the capital. Understood. And I am sorry. Ivan was a reasonable person, so he didn't abuse the old man. Unlike in pre-modern fantasy worlds, filial piety and morality were part of the elementary curriculum on Earth. Because of the unconscious act of ignoring one letter, he couldn't help but feel responsible for this situation, where a man over 70 had to cross half the country hanging on to one horse in winter. Even the man in front of him had helped him retire when he decided to retire. At that time, even with Elizaveta's power alone, there was not enough to completely remove him from the military and treat him as dead in society. So perfect that even Alexander himself wouldn't notice, so thorough that even the survivors of the Annihilation Unit wouldn't know. As Ivan politely bowed his head, the Grand Duke smiled bitterly and waved his hand. So what are we going to do now? Go to Kalyan? It won't be easy. If we go through official diplomatic channels, it shouldn't be difficult. The elves won't recognize me. Well, that's true. Elves are too arrogant to remember a human who died 4 years ago. The Grand Duke chuckled and nodded his head. Then I'll stay here for a while. I should take a look at the trainees you've been raising. They're like orphans, Your Grace. I have eyes too. Absolutely not, a resolute voice rang out in the silence. Impossible. With a bang, a small hand pounded on the table, causing the glasses on top to rattle. I can't allow it. Absolutely can't. Elizaveta was almost having a fit, her concern palpable. Ivan sighed. She had inherited the qualities of a military leader, but worried excessively. What were you going to do there again? What if you get hurt when you come back? Is your leg healed? Can you move? She fired off questions. Yes, Your Highness, Ivan responded calmly. Your arm? It's fine. Performance? It's about 30% recovered. Look at this. Elizaveta was one of the few who could communicate effectively with Ivan. He never lied to her when answering quantitatively. So asking if he could move was actually meaningless. As long as his limbs were attached, he was a man who moved. Therefore, if you ask, you should ask about the physical functions quantitatively. But it's 30%. Considering Ivan's superhuman recovery ability, it means that even after a month of proper treatment, he's still not in perfect condition. It was an injury severe enough that even the saint's healing would find complete recovery difficult. In fact, it was natural. When a person becomes such a wreck, mere 4 weeks of treatment cannot recover from the injury. Moreover, that man even firmly refused medical treatment like healing potions. Foolishly. Ivan never used healing potions on his allies, so he had no choice but to resist Elizaveta's insistence. It's 30%, and the danger of the big-eared tribe in Kalyan is 10 times no, 100 times greater than the knights in Tyles. Challenging a stronger military force with reduced power What kind of military strategy is that? But, Your Highness, we cannot abandon Alexander. The consequences are endless. Don't you know why my brother slipped into Callion? Elizaveta sighed deeply as she spoke. That traitor has already lost all his bases inland. The impulsive plan in Drovian, it failed. The Dwarven Civil War, it failed. And even the rebellion in Tyles failed. Who would willingly sponsor someone who has only seen failure in his attempts at overthrowing the country 3 times in a row? At this point, the support base should collapse entirely. The reason the elves helped him, that was obvious, because they're elves. Elves fundamentally dislike peace. It's true. Because in peace, and in a stable situation, they cannot gain any benefits. As chaos intensifies, elven diplomacy becomes sharper. Perhaps the reason they helped the United Kingdom was because they judged that otherwise, the alliance would exterminate the demons too quickly. Elizaveta was almost certain. They were the most unbelievable race in the world, so it wasn't strange to want to use the repeated failures of Alexander as leverage. Who knows, maybe someday they'll use Alexander to incite Tyles again. So you must absolutely, absolutely never leave this country. This isn't a request, it's an order. There was even a way to invade with a military force in Tyles. But even that was a diplomatic absurdity that Ivan had committed, thinking he was dead. Once would have been enough, losing this man. Callion can only be accessed by sea route, and there is no naval power in Krasilov. Moreover, there are no flying mounts, so all sea routes are blocked in winter. The only way she could contact Callion was through the trade route via Tyles. Since it was impossible to lead military forces through that route, Callion was truly another world. It was a task that could never be tolerated. I understand your command. Ivan nodded quietly. Elizaveta tried to comfort him with various words. Her expression softened, but Ivan just nodded silently without continuing the conversation. He was a trained agent, so he didn't repeat his failures twice. Once would have been enough. Missing the enemy right in front of you and watching longtime friends dying. He was a reasonable person, so he didn't try to persuade the stubborn young woman in her late 20s. That was impossible even in his Earth days. Since he had never succeeded in love even once in his Earth days, he didn't know how to persuade women. Moreover, the extermination unit does not persuade. As he once recalled, only to prove. I should prepare smuggling ships heading to Callion. And that's my specialty again. Elphira finally laughed brightly. "164. Chapter 164. After the final exams, Ivan summoned the group once again. It was the usual dinner gathering at Isabel's, as usual. Eugene, any news on the quest? Nothing yet, brother. Well, if the situation was urgent enough to warrant a disruption in the usual routine, he would have reported before being asked. Ivan nodded thoughtfully, lost in thought. Does this mean that the quest's warning is meaningless, unless it's just before the event? This was a major issue. Eugene's role was deemed akin to an early warning system. But what meaning did a warning system have when it warned only when the situation became so urgent that it was difficult to handle? Having the powerful advantage of accessing others' real names and information might be beneficial, but it seemed more like the realm of espionage rather than early warning systems. Situations like the Tyles Rebellion can't be responded to even if they're a recognized right before. Events like the Rebellion of the Three Counts were the kind that needed to be prevented from the start to finish without casualties. I should go to Callion during the winter break. Ivan finalized his thoughts and looked at the group. Except for Elphira, no one seemed pleased. It didn't matter. The number of people he could take was already decided anyway. Isabel Oscar. Yes. Yes, sir. First, the companions from Tyles. To calm the uneasy sentiments in Tyles that had worsened since the Civil War, they needed to return to their homeland. The daughter of Maximilian and the son of Jill Burr, their names carried weight at this critical moment. I need you to contribute to stabilizing the situation in Tyles. What difference does it make if I go? I want to go to Callion too. Ignoring the grumbling pair, Ivan turned to Ecdysis. And you have an important role. Are you telling me to teach real music to those spoiled brats in Callion? No, return to your homeland. Hi. Whatever the next major episode would be, it would happen either in Callion or Drovian. While Ivan could respond effectively in Callion, the same couldn't be said for Drovian. If something happened in Drovian while he was absent, they would miss the opportunity. Such situations needed to be prevented. Yuri Eugene, act with Ecdysis. So Ivan planned to keep Yuri close. Among the current companions, she had the highest power. In the first year of the Night Department, there was a Huskell. However, Yuri remained the top practical student of the first year of the Night Department. Its meaning was simple. At just 2 years into her incarnation, she already possessed stronger power than Huskell. Ridiculous growth. If one assumed that all incarnates had some kind of incarnation bonus, then her bonus seemed to be the most understandable form. It's a talent, overwhelming and brilliant. It seemed like the level of the protagonist of a growth-type light novel. Therefore, the plan was to keep her with Ecdysis. In any situation, they should be able to make Ecdysis safe. Wouldn't it be better for me to go with you, sir? It's too risky. What? But where isn't it risky? No, your mental barriers are too weak. Even a simple courage enhancement made his personality change. Eugene was unusually vulnerable to mind sorcery. And Callion was the place where the most adept people in mind sorcery in the whole world gathered. While he could respond to physical attacks, Ivan had no means to protect his comrades from mental attacks. On top of that, we need personnel who can respond directly on site when the quest erupts. I can handle it in Callion, but Yao'll have to do it in Drovian. Someday, Eugene would need to replace him. His talent as an infiltrator was truly overwhelming. If I respond, I wonder what I can do if something like the Tyles incident happens. Contact Patricia through the school and request military support from the intelligence headquarters. Drovian is closer to Tyles. At the point when Ivan thought of this world as an academy setting, the first adventurer party he contacted was Ecdysis. Being the first person to cross the border for admission was also a factor, but the fact that Drovian was physically closer couldn't be ignored. After hearing Ivan's words, Eugene nodded quietly. He now scanned the remaining members inside the mansion. Elphira, essential personnel if they were to go to Callion from the start. Oswald, the son of a counselor, engaged to the daughter of the counselor. Lucia supported Eugene during the Tyles incident, and now he will support him. And then Rundies, the only person capable of holding the vanguard in the current group, which lacked frontline fighters. Thus, he formed the party with these 4 as the foundation. Not bad. Since their lineup barely overlapped with the last Tyles incident, they could evenly distribute growth among all party members. Elphira. Oh, yes. Elphira looked startled at Ivan, then quickly lowered her head back to the table. Attempting to understand a teenage girl in her rebellious phase was foolish. Perhaps her face wasn't to her liking, or something similar. Of course, such things were meaningless. What mattered was utility and usefulness. We should prepare a smuggling ship heading to Callion. Aye. Elphira blinked in confusion. A smuggling ship, all of a sudden. Can't we just go to one of the Tyles ports and take a boat in? If we hurry, we could still arrive within 10 days. No, we can't. Krasilov was a nation serious about domestic intelligence, and currently, Tyles was arguably the most unstable land in the United Kingdom. If they were to use a train heading to Tyles, they would inevitably be detected by the intelligence network of the espionage headquarters. Elizaveta would notice the moment he boarded the train. Then there would be a threat of being ambushed by a train before crossing half of this country. Until there's an achievement, my movements in this country shouldn't be noticed. Yes, what does that mean? Elphira was lost in confusion. Ivan nodded silently. It was an answer even without words. Elphira sighed and gripped her forehead. This man is really crazy. He's a government official, no, a soldier. Isn't this mutiny? If we fail, it might seem so. But if we succeed, it's an accomplishment. In the first place, the cleanup unit wasn't just any ordinary unit acting under the authority of a higher unit. If I were the commander of a higher unit, I would have taken care of it sooner. That's right. Oh. The group lowered their heads at Ivan's response. The cleanup unit was a rear infiltration unit. It was a unit that received pre-approval for action regardless of the situation. Since they operated in areas where there was no way to disclose operational outlines to headquarters in the first place. Therefore, the competence and loyalty of the field commander determined almost everything about the unit. If they were moderately unsuccessful and moderately incompetent, they might have been treated as a somewhat special unit. However, the cleanup unit was a blade that was too sharp. A sharp blade that never listened and could turn in any direction at any time. It was only natural for the cleanup unit to be disbanded. Even if Kirill had been in his right mind, the cleanup unit would surely have been disbanded. But Elizaveta would never do such a thing. It was because of the trust that had been passed down from those days. She was a commander who trusted the judgment on the ground. So it's fine. This isn't mutiny, it's just a somewhat bold operation. No, sir. If the princess didn't come to rescue us in Tyles, wouldn't we all have died there together? This time is different. How so? Because Vialgrin is alive. It's different from when Gilbert, who had almost no real power and bore almost all of the political burden, was in charge. Kalyan is a nation where the state is run by decisions of the councillors. The monarchy is so weak to the point of being faint, and the authority of the parliament is of paramount importance. Therefore, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that it's the most political nation in this world, and politicians never put all their eggs in one basket. Excessive concentration of power in one person is never tolerated in parliamentary politics. Although most of Kalyan's power dynamics are not well known abroad, there is one thing you can be sure of. Vialgrin's power within Kalyan is likely to be limited. Even if it exists, it's not beyond honorary positions. That means Vialgrin's autonomy is greatly ensured. A party of free-roaming adventurers is a disaster in itself. Ivan found it difficult to even think of a way to kill such a Vialgrin. If a disaster of that magnitude were to occur, if there were no room for intervention, then surely a quest would appear. Just the fact that Eugene is remaining silent means there's a level of preemptive response possible. So, assistance from Krasilov is not necessary for this operation. As long as contact can be made with Vialgrin, there should be few problems. If he can transfer Alexander and return home. Finally, in front of the graves of many fallen comrades, he could stand tall and pay his respects. Ivan quietly raised his cup to his lips. With superhuman patience, he was able to steady his trembling hand. It was finally time to put an end to the postponed mourning. It wouldn't be long now. 3 months until the end of winter vacation. It's only a short time, not even 100 days. Even though 30 years have passed since coming to this world, only 3 months seem significant. Ivan was in the cleanup unit, and the cleanup unit specialized in waiting, lurking, and silence. Trained operatives can lurk motionless for over 10 days. 3 months is by no means a long operation. If lucky, it could be even shorter. Ivan smiled quietly. A smuggling ship is my specialty, after all. Remember, Kohanulf once practically smuggled herself in, and I did say I'd be returning home this winter. Let's launch the airship. Elphira shouted confidently. Your Highness. Yes. The trade routes to Tyles are in chaos. It's not just one or two, but many railway lines and trade routes have been disrupted since the rebellion of the Three Marquises. Therefore, even acquiring essential supplies for winter is difficult. While famine can be barely avoided with stored food, if logistics aren't stabilized, the winter will be harsh. Fortunately, the military industry is thriving, so it won't be difficult to secure funds for Tills and the entire United Kingdom. Great, the country is gradually stabilizing. With the submission of the First Legion, the regime has finally been completed. Now, if only Alexander can be dealt with definitively, then we can hold the coronation. No one would dare to oppose the absolute monarchy. Under the guise of constitutional monarchy, where all responsibility is delegated to the parliament while authority is retained, finally. No one can stop me from marrying whomever I choose. Even if she had devoted herself to the state solely for this day, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Recently, Elisaveta had been unusually joyful in life. In this month, Ivan quietly listened, shaved his beard, the First Legion obeyed, and the colonies expanded. Even the notorious pirates of Callion wouldn't dare to attempt a military demonstration under the aerial battleships of the dwarves. If we get through the winter well, we might attempt military diplomacy next spring. If it's confirmed that Alexander is in Callion, pressure could be applied by mentioning the rudeness of sending Coenwulf to the last tournament. Power stems from military strength, and from the moment the aerial fortress is ready, Callion cannot afford to underestimate Krasilov. After smoothly transferring Alexander's recruits and neutralizing Kirill in front of the Oktyabrskaya throne, only then will the succession to the throne be secured. And at the coronation, proudly in front of all the people of this country. Would March be good? But I'd prefer to wear sleeveless in April, wouldn't it be better? Thinner dresses look prettier. Yes, yes, perfect. Elisaveta smiled contentedly as she organized the documents. Come to think of it, Dmitri had requested an audience. About Tills-related reports, perhaps. Yes, what is it? Your Highness, that. Speak quickly, your time is limited. Yes, Your Highness. Your Majesty, yes, Your Majesty, Sir Yermov is missing. Drip. The fountain pen I was holding, without realizing it, bent. Dmitri hastily knelt and shouted as he slapped his knees on the ground. I swear, I really don't know. Perhaps it's Pavel, maybe it's that man. I have no idea. Fetch Pavel. Yes, yes. And release the agents. No, not flyers. Release the agents. How many agents are left in Frechenkaya? There are about 160. Release them all. Deploy agents on all land and sea routes to Callion. Release Pavel, and have him report on the smuggling route. I'll give you 30 minutes. Yes, yes. Trembling, Dmitri fled as if he were running away. Elisaveta shook with anger and threw the inkwell. Mutiny, mutiny. It's mutiny treason. After a while, Pavel, who had hastily searched the chaotic room, quickly prostrated himself on the floor. I'll do my best to bring the traitor back, Your Highness. Once you catch him, make sure to hear his testimony. Understood. I will strip him of his rank and prepare for his return home with a lifelong pension. So be it. I humbly accept the marriage in advance. You're dismissed. Go. As you command, Your Highness. Pavel smiled slyly as he stepped back. Now that the commander is finally becoming a married man and retiring from military service, counterintelligence command is in Pavel's hands. So, I'll give him a generous gift. Yes. (165). Chapter 165. Once upon a time, there was a peculiar stalemate on the battlefield with the emergence of the hero party. Contrary to popular belief, the hero party hadn't immediately assassinated the 7 dragons. At that time, The hero party was known externally as the High-Value Target Rapid Strike Unit. They were primarily referred to as such by the demons. During that time, they assassinated the high-value targets of the demon army, namely field commanders, to settle scores, gather intel on the location of the 7 dragons, and mitigate the threat posed by the demon army. The key figures at that time were, of course, Ivan and the cleanup unit, Enrique and Vialgrin. Do you have any new information? Other than the fact that I am 10 times older than you, well, it seems not. Vialgrin chuckled and lowered his hand. The orc in his grasp dribbled saliva and collapsed to the ground. Ivan looked up at the sky, calculating the position of the moon amidst the thick clouds. It was a time when he wasn't yet accustomed to calculating time in seconds. Anyway, he realized there was still some time left before moving for the next operation. Ivan sat down amidst the half-collapsed camp and quietly chewed on a nutrition bar. Is it tasty? Is taste important? Well, it is. Don't forget about small pleasures. Vigilance. The most fearful thing in the darkness is not the enemy but forgetfulness. Forgetfulness about things that bring joy, things that are important, things that are precious. Ivan blinked at the elf's words. Wizards had a habit of twisting even simple words, and even elderly wizards exhibited this symptom severely. By the time one reached the status of an elderly elf wizard, it became difficult to engage in everyday conversation. Give me one too. Aren't you going to spit it out? It's a piece of wood that you cherish. Do you think it'd do that? Vialgrin took a nutrition bar from Ivan's hand and waved his hand over it. Purple magic sparkled and dispersed. Between his fingers, each moved as if possessing a different will. Soon, a strange shape adorned the nutrition bar, then it vanished. All right, have it back. What did you do? I showed kindness. Ivan chewed on the nutrition bar without saying a word. After a bite, he paused for a moment. It was warm. Despite being in an enemy territory where one couldn't make a fire, it was appropriately warm. The pig fat inside had partially melted, making it smooth to chew, and the grains had softened. As Ivan silently munched on the nutrition bar, Vialgrin, who had been watching the scene with satisfaction, spoke up suddenly. Don't hate elves too much. As Ivan averted his gaze, Vialgrin smiled and shifted his gaze to the sky. They're not all that bad. Admit it, don't hate them too much. I don't hate them. Is that so? That's good. The elderly elf in front of them was inscrutable. He always wore a faint smile on his face. These long-lived folks who always retained the appearance of youth were even more elusive because of it. It was difficult to discern their true feelings, and those who could understand others' intentions on such matters were as rare as finding the palm of one's hand. Ivan shook his head and looked away. From beyond the clouds, there came a thud, followed by another. It was the rumble of airborne battleships. Beyond the dark clouds, flashes of red light flickered. An individual cannot represent an entire race. What? That's why we're essentially at war with the demons. The will of the Demon King represents entire races. Thud crash, the rumble of airborne battleships drew nearer. The front line was advancing. The demons who had lost their command were scattering. Under the dark night sky, amidst the red-tinted saturation, Vialgrin chuckled softly. So, regardless of whether some elves are arrogant or wicked, don't hate the entire race. We should strive to be better people at least. I'll bear that in mind. Well, you can say that after the war is over. Vialgrin shrugged his shoulders. There was a certain conviction in his expression. Ivan, watching him, suddenly asked, when do you think the war will end? This war will probably end in 10 years. Looking back now, the Demon King died at that time, roughly 10 years and a few months later, at the hands of the heroes. What happens after that? Well, afterward, Vialgrin continued to prepare for war, even after the Demon King's death. Even amid the peace that finally came, amidst his kin who ridiculed his claims. He was the most enigmatic elf Ivan had ever encountered. He was the most human-friendly elf, the most secretive, and also the strongest. Humans didn't like him, and elves mocked him as insane. Yet he smiled, nodding quietly as he pursued what he believed in. In elven history, it might have been akin to a miracle for the individual regarded as the most powerful mage to be friendly toward humans, especially during the time when the Demon King had arisen. An individual cannot represent an entire race. That was wrong. When Ivan reflected on Vialgrin's words, he couldn't help but disagree. Most elves were a tribe that he found difficult to attach any affection to, but because of the minority of elves who were not like that, Ivan couldn't bring himself to hate the entire race. During that time, Vialgrin undoubtedly represented the elves. Ep. 165, Racists. So, they say racial discrimination should be banned by international law. Oh. Dividing people by nation or ethnicity is an outdated habit. It's not like every Crystallophian fights bears and chugs down potato vodka until they die, chewing on garbage scraps every day, right? At least I know what you think of Crassilevian now. Ivan nodded at Elfiera's words. Sadly, they were hard to deny. No, that's not the point. Look, elves are superior in terms of ear length, lifespan, knowledge, culture, and moral and social norms. It doesn't necessarily mean that humans are primitive, you know. I suppose so. So, instead of discriminating based on race, I think everyone should unite as one heart and one mind as part of the United Kingdom, like a combined family. So what are you trying to say? Elfiera hesitated for a moment before turning her head. Beyond the blue sky, clouds drifted low. The hull swayed gently with each gust of wind. Hero parties should set an example for everyone, right? Ahem. So I was thinking, wouldn't it be a good idea for them to be the first to abolish the habit of racial discrimination? Like, by forming combined families or something. I think it's better to consult with Vialgrin about that. Why does Dad always have to come into this? Why are you consulting with him about that then? Having already given up on understanding these kids, Ivan turned his head to think more rationally and sensibly. The mainland stretched far beneath his feet. Beyond snow-covered forests, green meadows appeared. Smoke rose from small villages, scattered like toys. The fields of Tyles in the north lay, spread out before them. Ivan was calculating the speed of the ship by observing the long trail left by the railway passing below. The airborne battleship was currently floating in the skies above Tyles. Don't worry, we won't be visible from below. Elfiera chuckled, puffing out her chest. A perfect invisibility battleship. We've applied a thick optical camouflage spell underneath the bow, although the maintenance costs are very high. Are there more ships like this one? I suppose each of the Council of Ministers probably has one. The ship Ivan was stepping on belonged to the Grinkos family. Each noble elf family usually had its own fleet, but families that could own airborne battleships were limited in number. Furthermore, among those, the families with the ability to use optical camouflage on airborne battleships were extremely rare. That was fortunate. With just 5 of these ships, most countries would collapse without being able to resist. The concept of air supremacy was still rare in the early modern human world, but not for the elves. These clans possessed the most powerful fleets and dominated both sea and sky routes. Ivan looked at the drifting clouds and pondered. Is it certain that Vialgrin is in Callian? The last time they met, he was clearly tracking Alexander. But if Alexander was hiding in Callian, could Vialgrin really miss him? Was that possible? While it was uncertain who among the elves supported Alexander, could his position really be so significant that it would hide him from Vialgrin? It was unlikely. Even though Elizaveta had exaggerated his position, her words were not completely wrong even when considering them rationally. Alexander was a failure. He lost his royal authority, All his attempts at rebellion were thwarted in advance, and he lost his support base within the country. All his attempts to seek refuge abroad were the same. Despite mobilizing more than half of the Tyless forces, he failed to seize the throne. The elves' patience was not deep enough to embrace such a loser. So, if Alexander was truly hiding in Callian, there were only two possibilities. Either Vialgrin is not in Callian, or Vialgrin has condoned Alexander. If we assume the latter, how should we respond? With a bitter expression, Ivan looked toward the distant horizon to the east. "166. Chapter 166. Ivan's schedule is always regular. During leisure time, when there are no operational situations or situations requiring preparation for operations, he used to invest time in checking his capabilities. Adequate calorie intake for essential activities, snacks on nutrition bars, compliance with essential sleep time for optimizing sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. 3 hours, increasing by up to 35 minutes depending on conditions. Basic physical training for maintaining muscle strength takes 5 hours and 25 minutes to complete all routines. Repetitive training to block sensory organs for checking the state of the nervous system, usually always doing it. When the timetable is planned as meticulously as possible, all these activities can be completed in about half a day. And the remaining time is for repeating the above or modifying and supplementing future guidelines. I am bored just looking at it. Edelplat Kohanolf's comment on this was harsh. Hey you, having a bad day. Ahem. It was true. The weather had suddenly deteriorated since flying out of the Tyleth aerial zone over the northeastern Elven Sea. The sky is clear and the sea is blue. How beautiful the sea is at this time. Look at the horizon. What do you see? The horizon. Ivan turned his head and started cleaning his rifle again. Carefully oiling it, wiping it clean of any rust, then disassembling, assembling, checking functions, and managing ammunition. In the midst of the strong smell of gun oil, Edel let out a deep sigh. Look at those kids over there, they look so lively. Isn't that how to enjoy life? Following Edel's gesture, when he turned his gaze, he saw Oswald and Evelyn bickering. To be precise, Evelyn was alone in the argument, and Oswald was responding indifferently. Evelyn was Oswald's former fiancée. The important point is the former part. Evelyn Rustpitz, daughter of a prestigious member of the Councilor, unilaterally broke off her engagement with Oswald. The name of the content Oswald was obsessed with was the genius wizard haunted by the villainous heroine. Judging from his academic performance in magic, he didn't seem like a genius, but it was clear what Oswald had gained as a reincarnation bonus. The fact that he was an elf from a prominent family of the Councilor, and the fact that he had a connection with the Councilor. This is an abstract but clearly existing bonus that cannot be expressed in numbers. Clearly, as a high-ranking noble of the United Kingdom, he can interact with and influence the council. Therefore, Ivan nodded at Edel's words. I needed to meet with the Councilor on this Calon expedition. No way. Yes, indeed. I told Oswald to arrange a meeting with the Rustpitz family. Has he lost his mind? Edel stared blankly at Ivan and then clenched her forehead. After taking a deep breath, she soon stood up. Yes, she must have endured the dragon's breath. Oh well, it seems there is a lost part after all. Take up your sword, Jehan. All of a sudden. Why not? Isn't it the basic principle of martial arts to reach a level through combat? I seem to have rested too long, and it feels like I might rust, so I need your help. Martial artists are those who convey intentions through martial arts. As someone who had faced Ivan with a sword, it was only natural for her. Therefore, it didn't matter if there were things she had lost or hurt in her heart. Because pushing harder will solve it. Why are you afraid? Huh? Ivan nodded quietly. Not bad. It was necessary to loosen up and clear his mind. There were too many variables in this operation. It wasn't something to worry about, but it was difficult to say there were no concerns. There was no solution other than being stuck in the player's unit right now. The lack of information on Callion's internal affairs was the kind of thing that couldn't be solved right now. It would be better to warm up properly instead. And fighting with Edel would help. There was always something to learn. Isn't he the strongest elf inspector and the master of a warrior's swordsmanship? There was also a need to organize the recent enlightenment. Rehabilitation training seems good. That's right. Facing Edel's fierce smile, Ivan took up his sword and stepped onto the deck. When Elphira found herself on the deck, she could see Ivan, who looked somewhat dried up from sweat, and Edel, who appeared refreshed. Eck! Ivan, who seemed soaked in sweat and then dried up by the wind, was sprawled out in a corner of the deck. As Elphira hurried over, Edel smiled and shook her head. I am tidying up right now, so wait. Kohanulf Commander, what's this? Martial artists converse with swords. We had a deep conversation. Edel chuckled. After a moment, Ivan slowly regained his composure and stood up. You recover quickly, as much as your growth. I am grateful for the teachings. Edel scrutinized Ivan with eyes like a whip. She brought her finger to the tip of her lips and licked it slightly. The golden eyes of a bird of prey quickly scanned Ivan's sweaty neck. A shiver ran down Ivan's spine. He took a few steps back. Why do I feel a sense of danger? Indeed, still young on the subject of rapid growth. What are you talking about now? Nothing, just talking to myself. Well, your physical condition doesn't seem great. Was it from the last expedition? It's getting better. It'll recover in a couple of months. Have you heard about the alchemy school? Edel looked at Elphira as she spoke. Elphira's ears perked up happily at her words. I was just thinking about that. Does Commander Kohanulf have something in mind too? Primarily focusing on medications for physical recovery. How about you? Primate well, it's a potion for extending primate lifespans. It's said to help humans too. I see. Edel nodded quietly. Well, they were both of the same race. There are noble families who occasionally keep small monkeys as pets. Since monkeys have extremely short lifespans, potions of that kind were also popular. They were somewhat effective for humans too, although the effects weren't very dramatic considering the price. At most, it was only a few years, and that varied by individual. Anyway, it's all good. There's an alchemy logistics berth at the intermediate stop. Why not take a break to replenish supplies? Alchemy logistics? One of the 5 major schools. Its stock prices have skyrocketed recently. They say they've practically raked in money after the war ended. Well, there's plenty of quality herbs and minerals in demon territories. Elphira nodded at Edelplatz's response. It was uncommon for Ivan to explain something unknown. Elphira straightened her chest and said, It's called the Ashhold Mage Alchemy Association. It's a company that occupies one island. It was founded by the Viscount of Ashcliffe and the Viscount of Chesterhold 500 years ago. I see. They're both affiliated with the Counselor. Haven't you had business with the Counselor? I have. But are they figures you can just meet because you want to? In modern terms, they have the aura of a group leader, and they're not even elves. At Ivan's question, Elphira chuckled and her ears twitched excitedly. Who am I? I am the heir of the Grey Kenko's family. Even without making an appointment, there's no one in this country I can't meet except for Her Majesty the Queen. Thinking of Vialgreen's reputation. Ivan nodded absent-mindedly. Might as well get some healing potion ingredients cheaply while at it, he thought. I am sorry, but the chairman is currently unavailable. Eck. You shouldn't dock without permission, Miss Grey Kenko's. No, wait a moment. The entrance was blocked. Ivan accepted it quietly. Well, they weren't elves, he thought. Elderly elves were as old as the nation's history. Each one boasted the authority of the royal family. The company that occupied this huge island had a history of 500 years. From a human perspective, such a long-standing reputation would imply a solid foundation, but the founding chairman of this company is still running the business to this day. To put it in Earth terms, what would you call it? It's like the founding chairman who started a company around the time of the Japanese invasions of Korea and is still running the same company today. For such a lineage, especially for a successful elf, this is to be expected. Their interactions are not merely social, but even individual exchanges fall within the realm of diplomacy. And pet, foreigners are allowed entry only after passing quarantine measures. Miss Gray Kenkos, please sign the entry permit. Oh, stop, enough. I'll lodge a direct complaint with the counselor. Do as you wish. Elphira blushed and extended her hand. Near the immigration office, the elves were all murmuring, covering their noses and mouths with fans. Despite the hateful glares directed at him, Ivan looked around slowly. Quite impressive. The immaculately clean, wide roads, and the continuous movement of logistics at the docks. Huge cargo ships and various goods. In the distance, a massive factory belched steam, and beyond that, a castle even larger than the factory loomed in the background of the island. All owned by a single company. Ivan nodded in admiration. Not inferior to Earth. That's right. Oswald sighed with a tired expression. To be blocked from the dock by a group of elves, including members of high-ranking families, was quite something. Meanwhile, Ivan was lost in thought as he surveyed the crowd. Among the group were the counselor's daughter, the daughter of a hero party, and the champion of the nation. Even if elves were arrogant, they were still elves, and it was impossible to act like this against such dignified nobles. And the military presence near the docks was significant. Armed elves moved around, and there were even spells targeting Elphira, causing a disturbance. The atmosphere was so tense that it was almost palpable. It felt like someone had poked a hornet's nest. It seems there was a reason they couldn't plant spies in Krasilov. How about first visiting the diplomatic mission? They'll probably be sent back to the homeland right after. Then what should we do? Do what needs to be done. Ivan turned back emotionlessly and headed towards the ship. What needs to be done? Oswald followed him with a bewildered expression. What's that? Operation Cleanup Unit. Well, no matter how serious a single company is, would it surpass the authority of the Dragon General? It was necessary to confirm what had happened here and to meet with the high-ranking elf entrepreneurs, who were current members of the Counselor. Since the moment they heard about Alexander's involvement, it was clear that Callion was also included in the next episode. If something had happened internally, it was necessary to investigate. And after all, the cleanup unit was quite curious by nature. Yudok. Your Highness, my hand is hurt. No, my stomach hurts. If Ivan decided to disappear, the only person who could track him down in this country was Enrique. And Enrique refused the royal decree. It was not possible to force her to obey the royal decree. After all, Enrique was not in a position to receive orders from the state. Therefore, when the extensive tracking attempts by the Intelligence Command failed for over 10 days, Queen Elizaveta's nails would be significantly shorter. Dmitri. Yes, Your Highness. Pavel's secret immigration routes all turned out to be useless. He wondered what secret immigration route could be there that even the Krasilov rebels didn't know about, but the opponent was Ivan. As the commander of the Intelligence Command, and a man who personally inspected the Frechenkaya intelligence network, he couldn't possibly not know about the information vulnerability. So, it could be assumed that he had already moved to Callion. Go to Callion, take your seal with you, enter as an ambassador and find Vanka. I'll escort him immediately. No. Elizaveta closed her eyes tightly and groaned for a while before speaking softly, as if moaning. Help him. Yes. Since the moment he entered the country, things have already happened. Even if you bring him now, what difference will it make? Help him. Whether it's capturing my husband or anything else you want to do, help him. And at least make sure. Come back alive. With a prayerful heart, Elisaveta bowed deeply. After groaning for a while, she finally raised her head. Please come back safely this time, please. (167). Chapter 167. I need to infiltrate the alchemical factory. I am giving up on understanding this person now. Can someone explain? That word means exactly as it sounds. Miss Gray Kenkos. Ahem. The group gathered in the cabin stared blankly at Ivan. Ivan nodded silently and continued his explanation. The security posture at the dock is comparable to wartime. Have you ever been to Callian Dock? Officially, no. Elphira remained silent at Ivan's words. Isn't it strange that the security on this island is stricter than it was back then? The carts heading to the logistics warehouse are practically tied down. Isn't this obviously inefficient handling? Corporations will do anything for profit, and when the owner is an elf, ethics are no longer a significant concern. From their perspective, such thorough security in factory operations borders on overinvestment. Who could possibly attack an island belonging to the Callian military in the first place? Not even the demons have directly struck the mainland across the sea even once. Elves reign supreme on the sea, and their paradise floats upon it. So, the current security on this island could be seen as bordering on paranoia toward their own kin. The only presence that could make the Callian military tense was the elves themselves. Listening to the explanation, Edel raised her hand. But isn't it strange? While the alchemical factory does export to the continent, their main products are for elves. Why would a company focused on the domestic market be hostile to elves? We need to figure that out. It's certainly suspicious that a company dealing with elves would be cautious around their own kind. Plus, if they're issuing strict orders at the dock over concerns about the counselor's children visiting, it raises even more questions. But what if this is just personal matter? If something happened and it's truly unrelated to us? Rundi's brought up an unconventional point. Ivan shook his head. It seems she hadn't quite grasped the situation, yet since it hadn't been long since she joined the party. In a newly visited area, in the face of some kind of suspicious incident, there's no room for personal matters to interfere. Moreover, there are currently 3 issues in Callian. 1. Alexander is hiding on one of the country's islands. 2. There's a possibility of civil war or similar conflict. 3. Betrayal by Vialgrin or potential methods to assassinate him. These 3 could converge into one scenario depending on the situation. For example, Alexander assassinating Vialgrin and inciting civil war, or Vialgrin joining forces with Alexander and starting a civil war, and so on. In a situation of extreme lack of information, it's a rule to keep all possibilities open. And there's no such thing as coincidence in front of any possibility. Failure due to lack of information is inevitable, and resolving the situation through sufficient information gathering is fate. Because this world is never benevolent, one must always assume the worst and take the best actions, like solving a puzzle, or rather, like playing military strategy and chess. Carefully, yet boldly and ruthlessly, move by move. If it's truly unrelated, it's actually better. Really, not exile. We can find out why they wanted to hide it from their own kin so desperately. If it's information that the wealthiest capitalist and current councilor member in this country tried to conceal, it might be helpful no matter what it is. Even using the nobility's weaknesses to dig for information was one of the basic operational protocols for the counterintelligence command. If the nobility won't listen, well, infiltrate and investigate from the inside. While Lucia jotted down Ivan's explanation in her notebook, Rundi sighed and lowered her head. Aligning with Krasilov might have been my father's worst decision. Late at night, Ivan was lurking near the perimeter of the alchemical factory's stronghold. If it could be called a perimeter, it was more like a smooth wall almost akin to a castle wall. There were no footholds or terrain to climb. And atop it were numerous surveillance devices. Magical engineering devices constantly infused with magic through superior design. Behind them were arrays of alarm spells and biorestraint measures accompanied by familiars, crowded without gaps. From a security standpoint, it was superior to the headquarters of the Counterintelligence Command. Just looking at it made it difficult to find vulnerabilities. However, even during the time when elves were actively engaged in warfare, espionage, infiltration, and factors, such as ambushes and protection of allies, were the roles of humans. At that time, the most formidable opponents for Ivan were not elves. They were dwarves. Those skilled craftsmen would dig underground tunnels and wreak havoc from the rear, born with a talent for neutralizing allies' facilities with peculiar tools. And now there were dwarves in his party. The daughter of the top dwarf leader, fully versed in dwarven magical engineering. Lucia, mana is leaking. Oh, sorry, I'm nervous, hee. Elves are sensitive to mana. Conceal it. Ivan lowered his body, scanning the wall. Normally, he could reach it with a few leaps, but it was difficult to perform such acrobatics now. Strength was at 25%, overall muscle strength was less than 40%, and the flexibility of rotation muscles was similarly lacking. Proper technique. And also grip strength. All right, it's done. This made by Rundies. Circuit nullification, auxiliary device. It seemed to have a different name, but anyway, that's it. As Lucia assembled the mechanical devices, she looked up. Even in the darkness, her red eyes were gleaming. Ivan received the device from her hands. Unintentionally, all party members can use magic. Lucia, a half-vampire, and Rundies, an expert in mana engineering, not to mention other elves, it was fortunate that the party consisted entirely of magic users. It was because he had no talent whatsoever in magic. The same applied to these types of magical engineering devices. Over there, and at 130 meters, 87 directions, that thing. We need to disable those three first. We have to enter simultaneously, should I take the right or the left. Take charge of surveillance. Excuse me. Follow exactly where I step. Without waiting for Lucia's response, Ivan sprinted. As he leaped over the wall, he twisted his body. Invisible, yet clearly felt, thin lines of detection devices scanned his back. Twisting his waist, he evaded the next device's field of view. Like a spider, he grasped the wall, and at the precise moment, he thrust the spike held in his hand perpendicularly. With superb strength, well-crafted ends, and precise technique, the spike was driven in silently, deep enough to hang on with just 2 fingers. With a flick, he bounced his body. 2 strikes against the wall, then another click, driving in another spike in less than a millisecond. Under the time of a superhuman, even in the slow, fading afterimage, he aimed precisely at the target once again. Click. This time, Lucia drove the activated mana device into place. At the strike pierced from outside the line of sight, the magical device touched by her fingertips quickly became nullified. Now the next one, 2.5 meters above on the right. As he leaped over the wall, he flipped his body to adjust the angle. The flowing vision was dizzying, but the spatial awareness was perfect. At the moment of leaping, he could calculate his velocity precisely by reverse calculating his angular momentum and distance traveled. Now come up. So everything was pretty much as expected. It required a few acrobatics, but it was more about technique than strength. The issue arose from muscle, not skill, right? The same. You don't have to mimic my movements exactly. The surveillance devices have been neutralized. It was inefficient to mimic every move he made in midair to find a square. With that in mind, Lucia followed his trajectory reasonably well. Her speed and finesse were lacking, but it wasn't exactly a failure. Well done, Ivan nodded. It wouldn't have been easy to mimic without using magic and relying solely on bare hands. Phew, all right, what's next? Practice, repetition, mastery. Turning her gaze along Ivan's touch, Lucia clutched her forehead and sighed. I messed up. 3 more walls similar to the one she crossed, and at least 20 more surveillance devices were part of the lengthy security system before her eyes. Not a bad design for infiltration missions. Huh. It means it helps with growth. With a smirk, Ivan handed her a few more spikes. Lucia, receiving them blankly, looked up at Ivan with a bewildered expression. Why are you giving me these? The demonstration is over. Now it's the real thing. Lucia, if any alarm in that security system goes off, today's operation is a failure. So, you're saying it will lead to a dead end. Do you need to learn more? Do I really need to learn something right now? There might not be another environment as safely controlled as this. Lucia was perplexed by Ivan's words. But it wasn't too bad. Lucia had already learned enough from Enrique. What she lacked wasn't training, but real-world experience. So, would there be another environment as safe as this one? This wasn't a demon realm. Even if she were caught here, her life wouldn't be in danger. If she failed, of course, she had planned to throw Lucia to the guards and act alone, but if she didn't fail, it didn't matter. Even if I make a mistake, y'all support me from behind, right? That kind of complacency creates vulnerabilities. This is driving me nuts. Grumbling, Lucia tightly gripped the spikes and slowly began to step on the wall. Ahem. Ivan let out a suppressed groan in front of the now melted Lucia. It's been a while since I've seen this. Staring through the glass window of the first research lab of the alchemical factory, Ivan narrowed his eyes. Are you okay? Deeply troubled. Whispering quietly, Ivan glanced at the floating mass, about the size of a forearm. It's a demon. (168). Chapter 168. At that moment, Elphira was anxiously tapping on the table and staring at the castle wall beyond the dock. Are you sure we haven't been discovered yet? Are you sure it's still okay? It's fine, so calm down. Despite Edel's words, Elphira's ears drooped and she was restless. How did it come to this, she wondered. It was supposed to be a simple plan. Docking in Callian, stopping by the nearby alchemy warehouse to replenish supplies, and then leaving. She hadn't expected to be blocked at the entrance and expelled, but it was something she could overlook, thinking there might be some internal issue within the Enterprise. But then, suddenly, Ivan decided to infiltrate. He planned a nighttime infiltration operation, claiming he would gather information. This seemed a bit excessive, she thought. Isn't it strange, Edel? He seemed anxious too. Edel. What, Elphira? I can't say for sure since he didn't speak openly, but he looked anxious, as if he were being chased by time. Edel. Only then did Elphira sigh, ah. She remembered what he had said in Frechenkaya. About the remaining time in this world, the possessed ones, and the threat to the hero's party. It was such a long and vague story that it was honestly hard to fully empathize with. The Demon King was dead, the demons had been driven out of the world, and the nations had lost their momentum to start wars for the time being. Wasn't this a peaceful era, unprecedentedly so in history? But to Ivan, it didn't seem that way. His attitude of leaping at even the smallest clue, as if a fire were lit in his eyes, suggested as much. Lady Kohanulf, to be honest, I was thinking of this as a picnic. Huh. It's cold in Krasilov, so I thought I'd come to warm Callian for a while. Forget about the war in Tyles and everything, and rest with Sir Yurimov at home. Walking through the bustling streets of Callian, enjoying fresh food from around the world, and if possible, having a bit of life-extending elixir. In this warm and gentle country, with its four-season temperate climate, leisurely enjoying the hidden scenic spots throughout the archipelago. Without stories of a fallen human crown prince hiding, the threat of civil war, or her own father being in danger. Even a little childish talk was fine. After all, one cannot always run looking straight ahead. So, just for a little while, in a comfortable atmosphere, even if just for a moment. Not for her own sake, but for that person who always lives tightly like a drawn bow. But what is all this? As soon as we step on our homeland, we're turned away at the door, someone decides to infiltrate a perfectly fine business, and we wait anxiously all night on the sea. This isn't fun. You're thinking like a short-lived species. What? Perhaps because you've interacted with humans for so long, or maybe because you're young. Sometimes the young among us think that way. Edel stretched and smiled leisurely. Stand on the shoulders of giants and look down on the truth. This moment is fleeting, the seasons are endless, and time is infinitely abundant. Always be calm, always elegant, and smile as if you will live forever. Isn't that what it means to be an elf? Impatience is a human flaw. Elves have ample time, and the concept of being frantic to use time efficiently is foreign to them. They are players of chess, not pieces running around the board. They must observe the world with a broad view and think leisurely like flowing clouds. Anxiety, tension, urgency. These are the thought patterns of short-lived species. And sadly, this young elf seemed to be in love with a short-lived species. It's pitiable but endearing. If your feelings exceed a moment's whim, then ponder it well. After sharing their short life, you'll spend the long years remaining in remembrance. Lady Kohenolf, I no longer have space in my heart to mourn for anyone. No matter how long one lives, the heart has its limits. In Edelplat's long life and its history of endless struggles, she had already erected many memorial towers. They were all heroes, all deserving of respect. But the time of short-lived species is like a moment, and an elderly elf at some point can no longer hold humans in their heart. Happiness easily becomes dulled within its threshold, but sorrow has no such threshold. Jehan, Ivan, becomes monotonous as it accumulates, but grief brings new despair each time. Old elves gradually turn into old trees. They become desensitized like dried trees. And when they lose even the slightest passion to move, they become trees and leave the world. Elves conduct tree burials. The largest island in Kallian is made up of the forest of ancestors. Edelplat Kohenolf was still considered a young generation by elf standards, but her time spent on the battlefield had been faster, rougher, and more painful than that of a typical elf. Elfera, looking into her one remaining eye, bowed her head and muttered softly, "It's worth it." It is. Because he is a man worth it. She smiled warmly and stroked Elfera's hair. Everyone. At that moment, the door to the dock burst open. It was Oswald. As soon as she saw his urgent face, Elfera's heart sank. Did Sir Yurimov get captured? No, it's not that. Right now, Baron Chesterhold is requesting to board. What, Baron Chesterhold, the president of the alchemical factory, at this hour? Yes, what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? We must bring him aboard immediately. At Elfera's flustered voice, Edelplat chuckled and stood up. Yes, it seems something is indeed going on, she thought. Facing the deputy of the Privy Council and the strongest figure in the Elf Magic Society's most cherished daughter, along with the Privy Council chairman's daughter. They turned them away during the day, only to try to make secret contact at dawn. It is suspicious indeed, Jehan. They say that experienced warriors develop a certain sense that excludes rationality. Edel was no exception, and Ivan would inevitably have such a sense as well. In an unfamiliar society, with no information at hand, he would have trusted only his intuition instead of rational thinking. A superhuman's intuition is almost prophetic in battle situations. In extremely heightened states of awareness, they must counter the opponent's offensive faster than nerve reactions. So now, if he deeply trusts his intuition, enough to employ such bold means even in normal times. He lives every day in war, Jahan. Edel smiled sadly as she watched Elfera and the attendants hurriedly preparing refreshments. He won't live long. Human life is so short, why do you try to live burning every day? Just as wood is vulnerable to embers, some elves are fascinated by such a blazing life. That young elf might also have been captivated by such a flame. And she herself, even the one who had arrogantly preached, was no exception. So Edel turned her gaze to the island shrouded in darkness, looking bitterly, hoping there was still room in her heart to build a memorial tower for others, and hoping that it would be spacious enough that it would be far in the future. It's a trap. What? In dozens of tanks, deep-sea leeches floated. Each was meticulously managed in culture fluids of different compositions. Ivan coldly looked at each one before speaking decisively. The security level of the most important research wing is disastrously low compared to the external security level. Is that so? An old elf who is wary of his entire race cannot be this vulnerable. This is a trap. Researching monsters, it's possible. Monsters are no more or less than beasts imbued with magic. In this uncivilized world, where research ethics are non-existent, even if they experimented on humans, it wouldn't be illegal. While it is right that it would be socially condemned, isn't this the land of elves? The elf society wouldn't condemn human experimentation. Moreover, it's not even demons but monsters. It feels no different from animal experiments. Even if someone discovered this, what harm would it cause? So what these people are trying to hide is not the experiment. It's the results. Not the experiment, but the results derived from it. Ivan walked through the research wing. The corridor was dim. At the end of the long corridor lined with numerous research wings, a massive iron door leading to the academic wing and the inner castle was visible. Even in all the corners, there were no minimal security measures in place. If it's a trap, should we just leave for now? No, it's too late. The security system was more to prevent someone from leaving rather than someone from entering. The immigration office's attitude to never expose the internal situation to outsiders. And the eerily quiet facility. My condition has deteriorated. Ivan clicked his tongue briefly. It might be because his condition hadn't fully recovered after being driven to a critical state in the last war. If he had to make an excuse, it might be due to impatience. That impatience of running alone towards destruction in a situation where both information and time were lacking. Or perhaps it was because he had been extremely suppressing his internal magic to avoid the magic detection devices installed at the entrance of the research wing. But those were all just excuses. No matter how many excuses you make in front of a tombstone, the dead don't come back. A scout should never do that. Those who explore enemy territory, risking the lives of the party, never. A clang. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he heard something heavy fall behind him. When he turned around, a giant steel lever was wedged into the entrance. It was a seal protected by elf magic, which even he would need time to break through. Senior brother, what should we do? Alusha. Think of it as a practical lesson. Clack. Ivan drew his axe and gripped it tightly. He wrapped his restrained magic around his nerves and took a deep breath. I'll show you what a scout should do. What a scout should do. Clear the way ahead of the party. Attempting a retreat was not impossible. As long as the enemy was not within immediate sight, withdrawal was not difficult. A seal protected by elf magic. Overwhelming physical force can destroy even magic. A sealing spell of that level is not impossible to break through. But that shouldn't be done. No information had been obtained. They had gone through diplomatic and political troubles to infiltrate, so returning without any results was not an option. The time wasted meant the deaths of old comrades were approaching even more. It shouldn't happen twice. Once was enough. Drinking to fallen comrades should never be. It was impossible to know what kind of malice was hiding in this world, so the task was always the same. Walk ahead and see first. A great intelligence agent solves problems before they erupt. Clearing the way ahead of the party, that's not a scout, that's a vanguard. Lucia was confused. Dark Magic Society. Yes, they are in league with the demons. Ms. Grey Kenkos and Lady Kohanulf, will you help us? But help you how? Baron Chesterhold, with a face pale as a ghost, took a sip of his tea and began to speak with difficulty. Their offensive has contaminated the research wing. Ashcliffe, who was in charge of the research, has lost his mind. We have sealed off the main research wing and the academic wing for now. Oh. Stop Ashcliffe and retrieve the data he was researching until the end. We need to present it to the Privy Council and officially deal with the Dark Magic Society. Oh. Elphira barely held her breath. Ivan is in there right now. At that moment, Edel laughed melodiously. Lady Kohanulf. An amusing trick. Pardon. Fine, let's wait and see. What, but time is of the essence. If it is so urgent, why could your forces not suppress it? Were you afraid of our sudden appearance? Edel smirked. Did the arrival of the Privy Council head's daughter, the daughter of Vialgrin, and even the Privy Council's dual proxy on a ship sneaking in without formal entry scare you? Lady Kohanulf, this is an insult. Officially. Make an issue of it then. Edel leaned back in his chair and looked at the anxious-faced Baron. I was curious about what information our scout would bring. I look forward to finding out what has happened in this country in the half-year I have been gone. A scout, you say? Indeed, the best scout of this era has infiltrated your nest. Conveniently appearing at this moment, making contact out of sight of others, and asking for help regarding an incident in his own territory. It's obviously a trap. The most perfect concealment is to bury all evidence. If they could bury them all, who would question this? Perhaps it's a wild guess. Most would think so. But Edel decided to wait patiently. Breaking traps, returning from hostile territory, striking deep into the enemy's heart. The most competent person in all these combat scenarios had just entered the enemy's trap voluntarily. He had a good sense. They really were hiding something. As he thought this, Edel turned his gaze to the window, with his fingers lightly resting on the hilt of his sword. TN, I have uploaded all the raw chapters for this novel. Go to find them. (169). Chapter 169. A crash. The thick iron door shattered after a couple of axe strikes. Grasping the torn iron plate firmly, he crushed it to widen the hole. Ivan walked forward silently. He no longer hid his momentum or suppressed his magical power. Weeing, weeing. The alarm blared noisily. The magical detection devices flashed red light as if in a seizure. The sound of numerous barricades descending in the research wing could be heard with a clanking noise. Are you sure you know where you're going? It doesn't matter. What Enrique taught was mostly for training scenarios. Real combat cannot be taught through explanation. Therefore, Ivan needed to teach Lucia the rules for real situations. If you don't lose your sense of direction, breaking through the shortest distance in the shortest time is the right way, without considering the enemy's status or threat level. If it's a situation where consideration is possible, you should. What about in cases like now? Think about what the shortest distance and shortest time mean. Lucia fell into thought for a moment, then exclaimed, Ah. Yes, that's right. Ivan didn't bother to elaborate. He walked forward with the axe. Despite the intricate traps laid by the elves, magic, and the complete lack of information on the internal structure. However, under those conditions, breaking through the shortest distance in the shortest time means having the shortest contact with the enemies. In terms of the division of roles in a hero party, it's like this. Einar and Vialgrin had the strength to face an army. Jill Burr and Maximilian had the power to deal with individuals. And Enrique and Ivan's role was to infiltrate the enemy camp, assess the situation, test the enemy's level, and return alive to relay that information to the party. Therefore, it is a touchstone. Can our party challenge this with our strength? If so, how can we challenge it with the least losses and the greatest effect? Thus, Ivan didn't confront an army or face an overwhelmingly powerful individual. He had to confront the structure. That was his only role, to penetrate, to understand, and to survive. It's about figuring out the path your party will take in advance. The rougher the path, the more accurate your perception needs to be. Senior brother, the scope of the test is too wide. The world is wide. In real combat, students should not be confined to test papers. The world is the examiner, and the test paper is survival. Lucia grumbled, but upon meeting Ivan's gaze, she quickly corrected her expression. She cleared her throat and drew her weapon. Her expression became quite resolute. Yes, that's right. Ivan nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward. Oswald stood on the bow, gazing at the midnight sea. He was not familiar with elven society. Despite this body being elven, his mind was that of a human from Earth. Thus, he didn't know much about their culture or political system. After all, he had spent barely 2 years as an elf. What are you thinking about? Huh? Oh, just various things. Don't want to tell me. It's not that, just some trivial thoughts, Miss Rustpits. When he turned his gaze, his former fiancée was looking at him. Evelyn Rustpits, the daughter of the Privy Council chairman. Honestly, it was too much for him. Her beauty, the characteristic long lifespan of elves, and the overwhelming prestige of her family. If there was a problem, it would be this. The title of the content he had possessed was, he had dropped that trashy piece after not even reading 10 chapters. Thus, he couldn't predict how the storyline he possessed would unfold. He just woke up to find that this woman was obsessing over him. Oswald. Yes, yes. Unlike his habit of always using honorifics, Evelyn always spoke to him warmly. The distance between them was as different as the thoughts they harbored. Hee, it seems you're not interested in politics. Politics? The East Belfin family is not unrelated to central politics, so it's quite curious. Her eyes glowed with greed. Like a crow looking at a jewel, they shimmered sensually. Do you know what humans call us elves? I know many, but most expressions are too vulgar to tell you, Miss Rustpits. Those vulgar masses use vulgar expressions, of course. Summarized, most would say inscrutable, selfish, and arrogant, wouldn't they? Yes, that's right. If there's a common point among those three, it's that they all imply being political. Evelyn seemed to be in a good mood. Though they had used the same classroom for a year, it seemed like the first time they had such a long conversation. Elves are political creatures, more than any other race. So if an elf does something, it almost always means it has political implications or purposes. Except for you. Evelyn barely swallowed her last words. Only that naive rural nobleman saw her as Evelyn, not as the daughter of the Privy Council chairman. Though she still had to be called Rustpits for now, that too would end this winter break. Do you know the saying, politics arises where people gather, and economics arises where people flow? No, it's the first time I've heard it. It's an old adage, but it's true. And Callian, this land, is where the people and goods of the 4 seas gather and where gathered goods accumulate. Economics and politics have developed over thousands of years. So you're saying, in this country, economics means the same as politics. The alchemy factory, the black magic society, the sword sect, the destruction faction, the mental faction, the summoning faction. They're called societies but are practically corporations, and most of their heads are Privy Council members. An old term from Earth came to Oswald's mind: collusion between politics and business. But he soon shook his head. It wasn't just about businessmen interfering in politics. It meant that businessmen were politicians themselves. The political system of this country, therefore, was closer to the US than to South Korea. These damn Westerners. When strange events happen in the world, blaming the Anglo-Saxons is usually correct. It wasn't much different in this world. So don't think too deeply or worry. It's an everyday matter. Such things. When a particular society attacks another society, be it economic pressure, political pressure, or armed conflict, it's very, very common, as long as it doesn't surface. Evelyn pointed to the night sea and smiled. No matter what great beings dwell beneath the sea, no matter what wars the whales and sharks wage, as long as it doesn't appear on the surface, the Callian Privy Council won't intervene. Knowing this, they become more daring and insidious. Only then did Oswald understand what Evelyn was trying to say. At the very moment they arrived at the port, there just happened to be a conspiracy waiting. Wasn't it too contrived? At this moment of doubt. The fact is, such things happen routinely across the entire country. Such intrigues are so commonplace in their socio-cultural fabric that they're hardly worth noting. Disrespecting the Privy Council chairman's daughter, what does it matter? It's just his daughter, not the chairman himself. The age difference between the chairman and his daughter equals the history of a nation. It means hundreds of years. Those who live such long lives are like kings of a country. Their conversations are diplomacy, their transactions are trade. The concept of the individual becomes unfamiliar over such a long time. Thus, their intrigues are nothing more or less than competition between ordinary nations. Oswald looked at the night sea and sighed deeply. How does a country like this even sustain itself? Unintentionally. At his words, Evelyn laughed and nodded. That's why elves are great, isn't it? Zap, a lightning-type attack spell roared. Ivan struck down with an axe enveloped in magical power. Even if he didn't understand the composition and structure of the magic, it didn't matter. Destruction magic is easy to break. All types of magic are, in the end, processes of weaving mystery into reality. The moment it becomes reality, it can be physically destroyed. It's enough to respond faster and stronger than the attacking spell. That is, it's not much different from swordsmanship. After listening to the explanation, Lucia nodded absent-mindedly. I don't want to do reconnaissance. Then you become useless. Did you just deduct points for something like this? To the point of abandoning the assessment. Grumbling, Lucia followed behind Ivan. Behind them, the corridor was filled with deep marks of destruction and grotesque pieces of flesh. This experimental building was so serious about security that it didn't even need elves as guards. Biogolems created through alchemy appeared at unpredictable times to attack. And they disappeared to an equally unpredictable axe blade. Ivan, maintaining his steady breath, silently cleared the path. By now, we must have reached the main fortress, right? It leads underground to the main fortress, yes. This reminds me of the old days. Remember when we were searching the dwarf burrows? I remember you only slept 3 hours a day while I stood guard thoroughly. Yeah. I can be useful when I need to be, you know. Don't I get any extra points for that? Eating little and sleeping little are basic skills of a scout. I'll give you 5 points. In urgent times, she could survive by just feeding on blood and could remain active in the dark for long periods without sleeping. These were very useful traits. Moreover, unlike most vampires who are night walkers, Lucia could operate even in broad daylight. Although she didn't inherit most of the vampire traits like long lifespan, superior healing abilities, great strength, and magical adaptability, she did gain the ability to walk during the day in exchange. Not bad. Relying on innate abilities slows growth, but those aware of their shortcomings tend to grow quickly. Was it intuition, insight, and Rike? Was it an insight, predicting that the hero's party would need a scout someday? Or was it her long years of intuition that trained her only direct disciple to be this suitable? Whatever the case, Lucia was almost perfectly complete and extremely useful in the current hero's party. If you exclude actual combat experience. Bang! The magical lights illuminating the corridor all turned off at once. At the point where the research wing ended, the entire main fortress was plunged into darkness. Soon, rustling sounds echoed from all around. Noisy sounds as if flesh was slowly moving, and horrible murmurs. Ivan chuckled. We've become quite the threat. What? The tougher the traps, the more desperate our enemy must be. From now until sunrise, we won't have time to rest. A squelching sound was heard right nearby. It was perfect darkness, so much so that even Lucia could barely make out anything. Dark vision requires at least some light to function. To perceive space visually, there always has to be some light. In a space with no light at all, dark vision becomes meaningless. Tut. However, there are techniques in this world that use senses other than sight to perceive space. Tut. Like certain bats, certain whales, and very few underground monsters, or like well-trained agents. The sound of an axe moving, flesh bursting, and the rhythmic clanging of Ivan's steel boots on the floor were heard. Each step was measured precisely, the sound of his footsteps perfectly regular. Tut, the delicate clicking sound of his tongue, like a metronome, every quarter second. Boom! Occasional bursting sounds were like collecting sheaves during harvest time, destroying approaching golems with just that much effort. Tut. The snake-like hissing in the dark continued to echo through the pitch-black corridor for a while. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (170) Chapter 170. A purely selfish person is easy to understand because they act solely for their own benefit. A purely altruistic person is easy to trust because they act only for the sake of others' tragedies. This is precisely why humans cannot trust each other. No person is purely selfish or purely altruistic. Humans sometimes perform acts of charity, while at other times they even take from their own family. In that sense, humans can never trust elves. This is not a matter of ideology, but rather a difference in worlds. Humans cannot understand or comprehend the time of elves. Those who can live for long years and simultaneously possess intelligence to create a superior civilization are like that. They cannot be vaguely admired or vaguely loathed. Elves are a race that is extremely faithful to their desires. They alleviate the boredom guaranteed by their long lives through desires. This is astonishingly base. At the same time, elves are also pure ascetics. Like monks who build up their faith and teachings, they delve into the truth, regardless of what the object of their devotion is. They do so freely and boldly, even if it takes their entire long lives. That ambivalent sentiment is what created the current Callian. Despicable, base, orphaned, and pure. A metropolis with skyscrapers, enormous ships flying in the sky, and an outpouring of luxurious indulgence and pleasure. Because of this, humans revere elves and simultaneously loathe them, because they cannot understand them. Most discrimination stems from ignorance, so humans and elves become the most terrible racists to each other. Naturally, Ivan is different. Thud. Ivan does not distinguish superiority by race. This is because he believes in the proud educational system of the cultural powerhouse Republic of Korea in the advanced 21st century. Of course, Korea does distinguish superiority by race. What Ivan distinguishes is mostly not race or nationality, but usefulness, threat, and friend or foe. Race is just one of the criteria for distinguishing a group.
Thud.
Therefore, Ivan prefers to wield an axe and a gun before identifying and hating the race of his opponent. This has been a negotiation tool, a diplomatic tool, and a trading tool that has never betrayed him in the past 30 years.
Thud.
He is such a rational person. Ivan moved with his eyes closed. Through the barricade that was torn apart like a sheet of paper, as if pleading. Gate 15 breached. The entire response team, dispatched to the research building, has been neutralized. He will reach the restricted area within 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes. The research management team was in chaos. Although it was called the research management team, it actually managed everything on this island. Since this island is ruled by the alchemy faction, all materials and population on this island are under the research team's macro management. Therefore, it was fair to say that all eyes on the island were focused at this moment, from the core to the periphery.
Who the hell tipped him off who?
An old elf shouted, biting his nails. The huge battle map was entirely marked in red. Those red trajectories were practically the invaders' advance routes. When the approach of an unregistered ship was first detected, no one here was flustered. It was already within the expected range. The long reign of the old queen is coming to an end. This does not simply mean a change of throne. In the life of elves, the transfer of power literally means a generation change. A turbulent period will soon arrive. The demon king is dead, the world is ripe, and chaos is an opportunity. All the counselors will lick their lips and carve up the world like a cake. So at this time, the same situation occurs no matter which island of Callian you reach. Corporations attack corporations. Counselors ambush counselors, economic retaliation follows, logistical pressure begins, and sometimes even military provocations occur. So the approach of an unregistered, unauthorized ship means that one of the anxious rivals attempted contact. It was an extreme measure, but within understandable bounds. Until the passenger list on that ship is confirmed. Edelplat Kohenulf landed on Vialgreen's ship. How is this possible without an inside job? Huh.
But my lord, oui.
If not you, then who? The old elf's scream chilled the room. The combined age of everyone present would approach the mythic era. Even the youngest elf had lived over 200 years. Because of this, the panic quickly subsided. One elf calmly spoke. My lord, we need to put out the immediate fire first. Are you talking about that mercenary?
Yes.
What kind of damage did those scoundrels inflict? Fortunately, they didn't destroy the research building itself. They seemed to be running with the sole purpose of breaking through as quickly as possible. The immediate damage is not significant. Cut off their limbs and bring them before me. It should make a nice gift for that one-eyed Kohenulf. Yes, my lord. Kohenulf was present when the humans infiltrated. It was clear they had sensed something was amiss when they launched a surprise attack aboard Vialgreen's ship. However, it appears they have no concrete evidence. Without direct evidence or justification for a strike, they resorted to hiring human mercenaries. So, who could it be? Which of the 12 remaining corporations dared to expose the alchemy faction, prompting both Vialgreen and Kohenulf to show up simultaneously? Ripping the limbs off and throwing them to Kohenulf will be a sight to see. If they ransacked someone's house without evidence, even Vialgreen stepping in directly would be problematic. Yes, my lord. Immediately file a petition to the High Court through the Privy Council. How dare they attempt to carve us up, using human hands at that? It is certain that one of his competitors manipulated things to report this. This much is clear. Given that the proud Kohenulf stormed in under Vialgreen's backing immediately after returning from human lands, there's no doubt about it. However, using human mercenaries to search internally suggests a lack of key evidence, and at worst, they can wash their hands of it by blaming the humans. No company, however old, is without skeletons. The longer a company has been around, the more so. How many scavengers are out there, waiting to tear apart even the tiniest speck at this moment? Vialgreen, even if the situation is urgent, isn't this lacking in dignity? The old elf chuckled. The suppression squad of the alchemy faction was shown being deployed underground on the situation board. Capturing those two humans would solve most of the problem. If they got a suitable confession from those humans, it could be used to implicate both Kohanulf Sword Hall and Vialgreen's faction. Looking back, this timing, far from being a coincidence, was actually a well-timed opportunity. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. This quote by Mike Tyson applies surprisingly well, even in a world other than Earth. At the point when Ivan's axe began to be stained, not just with the blood of monsters, synthetic beasts, or golems, but with elf blood. Ha ha, Senior I feel like I'm really going to die us. Do it. But Senior, if I suck blood now, you'll. Are you in such a comfortable situation to worry about me? I'm sorry. Lucia couldn't hold out any longer. Her immunity to poison was low. There's a limit to expelling toxins with magic, making this battlefield too much for the still young Lucia. The corridor had already reached a level where more poison than breathable air was detected in the atmosphere. This started right after splitting the two elf strike team members. The elves of this faction acted as if they were ready to permanently abandon the entire corridor. They threw explosives, dispersed toxins, and even detonated biogolems upon approach. Ivan could withstand it, but for Lucia, it was her first real combat experience of this kind. She barely managed to hold on by burning most of her blood into magic, but she reached her limit. A crunch. With the sensation of fangs sinking in, a numbing feeling paralyzed the area around her neck. After a brief moment of bloodsucking, Lucia exhaled heavily and buried her head into his back. He heard a sniffling sound. It's all right. I'm embarrassed. Being weak is not something to be ashamed of. Knowing your shortcomings allows you to improve. That's not it, it's this position. Lucia was tightly wrapped up in a sling, hanging on Ivan's back. In a situation where both arms needed to be used and nothing should get in the way during combat, this position also protected Ivan's back, making it a win-win. He was a highly rational person. Unfortunately, young kids didn't easily accept this reasoning. Ivan was about to respond when he suddenly stopped. He immediately dropped his axe and raised his arms. With a buzzing sound, something flew into his hand. It was a small ampule. Upon seeing it, he immediately threw it to the ground and held his breath. Soon, with a hissing sound, black steam spewed out. Human scum. A trembling voice came from beyond the corridor. Ivan frowned as he turned his head. What on earth did that one-eyed woman bring? An elf, deeply wounded in the abdomen, was gasping on the floor. 2 strike teams, a dozen biogolems, dozens of security systems, and at least 10 kinds of instant deadly poisons had all failed to stop him. Just a bit further, and they would reach the core of the island. The fact that they came out to engage in direct combat indicated they had no further room to retreat. Ivan approached the elf, who was gasping on the floor. Crack! The ironclad boot stomped roughly on the elf's chest. A groaning sound escaped. The expression of shame that overshadowed fear displeased him. Fear was appropriate. Ivan gripped his axe and looked down at the elf. Clean up unit. The bloodstains on the axe's blade splattered all the way to the security devices hanging from the corridor ceiling. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (171). Chapter 171. Baron Ashcliffe opened his eyes in the oily darkness. The world seemed small enough to fit in his hand beneath his black-stained pupils. He sank his weary body deep into the chair. A boom! Beyond the giant conference room, at the far end of this vast interior that humans would call an audience chamber. Beyond the thick door adorned with ivory and ebony. A small noise was heard from the distant corridor. A boom's boom. Increasingly closer, increasingly threatening. Soon, bang, a long crack formed in the solid wooden door, yet Ashcliffe did not rise from his chair. Bang, 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 a monotone burst continued in perfectly identical rhythm. Soon the burst on the door expanded greatly. The web-like cracks quickly reached their breaking point. Boom, dust rose and sawdust scattered. Amidst it all, an axe's head emerged. It's been 500 years since I settled on this island. A voice split into two, and the intruder walked on undeterred. During that period, there have been 15 major wars, and my subordinates killed in them amount to 38,312. The last time anyone pointed a blade at me was 212 years ago. Before and since then, I have survived. When Ashcliffe's words ended, the intruder silently walked over the long carpet of the audience chamber. At a distance close enough to clearly see each other's features, Ashcliffe asked quietly, "You killed only 57 of my subordinates on your way here. Out of the thousands residing on this island, is that all? Do you think that's the end of my forces? Do you think you can escape? Where are they now?" "What?" "Only the living consider the future, elf. Where are those numerous troops you brag of between you and me?" At the intruder's words, Ashcliffe bit his teeth tightly. Of course, most of them are outside the island, even at sea. Who would garrison all their forces within the castle? Elves don't act this way. Assassination is too undignified for them. They prefer a political attack or economic pressure. Raising an army comes afterward, and sneaking in with a dagger at night is the worst of all. Individuals akin to monarchs don't seize victory like thieves. If all elves were like you, my job would be easier. Humans show respect. I don't tend to show respect to corpses. Since the time he killed the god of necromancers. At Ivan's words, Baron Ashcliffe rose from his seat. Grinding his teeth, he spoke lowly. "My years are no different from the history of your race. How many like you do you think I've seen in my time?" His every step caused the darkness to float like oil. Magic that had spiraled out of control with rage thickened the audience chamber. With each step he took, the ground recoiled. It is said that when lights mix, they become white. Similarly, when colors mix, they become black. The combination of all colors soon resembles the murkiness of polluted filth. The head of the alchemist faction was no different. Like the sudden rage of an old king who had to open the castle gates without even time to respond to an abrupt attack. But he was still a king. The monarch of a country, his existence itself, was proof of the ages. Thus, there was still an air of arrogance in his stride. His fierce, swirling killing intent alone possessed physical power. Ivan stood upright, facing the slicing killing intent like a blade. No one has ever stood before me and continued to live. No one. Human, how many years have you lived? Only 30 or 40 years, and you disgrace yourself with decay and old age. Lucia. Yes. Do not grow old like that. Yes. Is this something to say in this situation? Lucia, who had been clinging to his back, stared blankly at Ivan. With a face devoid of humor, Ivan spoke bluntly. As he said, my lifespan is not long. You have inherited Enrique's bloodline and will live for a very long time. So, as an immortal, you should not grow old like that. Thanks for the advice. I will listen carefully, but BOOM. Whether it was their words that finally snapped his patience, Baron Ashcliffe's aura exploded from his body. How dare you? It is a typical symptom of dementia, the decline of vocabulary. Doesn't the alchemist faction have an elixir for dementia? I will cut out your tongue, gouge out your eyes, and sever your limbs. You will live a long time. Even if I have to use every elixir at my disposal, I will make you wail in eternity." Further dialogue was unnecessary. There were still many questions, but satisfying curiosity always came after subduing one's opponent. Pre-battle conversations were meaningless, except for provocation. And since enough provocation had already been made, Ivan put down Lucia and picked up his axe. "Do you want me to step aside for the execution? I should step aside, right? I don't want to be a hindrance." "Didn't you say you would try to no longer be a hindrance since that day?" "Hey, that was only a few months ago. I'm still working on it, Tilda. I will skin him, and you will handle the rest." Ugh. Lucia stared ahead with fearful eyes. Facing a 500-year-old maniacal elf, oozing dark miasma from every pore, shouldn't this be left to the other maniacs on her side? The Arside maniac next to her spoke stoically. "In a controlled environment, in a situation where safety is guaranteed, we call that training." Ivan held the axe at an angle and closed his eyes. "We call that training." Finally, the elf who had lost his reason charged at Ivan. Baron Chesterhold, Elfera, and Edelplatt were sitting around a table on the deck, idly passing the time. How much time had passed? Finally, the distant east was beginning to brighten. Dawn had passed. The darkness crumbled, leaving a deep blue hue. The always clear sky of Callian started to shine brightly today as well. Rumble, rumble, rumbles. Everyone at the table stood up abruptly. Their gazes turned toward the massive vibration echoing from the direction of the island. Heavily armed troops, tense and alert, ran toward the castle. The soldiers already gathered outside the fortress swallowed nervously as they stared at the tall walls of the main structure. Rumble, rumble, rumbles. The epicenter of the reverberation shaking the entire island was clearly directed at the main structure. Edelplatt narrowed his one remaining eye and grinned. "It's quite refreshing, isn't it?" "What do you see?" "Do you need to see it? You feel it." "What?" "The will of a swordsman who has reached the pinnacle of self-discipline." The sunrise finally ended. The sun, rising beyond the distant horizon, began to illuminate Callian morning. Boom! A column of black smoke rose. A part of the main structure completely collapsed, creating a long streak against the blue sky. Murmurs spread among the soldiers. Edelplatt smiled slyly and looked at Baron Chesterhold. "Is it all right not to command the troops? Is this plan of the sword tower or the astronomical faction?" "A plan." "The plan to ambush the alchemists. Have you sided with the necromancers? Their schemes are true. The Privy Council is being deceived right now." "Well, let's investigate them once." "In what?" Edelplatt laughed as she spoke to the bewildered Chesterhold. "I stopped by on my way, got curious after being driven away. Just happened to have a very curious person among us, and we have many ways to satisfy our curiosity." "What do you mean, was all this a coincidence? Weren't you afraid of the backlash, Edelplatt Kohenulf? Without even a shred of evidence, you stopped by and attacked the main structure." "Backlash, who would that be?" Edelplatt clicked her tongue at the standing Baron Chesterhold. Her snow-white fingers rested on the black wave. "Don't move, Chesterhold, not a single step from where you are. Take hostages and threaten. All the elves on this island are watching your actions closely. Do you think the Privy Council will stay silent?" "It's neither hostage-taking nor threatening. It's advice. If you want to leave, leave, but if you want to retaliate, do so. Know this. In every duel that took place after both parties confirmed their arms, I have never once been defeated." As the master of the sword spoke in a low voice, Baron Chesterhold bit his teeth and glared at her with burning eyes. He is within striking distance. At this distance, she had once even fended off the 7 dragon generals alone. "Lady Kohenulf, they're coming, they're safe." Elfera's bright voice echoed. Edel turned her gaze to look at the castle. The gathered soldiers hesitated and retreated. The arrogant elves were sweating nervously and swallowing dryly, as they stepped back a few paces. Step. Though it shouldn't have been audible at this distance, Edel could distinctly hear that heavy footstep in her ears. A man carrying Lucia on his back was casting a long shadow with the east behind him. The path opened with each step. The elf soldiers, unable to receive any direction from their commander, were in disarray. Some were glancing anxiously in the direction of Baron Chesterhold. That's right, open the path. That's what a hero of the age should do. Edel smirked and turned away. Chesterhold shut his eyes tightly. It looks like you know a lot. The most curious among us has come back alive. Shall we compare our knowledge? Do you think the corporations will stay silent? Do you think the old men of the Privy Council will let this slide? I was about to meet Her Majesty the Queen. This is perfect timing. Huh. In the end, Chesterhold sighed in resignation and bowed his head. So it was all orchestrated by that old queen. She's like an old miser who never lets go of anything that comes into her hands. Edel didn't bother to deny it. Misunderstandings can often serve as a good lead in conversations. She aimed to find out what in the world was happening in this country, what the Privy Council was plotting, and what Vialgreen was up to. You've come. When Edel turned her head, Ivan, who had boarded the ship, threw half-dead Lucia onto the deck and started walking toward her. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (172). Chapter 172. Rundies was staring blankly at what was happening in the cabin. The inside of the cabin could be clearly seen through the half-open door, as if there was no intention of hiding it. Miss Rundies, what are you doing here? SHH, this is an important scene. That is. Oswald turned his gaze towards the cabin with a bizarre expression. They saw Ivan, covered in blood and strange drugs, approaching Chesterhold, who was on his knees. Do you think Callian will let you live after this, huh? Chesterhold screamed desperately. Watching this, Oswald shrugged his shoulders. Looks like Mr. Ivan is doing what he does best. It's probably not a pleasant sight for you, Miss Rundies. Mr. Oswald, do you know how to torture an elf by any chance? What? Oswald stared at Rundies in shock. Rundies' face was hidden in the shadows of the dark forecastle. They have strong resistance to drugs, are hard to be affected by mental spells, and can even endure pain well, especially because they are long-lived. Yes. That's why our elders don't torture elves. They killed each one they caught. Right, she's a dwarf. Only then did Oswald recall the identity of this short kid. Except for her small size and the disproportionately enlarged certain parts, dwarf women only seemed like unusual human beings. But the true worth of this race isn't their appearance. In the last war, the dwarfs sided with the demons, and their main front lines focused on ambushes, bombing specific facilities, assassinations, and kidnappings. Selling military supplies through their immense technological power was only part of it. The dwarfs at the forefront were known to have been the worst intelligence unit led by the demons, and it was just a little over 4 years ago. While it was unclear exactly how old Rundies was, if she had learned anything from the war 4 years ago, it would be a picture-perfect embodiment of a legendary dwarf. Rundies murmured blankly. Oswald suddenly looked down at his arm. Goosebumps were rising. Ayla uug. Screams continued to echo inside the cabin. Spill it, say something, anything. The only voice coming from the cabin was Chesterhold's desperate screams. From start to finish, Ivan hadn't said a single word. I do not ask questions. What? You must answer. Ivan's low voice was chilling. This will help you with your answer. Drugs? Ha, I am the chief chairman of the Alchemy Society. You think mere drugs can? Quiet, this is a healing potion. What nonsense, healing potions aren't that color. A scream echoed again. Oswald could no longer bear it and left. The last thing he saw was Rundy's back, excitedly gazing around the cabin. In the one-eyed village, people with two eyes are considered disabled. Oswald left for the deck, lonely in profound solitude. The fishy smell of the sea was better than the smell of blood. Why is the sky so blue today? About 2 hours later, Ivan convened everyone in the cabin. He was cleaning equipment that looked like a blood-stained axe and peculiar surgical or barber tools. In one corner of the cabin, there sat Baron Chesterhold, staring blankly at the ceiling with glazed eyes. Aside from his disheveled clothes, there appeared to be no signs of external injuries. It seemed as if he had been struck by a powerful mental spell, but no trace of magic remained. Baron." "Yes, Mom." Edel cautiously spoke, nodding at the Baron's reply and then taking a seat. The group watched this scene and turned their gaze back to Ivan without a word. Ivan sat down, without a change in his expression. "Everyone is here. I'm not curious about what you did to that elf, but is it okay to ask about the current situation?" "Ahem. If it's a severe degenerative condition, honestly it won't be much help." "Don't worry about that, it's only temporary." At these words, Oswald broke into a cold sweat and stared at the elf. Baron Chesterhold was smiling brightly at the ceiling. "Butterfly, hee. So did you find anything out?" "The conflict between the alchemical and necromantic factions is real. Baron Ashcliffe was indeed affected by the necromantic faction and had sealed and barricaded the research building." "What, then?" "Right. The large number of forces outside, the refusal to allow outsiders to dock, and why Baron Chesterhold was out alone, those were the reasons." Lucia raised her hand and spoke. "Does that mean we're going to raid the necromantic faction now? Even from the name, it sounds suspicious, necromancy, dealing with corpses and all that." "It's a pejorative term." "Excuse me." "Necromancer is a pejorative term. They are generally called the life magic faction." At Ivan's words, Lucia tilted her head. "The name has nothing to do with it, so why are life magic practitioners called necromancers?" Elphira answered her curiosity. "The magic color is black." "What, just because of that?" "Also, they use magic by depriving others of their lives. The life magic was created to replicate healing and miracles without the aid of divine power. Because spells are cast using the life force of creatures as a base resource, they sometimes tear out a creature's soul to use as material for a spell. The problem is, they've traditionally not gotten along well with the alchemy faction. Healing, miracles, anything can be replicated with alchemy. During the war, there was an abundance of souls. The dying could be found anywhere, and it was easy to extract their life force to cast spells. But such practices couldn't be continued after peace was established. The vast trade routes that opened erased the chronic, material procurement issue of the alchemy faction. The balance between the alchemy faction and the life magic faction was broken just after the war. Alchemists accused the life magicians of being black magicians and attacked them. So they supposedly cursed Baron Ashcliffe in a way that even alchemy couldn't heal. The life magic faction is now paying colossal damages for that incident and has been sealed. Then these people were truly innocent. Oswald looked at Baron Chesterhold in horror. Chesterhold was drawing in the air, drooling slightly. Once this situation gets reported to the central government, punishment is unavoidable. It's not just a case of collateral damage from interfaction conflict, but a situation where innocent companies were boarded by stowaways and their key personnel assassinated, kidnapped, and tortured. The elves would face punishment. Most likely, it would end with monetary compensation. Since they are the daughter of Vialgrin, the daughter of the Privy Council chairman, and the Lord of the Black Tower. But the humans, all the humans here belong to Krasilov. Can war be avoided? Isn't it grounds for a declaration of war? Because at this point, They've kidnapped and tortured a high-ranking political opponent without prior notice. No, they are not innocent. Ivan shook his head. He placed his axe lightly on Baron Chesterhold's thigh. Dad. Yes. Chesterhold gazed warmly at Ivan. Elphira. Yes. Do you know why Callian has mild weather all year round? That's because of the climate control spells. Why? What is needed to manipulate the weather across the vast ocean area, including the numerous islands of Callian numbering over 20? Spells installed by the distant ancestors. Powerful magic cores, they call them milestones, embedded throughout this land with magic arrays. Do you know the structure? The structure of the climate control magic circle? I know it, but it's not easy to understand. No, not that. The structure and operation principle of the milestones. At Ivan's words, Elphira nodded reluctantly. By drawing in and purifying the sea's magic, we transfer it to the magic circle. It's not that complicated, despite its scale, right? Correct, we gather the magic from within the sea. Ivan motioned towards Lucia with his chin and asked, Lucia, explain what we saw in there. Deep-sea leeches, you said they were parasites-level monsters. Right, and wouldn't it have been difficult to gather so many? Correct. Ivan now looked around at the entire group and said, basically, deep-sea leeches are difficult monsters to capture. They live in the deep sea and are not very plentiful. Furthermore, near Callian, it's almost impossible. Do you know why? Because the magic density in Callian's deep sea is too low for monsters to appear. Oh. Right, so the monsters in that research building were either brought from other regions or. Elphira looked at Baron Chesterhold with a shocked expression. You turned off the milestone. Yes, Mother. Baron Chesterhold nodded with a bright smile. That is a crime that could lead to execution without trial. No, more importantly. Why, if that's turned off? As previously reflected, Callian's atmosphere is the most suitable environment for elves to live in. A high concentration of ambient magic, always clear and clean air, temperate climatic conditions throughout the year, and perfect humidity control. Rain falls where the land needs it, warm and moist. The moisture drawn from the sea contains all sorts of nutrients. The clear rivers are always potable, and the soil is so rich that it guarantees excellent crops at all times. It's a paradise. The development of elves attributes to this paradise. All of this is a heritage accomplished in ancient mythological times, a great blessing created by the ancestors, so powerful it might as well be called a gift from the gods. Turning off one of its pillars means abandoning those gifts. No matter how good an experiment might be, why do such a thing? For what reason? Even with one turned off, it still functions. It's not such a simple spell. It would work for centuries even if more than half of them stopped. That's how perfect and powerful the spell is. But yes. Ivan nodded as he looked into Elphira's frightened eyes. The seed of destruction lurking in Callian, which the quest did not warn about. A crisis that would come only after several centuries. Naturally, it is right for the quest not to warn immediately. What kind of event would have to occur to bring down this powerful and vast civilization? The invasion by demons alone is not enough. In the seas, elves are invincible. Civil war? Probably not. For elves, civil wars are merely hobby activities, and their blades against each other never escalate to deadly levels. Elves are extremely rational beings. They already know that squeezing their opponents brings more profit than killing them. Therefore, their civil war cannot lead to the extinction of their race. So, it's not a civil war or an external invasion. Just me alone. Pardon. Oh no, it's just a saying. Oswald was startled and looked up. Isn't there a famous saying on Earth? A saying always used by environmental activists to explain the cause of environmental disasters. Just me alone. If such thinking is harbored by all elven corporations, no. If the elven magical societies are harboring it secretly. What came into their eyes was a powerful magical artifact passed down from ancient times, capable of supplying magic power without issue even to a massive magic circle spanning across islands. A source that, even if used immediately, would not affect the grand magic of climate manipulation, yet at the same time would provide his society with permanent and infinite magic power. Ivan nodded at Elphira. That's the seed of doom we face this time. We need to meet with Her Majesty the Queen, the only faction in this country that does not use magic. Edel, the Master of Sword, raised her head solemnly with her one remaining eye. The management and oversight of Milestone was the royal family's duty. We need to find out what's happening in this country. My father, too. Unless my father is turning a blind eye, dare they do such a thing? No, could it be? Elphira covered her mouth in shock at the words she had uttered without thinking.
Yes.
Ivan agreed. Who could dare act like this without the tacit approval of Vialgreen? Not just one or two, but enough societies to influence the grand magic. If someone were committing such acts, the elven nature would surely lead to a report. It would be an easy way to eliminate a competitor. However, if everyone is acting this way, the elves would remain silent. Reporting could lead to an investigation turning on them, making survival impossible. Hence, the fact that everyone is keeping silent about this situation implies that almost all elves are tampering with the milestone, without knowing the extent of its scope themselves, believing that no one else has reported it yet. Thus, turning a blind eye to the deviations of a few knowing elves, thinking just us alone. This scale of operation could never be possible without the negligence of Baelgreen. They needed to meet the Elven Queen, and then meet Baelgreen immediately. The Astronomical Society is on the same island as the Eternal Palace. Let's go right away. With a stern face, Elphira stood up from her seat. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (173). Chapter 173. Do elves not believe in gods? Do you mean they do not believe in their existence, or that they do not worship them? The latter. They do not believe. Vialgreen stared calmly at the crumbling fortress. Do gods exist? Of course, but do we worship them? Absolutely not. Is it because elves believe they are a race greater than the gods? To Ivan, there was no other reason. This is a world where personal gods with great power directly bestow their might upon their worshippers. In such a world, atheism cannot be explained by any other reason. Merely believing allows one to borrow the power of the gods. What rational reason could there be for not believing? But Vialgreen shook his head. Can any race, can any individual be said to be greater than the gods? Of course not. Then why? If the gods had remained silent, we would have willingly become their sheep. If they merely existed in the heavens. If they silently observed. But Ivan, the moment gods who exist intervene in the affairs of mortals, they are no longer great. Vialgreen turned his gaze to Ivan. Why should we worship beings who require faith and reverence? Gods certainly exist, but elves worship only truly great things. What are those? The treasures that accumulate, the ambition for higher status, the magic dormant in all things, and reason and rationality. At Vialgreen's gesture, the magic quivered. From afar, a demon pretending to be dead and biding its time was lifted into the air and crushed. Vialgreen wiped his hands and laughed. Callian is paradise. No cry dares to cross Callian's great sea, and no being can disrupt Callian's peace. Our distant ancestors made gods with their own hands long ago. Milestones. The great filtration devices that project boundless magica, those are the mysteries we should rightfully worship. They are great relics from a time that can no longer be replicated. Milestones are mysteries that cannot be designed even with the highly advanced modern technology. If there is a God, it is such a thing, one that projects boundless magic to all, yet exists impartially without any will or intelligence. Nature itself. No personality is perfect. Therefore, the concept of a personal God entails inherent imperfection. How could one entrust their fate to the capricious mercy and anger bestowed by the great beings of the heavens? Gods exist, but they are not great. Indeed, just look at the 7 dragon generals. You called those wretches gods. Ha ha ha, then humans shouldn't be said to have faith either. What? They are merely puppets mimicking the shadow of gods. Even if they imitated fragments, can they truly be called gods? Vialgreen burst into laughter as he rose from his seat. A mighty power swirled around him and then converged into his chest. It was a clearly visible flow to the naked eye. Ivan inwardly lamented. How enviable it would be to have such power, a power that could not be reached by individual effort, such an immense strength. Vialgreen turned his body toward Ivan's gaze. When believers reach out, sometimes the gods whimsically take their hand, in the form of divine power and miracles. So, someday, one might be able to pull the hand they grasp and meet them face to face on earth. The latter part of his sentence, spoken as he looked up at the dark sky, was so quiet that Ivan could not catch it, and thus the conversation that day ended there for him. Vialgreen continued to gaze at the night sky for a long time until he rejoined his companions. The sky in the demon realm was always covered with clouds, thick and dark storm clouds, which seemed not to permit a single ray of light. What celestial phenomena might the high-ranking elven astrologer have been trying to read by looking at the sky for so long? Ivan, being a 21st century man who detested prophecy, magic, and superstition. Consequently, at that time, Ivan didn't yearn for Vialgreen's contrived mystery. Perhaps, in retrospect, it would be fair to say that he was frightened. After all, this was a crude, pre-modern fantasy world where prophecies, magic, and superstitions did indeed exist. He feared that the great wizard might utter an ominous prophecy from his lips, such as, "You will never return to your homeland." The astronomical faction has been advisors to the royal family for a very, very long time. Elphira sang out on the deck, savoring the fresh air. Since returning to Callian, she had been unusually excited and lively. Callian's environment provided elves with the most suitable air quality and magic distribution. Like a fish meeting water, Elphira was immensely happy. Edel, who was old enough that her emotions were hard to read, showed no particular reaction. She seemed to prefer Callian over the cold Krasilev as well, but it was difficult to be sure. It's inherently difficult to understand the thoughts of an elderly person. Edel, will the alchemy faction be of any help? Wait a minute, Sir Yurimov, are you not listening to me at all? Of course, even though it suffers internal conflict, such enterprises are not common. Ivan ignored Elphira's outburst beside him and turned his attention to Edel. If those people have any remaining strength, wouldn't it be better to eliminate potential future troubles? To annihilate the alchemy faction? Not only would time be an issue, but we wouldn't be able to avoid the attention of others. Before we could even finish the task, the navy from this entire sea region would be upon us. Edel chuckled and shook his head. In every business, it's safe to assume there are spies from competitors. What happened yesterday? That kind of dispute ends in ridicule. They got involved with Vialgreen and me and lost. But annihilation is a different story. If they had killed all the elves on the island, or at least both barons, a warrant would have been issued immediately. Baron Chesterhold wouldn't have any leeway to sort out his internal affairs for the time being. His competitors wouldn't just sit back and watch the inner turmoil of the alchemy society. It can never fully recover by its own strength. Its nature has burst, its research infrastructure is gone, and one of its Privy Council members responsible for research has died. This scale of the incident naturally allows one to raise issues with the Privy Council. But would they really charge Edel, who uncovered the dirt of the Alchemy Society through persuasion? Edel is the master of the Black Horn. Moreover, Vialgrin's daughter is also present here. If they make it an issue, they'll turn all of them into enemies. The Alchemy Society's capabilities will make it difficult to manage. Therefore, he must choose to remain silent. He won't be docile. Elves don't let emotions ruin the big picture. Jaehan, if he opposes us, his situation will get worse. How could he do that? Isn't it impossible to have no enemies against Blackhorn and Vialgrin? Aha, joining hands with the enemy of the enemy. Edel chuckled and shook his head again. From the moment he let us go safely, that became impossible. Other Privy Council members aren't fools either. From the moment we left the Alchemy Society without any problems, they'll think Baron Chesterhold joined hands with us. That also benefits the Baron. Benefits? He'll be evaluated as cunning enough to eliminate an old colleague and swallow the entire Alchemy Society alone, while even drawing in the mighty Blackhorn and Vialgrin. There will be no criticism for betraying an old colleague. It will be seen as high political skill and sinister scheming. In elf society, that's no blemish at all. So, emerging safely from a situation surrounded by numerous troops means Baron Chesterhold also recognized the situation. Thus, Edel comfortably lay back in the chair. Don't worry, Jaehan. Elf politics differ from you humans. Did you think we should have left some form of contract or restraint out of fear of future troubles, or that we should have killed him too? Ahem. I think such one-dimensional actions are always detected. Magical restrictions can be identified externally, and drugs can't bind the head of the Alchemy Society. But Prophet is different. Baron Chesterhold isn't foolish enough to abandon Prophet over anger or humiliation. Such people can never stay in the Privy Council. If it's so easy, why wouldn't others try it? What? Ambushing, taking hostages, interrogating, extracting information, and then blackmailing. Of course, it's impossible. Didn't I say there are too many eyes watching? You'll always get caught. But I managed to do it. Because it's you. Edel waved his hand. When you attacked the Alchemy Society's headquarters, all the elves in your group quietly waited on the ship. Only 2 humans infiltrated, and as a result, they killed Baron Ashcliffe and his subordinates. How do you think that looked to other elves? Elves recognize humans as intellectual beings. However, they do not see them as equal intellectual beings. If Edel or even Elfera had directly attacked the Alchemy Society from that ship, it would have certainly become an issue. Even if the Alchemy Society stayed silent, other corporations would seize the opportunity to criticize the Astronomical Society. However, only 2 humans landed, and as a result, Baron Ashcliffe and his subordinates were all killed. From an outside perspective, this is impossible without the help of Chesterfield. It would seem that Baron Chesterfield cleansed his business partner in an internal political struggle rather than an abrupt attack by the Astronomical Society and the Black Tower on the Alchemy Society. What human could single-handedly infiltrate the Alchemy Society's walls, slaughter all the elves, and return alive? Especially a human whose name and information are unknown. By now, other corporations must be scrambling to gather information desperately. About me. Yeah, who could you possibly be for the Black Tower and the Astronomical Society to employ you as a mercenary? Where did they find you? They must be wondering. Ivan's expression grew heavy at her words. As it recollected, elves are masters of external espionage. They're specialists in extracting information through memory distortion, trickery, and mind control, befriending. If they put their hands to it, it shouldn't be hard to trace Ivan's movements. If his connection to Krasilov were revealed, it could also affect his homeland. Don't worry. Ahem. Until they met you directly, no one even knew you were alive. John, the scrubbing your traces your country did was perfect even by elven standards. Ivan's expression eased at her words. He nodded calmly. Was I ever mentioned in elven society during that time? Of course, Kujimrad, the winter hound. You were one of the few humans we were wary of. That's good. Ahem. Edel tilted her head at Ivan's words. It wasn't a simple feeling of pleasure from having a name recognized by the elves. It was more like a sense of usefulness. Ivan did not provide an explanation. He silently turned his gaze to the floating clouds. Until it faced directly, its true nature is not discovered. Good. This means we won't burden Krasilov. Krasilov, now facing winter, had to rely entirely on imports for its main resources. With Till's granary burned down, this winter would be uniquely harsh. If the elves were also to check Krasilov in this situation, it could have a negative impact. Meaning, it won't end with just that one problem. However, it would be beneficial if his true identity remained unknown. This would mean his scope of activities would considerably widen. And it is not something that can be hidden forever. Whatever direction the operation took, he had to have a private meeting with Vialgreen, see the Elf Queen, and track down the hidden Alexander's whereabouts. In the midst of such a process, the status of human draws too much attention. Inevitably, the elves would be on high alert and would undoubtedly dig into his past. No matter how perfect Krasilov's measures were, Ivan had been involved in many activities since rejoining the field. There's no way to conceal all of that. Someone would realize his true identity. It wouldn't take very long. And a Lavandi. As the Dwarven Lord mentioned, authority stems from fear. Back then, all the nobles of every nation feared the cleanup unit. The elves were no exception. He was the only man, not in the hero party, who killed the seven-headed dragon knight. Even without such high-sounding achievements, they would realize that the sole survivor of the cleanup unit had arrived. Alexander, let's see how long you can last. If the elves who realized his true identity were smart enough, they would undoubtedly approach Ivan. The downfall of the cleanup unit was too famous a story. Alexander would be too tempting a bait for the survivor of the cleanup unit. Someday someone would inevitably approach him, and that won't be far off. It must be set up that way. Ivan stared at the horizon with sunken eyes. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (174). Chapter 174. No longer needing or having reason to stow away, the journey ended remarkably quickly. Even at the optimum cruising speed of the airship, reaching the capital within 3 days was not difficult. If there was a problem, it was in the complicated docking procedures, but that was no big deal. Elphira bore the brunt of the hassle. If it weren't for her usefulness, she wouldn't have been brought along in the first place. I'm exhausted. Elphira grumbled as she collapsed onto the deck. They had arrived in Idrenhill, the capital of the Callian Islands. Even here, airships had to dock from the sea. Military ship docks were located in the maritime port. The blue sea gently rippled with each warm gust of wind. It was too clear for the harbor of a big city. The nearly emerald-colored seawater surrounded the island. Wow. Wipe your drool, you look like a real country bumpkin just arrived in the city. Ha. As Lucia and Rundies gaped at the far-off cityscape, Elphira shrugged and laughed. Rundi's face twisted in discomfort at her comment. The smallest city in Angrind is bigger and more beautiful than this. Are you talking about that cozy cave village? Ivan, today I'll become the righteous punisher. No. Ivan, you've betrayed our people. I'm not a dwarf. At Ivan's words, Rundis fled into the cabin on the verge of tears. Ivan sighed and looked at Elphira. Don't tease her. It's fun and cute. She chuckled and continued. Lady Kohanulf has left to inspect the Black Horn. She'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Shall we explore the city in the meantime? I'll show you around. Later. Ivan nodded towards the massive white castle, gleaming in the noonday sun. We must have an audience with the Queen first. What's the procedure? Well, it's not hard. File a request, and after a review by the royal administration, about 2 days. That quickly. That was unusual. It typically took longer to arrange an audience with a nation's monarch. Official procedures through diplomatic missions usually took a couple of months. Moreover, this was the land of the elves. The long-lived race had a distorted sense of time. To them, a couple of months was a blink of an eye. Usually, when the counterintelligence command requested cooperation from Callian, it took at least half a year just to get a response. Conversely, if Callian requested something, they would bombard us with protest letters if it wasn't dealt with within a fortnight. Her Majesty the Queen is quite idle. Free time, huh? Don't humans have it too? The higher the position of authority, the more work there is, because they've arranged it so that the work only moves forward if handled directly. Authority is equivalent to approval rights. Normally, a leader complicates the approval process for work to the extent that without them, all tasks would come to a standstill. Consequently, even if it only involves simply stamping a document, without that trivial action, the affairs of state would be impossible to conduct. This was the most common way to ensure one's power, holding and wielding the final decision-making authority. It would explain why Elizaveta is always buried in a mountain of paperwork whenever we meet. So, it was inevitable that our queen could afford to be at ease. A nominal ruler who has transferred all authority to the Privy Council. The only reason she is respected is the symbolic significance of her lineage managing Aldrinwell, the ancient forest. All old elves turn into trees. This is not a metaphor but a literal fact. Those who have lived long enough and are thoroughly weary of the world eventually take root in the earth and become rigid. Therefore, unless they are warriors, all elf funerals are conducted as arboreal burials. A forest of naturally deceased elves. A collective cemetery where lives as old as history fade through generations. The oldest grave would need to be traced back to the Mythic Age, and that's a matter of just about 20 generations. As a species, elves are young, since the lineage of the race has not yet passed 20 generations. However, in the context of history, elves were the beings closest to the gods in existence. They built civilizations even when the gods walked the earth. They developed culture by imitating the gods' powers and technologies. All the technologies deemed ancient by elf standards have already been lost. They could no longer be implemented without the geological and atmospheric conditions of that era. One representative example of that is the milestone. While passionately expounding on the greatness of their race, Elphifera chuckled and said, "Anyway, it means it shouldn't be too hard to meet our queen in a couple of days. Hee, I happen to know the high astronomer. Then let's go with the astronomical faction. We need to meet Vialgrain." Elphira rolled her eyes awkwardly at Ivan's words. That's a bit of a problem. What is it? It seems my father isn't around right now. Elphira soon closed her eyes tightly and said, He went missing about 8 months ago. He cut off contact and disappeared. But there's no need to worry too much. It's common for elf wizards to disappear for a year or so just to lock themselves in their research labs. Do you know where that research lab is? I'd rather meet someone who could solve both the issue of his whereabouts and the audience with the queen at the same time. Do you want to come along? Sure. Herman Warrensel is a high-ranking official of the court government who served as the royal chief astronomer. He was a prestigious nobleman, almost certain to join the Privy Council after retirement. In one of the offices of the perennial Palace Court Management Office in Idrenhill, Herman was enjoying his time peacefully as usual. Being a chief astronomer, he originally had no work to do. That was until someone suddenly barged into his office without knocking. "Have you been well?" Herman couldn't conceal his displeased expression as he looked at the abruptly arrived junior. "It's nice to see you, without even a letter." "I don't intend to stay long, either." "How rude, wonder who you resemble." "Your master." "Hi." Herman let out a deep sigh and shook his hand. Soon, a warm cup of tea was placed on the table. He elegantly crossed his long legs and leaned back in his luxurious chair. "The human who came with you, a guard." "You can say that, elf." "You've picked up an interesting human." Herman looked at Ivan with a smirk. He quickly scanned Ivan up and down and whistled. "Nice build, are you from Krasilov?" Seeing Ivan's eyes turn fierce, Herman lightly waved his hand. "Relax. There are only two types of muscular folks who wander around with the world's most melancholic faces, either from Drovian or Krasilov. Drovian's folks are slightly more loudly crazy, while Krasilov's are more quietly mad." "Wow, did you hear that, Sir Yurimov? That's the insight of an elf. Impressive, right?" "It's dizzying." Herman took a sip of tea and asked, "So what brings our dear junior here?" "Where is my father right now?" "Shouldn't a daughter know that?" "I don't know, that's why I'm here to see my father's apprentice. Honestly, you're closer to him than I am." "Why did you go study abroad then? You could have learned quietly here in our school." "Well, that's none of your business, so where is my father?" "I don't know." Herman shrugged. Elfera's ears twitched in response. Before she could burst into anger, Herman hurriedly continued. "I really don't know. Does Lord Greikenkos ever report his whereabouts when he goes out occasionally? Not to mention, he often disappears without a trace every few years." "So you don't know where he went either?" "He doesn't report that to me either. Let's see, 8 months and 13 days. "Pardon." Ivan sighed and closed his eyes at the sudden remark, making Herman tilt his head in curiosity before soon expressing admiration. "How did you know?" "I had brief contact with him in Krasilov at that time. At the time when the elves' aerial warship, now renamed Krasilov's aerial warship, crashed over St. Jan's University. That was the last time he possessed the body of an elven captain." Ivan, reminiscing, suddenly frowned. "Elfera, didn't you say you contacted Vialgreen just before the tournament?" "Yes, through the crystal ball." "So he was in Callion until then." "It's safe to say that he was active in Callion until the tournament last summer. He had personally dispatched Edelplat to Krasilov. So, if it's something that happened after that, Alexander incited a civil war by stirring up dwarf rebels and necromancers, and made contact with the First Legion. At that point, Vialgreen disappeared. When Ivan had a direct conversation with Vialgreen, Vialgreen was tracking Alexander. And at the last confirmed point, the method of contact with the First Legion was through elves. That's what confirmed his suspicion that Alexander was hiding in Callion. So, to simplify things rather bluntly, there are two possibilities. Vialgreen disappeared at the time Alexander, definitely, infiltrated Callion. In other words, Vialgreen was already assassinated. Or, the reason Alexander could definitely infiltrate Callion, and the background that allowed him to conduct external operations using elves in the first place. If Vialgreen had directly helped, if that bastard had joined hands with Alexander, it all fits together. Ivan felt his shoulders stiffening and momentarily froze. Assuming Vialgreen joined hands with Alexander, most doubts would be resolved. The reason why a foreign royal, with no ties and only failures to his name, could infiltrate elven society, and why he could command elves as if they were his limbs. But if that assumption is true, I have to confront Vialgreen. That's the first thing that comes to mind. How do I deal with that man? Ivan had seen Vialgreen fight countless times. In most cases, by closely observing the combat styles, he would craft strategies to counter his opponent. It's instinctive work. Even Maximilian did it. Whether it was feasible or not was secondary, it was a naturally occurring thought experiment. When facing that man, what should I do? What are his weaknesses? Even Jill Burr, Einar, and Maximilian had at least some minimal countermeasures, but not Vialgreen. In combat scenarios, he was a trained agent and could mimic any combat style he saw once. However, magic was a different matter altogether. Perhaps because magic didn't exist in the 21st century, he was particularly vulnerable to it. Vialgrin, what are you thinking? Ivan was deep in thought. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Just leave him be. He gets like that sometimes. He won't answer even if you ask. Elphira took her eyes off Ivan, who had fallen silent as if gaining some insight. Anyway, it seemed necessary to buy some time now. Considering he was so lost in his thoughts, it wasn't a trivial matter. May I have an audience with Her Majesty, the Queen? I'll give it a try. Lately, she seems a bit lonely. 2 days from now. Just as expected. I'm dying here. She keeps asking me when the best day for her to die would be. Wow, can an astronomer tell something like that? Do you think so? Herman chuckled and shrugged. Honestly, astrologers are only important when sailing across the Callian Sea. Do you think gazing at the stars can reveal the future? Isn't that why they're here, astrologers? How can you say that when your father is the dean? You haven't learned any astrology, have you, kid? Herman grumbled as he sipped his tea. It's not prophecy, it's rationality. What would the stars know? Starlight is just the magic sent from a place far away thousands of years ago. Oh. Some stars sent their light 20,000 years ago, and some maybe only 200 years. How then can you read the future of this land right now from that? Does that make any sense? Then why do you look at the stars? There may be no standard for the magic sent by the stars, but when that magic passes through the atmosphere of this land, a standard appears. This is interesting. Look in the world. I'm already sleepy. As the atmosphere seemed to be veering into an academic discussion, Elphira stretched and yawned. Seeing her, Herman shook his head and placed his teacup down. How is it that you're not like your father at all? I resemble his intelligence and looks. If it were any different, we could say you were adopted. So what else are you curious about? You're bored too, huh? Elphira chuckled and observed Ivan. He was still deep in thought. It seemed she needed to buy a little more time for him to wake up. Well, what can I do? I have to support him. Our leader is making strategic considerations. Elphira grumbled to herself and turned her head. Ah, you said it's useless in Callian. Why is that? Within the Callian Sea, the magic of starlight has no meaning. What does it matter if misfortune, calamity, or disaster falls while it passes through the atmosphere? The sky above this land is filled with the magic of a massive filter. The milestone. Right, fortune, prosperity, flourishing, happiness. No matter how colossal the magic of the sky is, it doesn't matter. So, it's nonsense to try to pick an auspicious day. Every day is auspicious, so what do you expect me to do? Herman laughed as if joking, but Elphira felt a slight chill inside. So, they tried to extinguish it now. The ancient artifact that warps the flow of the world to make the land of the elves prosperous. Her gaze turned to the side. Soon, she was able to meet Ivan's eyes, who was staring straight at her. As she stared into those deep, blue eyes for a while, her ears, which had been rising in horror, gradually drooped. So what? Our leader looks like that now. Wow, really? How can a person look like that? Get up, I have to go meet Edel. Oh, it was nice to meet you too. Human, no need to thank me. Thank you. Well, you're not entirely without manners. Our protégé's path will be pretty tough. Herman grinned, staring at Elphira's melting face. Realizing his gaze, she blushed deeply and yelled. Don't say unnecessary things. Make sure to tell my dad that his daughter is looking for him and it's urgent. All right, take care and come in front of the court in 2 days. In the morning, roughly. Why roughly? Because you'll have to be prepared to wait a couple of hours no matter what time you arrive. Go on, the senior is busy. Busy? Isn't there nothing to do at the observatory? Do you think I'll end my career at the observatory? I've got lobbying to do, you know. The world of grown-ups is busy like this. That's why college students. Elphara waved her hand to the joking Herman and stood up. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (175). Chapter 175. Come on, let's take a look around the streets. Anyway, we have plenty of time. Elphara stretched broadly and laughed heartily. In the afternoon, the city bustled with countless crowds. Every visible road was perfectly paved, and there were hardly any buildings below 5 stories. Occasionally, massive buildings even had small airships anchored on the rooftops. True to their aerial dominance, the offloading of goods did not happen on the ground. Instead of carts delivering goods, short airships buzzed around like bees in a hive. As a result, the ground level of the city was rather quiet. Elves did not particularly enjoy moving on foot, only a few humans working as laborers walked around with sullen faces. Get lost. Turning their gaze toward the direction of the loud voice, a human, covered in waste, was rolling on the ground. He had been thrown out from a shop selling small cakes. A guard approached the human. The human cowered in fear. Soon, the guards find the fallen human and left. The charge was for soiling the street's cleanliness. Ahem. Elphara made a subtle expression at the sight. It was a commonplace, trivial event, but she became cautious of what the human beside her might think. Sir Yurimov, that is, I know. Pardon. I know that officially, elves do not use slaves. These humans are a working class lured by the high wages in elven cities. It's a natural social phenomenon. Ah, yes, that is true, but I do not judge individuals based on their race, Elphara. Even on Earth, where brilliant civilizations flourished, racial discrimination and xenophobia were prevalent sentiments. In fact, it was natural for discrimination based on class differences to exist even among the same race. Fundamentally, social culture develops based on class and discrimination, especially if even races are different. Ivan walked on without a change in expression. Elphara sighed deeply at his response and walked along. Is there anything you'd like to eat? If you have a favorite food, I can guide you to the best place. Somewhere located in a high place, easy to monitor, close to the center of the island, and with a route connected to the port. That's a rather straightforward preference. Are you specifically describing a restaurant? Yes. Elphara chuckled, as if exasperated by Ivan's answer. Sorry, but this restaurant is for elves only. Oh my, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Elphara Greikenkos, the daughter of Vialgrin Greikenkos. Could you perhaps repeat what you just said? The elf, dressed in a high-end suit, shook his head with a smile despite Elphara's burning gaze. How could I not recognize Miss Greikenkos? I only ask that you be considerate of the distinguished guests who visit us. And just how important are these people that they warrant such caution? It would be difficult to enumerate each one of our esteemed clients. What the? In Isabel's hometown, yes, even the nobles would return home and hold feasts. Ecdysis, that girl, bragged that she even brought her father for a formal meeting. Meanwhile, back in her own hometown, even in this area which could be considered her domain, Ivan couldn't relax enough to visit even one restaurant. She overlooked the fact that it didn't help to seek out the best restaurants. The best places she could go were pretty much all labeled elf only. This person is not just an ordinary human. He is not a worker but a noble.
Oh, I see.
A sly smile curled at the corner of the clerk's mouth. In elf terms, it was a very blatant expression of disrespect, akin to inquiring about one's parents. Elphira unwittingly felt her hand twitch. Suddenly, at that moment, someone grabbed her wrist. When she turned her head, Ivan stood much closer. "Calm down, it's all right." "Yes, Sir Yeremov." "Apologies for the disturbance, elf. Carry on with your work." "Thank you for your understanding, human." The clerk stood there, still smirking. As Ivan turned, Elphira cautiously followed with her wrist still held. Any feeling of anger or shame quickly evaporated. Her mind went blank, and her ears drooped as if they had melted away. Unconsciously, her lips twitched as though she was about to laugh. It was then. The Greikenko's family certainly has stooped low, associating with humans. How vulgar. She could hear a small voice. It was the clerk muttering as he turned away. That meant that what she heard was also clearly heard by Ivan. His hearing was acutely sharp, able to pick up even the tiny footsteps of a passing rat. Elphira shuddered as she looked up at Ivan, who had already let go of her wrist. "I'm all right, really, Sir Yeremov." "No, this is not all right." Ivan turned around and walked back to the clerk. Sensing his presence, the clerk looked at him with a bright smile again. "Is there anything else you would like to say?" "Elf, you should have maintained your dignity. You insulted me and my companion." "That's truly unfortunate." "Indeed, as a guest in this country, I will give you one last chance. Apologize to my companion." Elphira, who had come closer, cautiously grabbed Ivan's sleeve. She looked up at him with a bewildered face. Ivan was still expressionless. "Sir Yeremov, what's wrong? I'm fine." "You're not fine." "No, I really am fine." "Elphira, you are a member of the hero party."
What?
Heroes have the right not to kneel, even in the presence of the royalty. It's an authority granted by the kings of the United Kingdoms. To kill the Demon King, the strongest warriors were selected. But even those warriors had no guarantee that they would come back alive from the Demon King's territory, where the Demon King and his 7 dragon generals lay in wait. All fronts were being disastrously pushed back, and 1/3 of the United Kingdoms had fallen in an instant. The population loss was even more severe, to the point that it was predicted it would take a century to recover from the population void created by the war. In such a situation, the only hope for the United Kingdoms was the assassination of the Demon King. Humanity could only survive by killing the Demon King, even if it meant losing the entire hero party. Thus, the hero party had the right not to kneel before any ruler. It was a mark of consideration and respect for those who walked into death's jaws, devoting themselves solely to humanity. The era had come when the fame of the hero party was forgot, but not anymore. The United Kingdoms were barely holding on, day after day, like a sandcastle that could collapse at any moment. Although it was hard to say that the current party was ready, Ivan at least had to respect them. He could not stand by and watch anyone insult them. Did not Jill Burr ask him? Did not the former generation recognize the current hero party? Lift your head. The hero party didn't bow down even before those who called themselves gods. Sir Yeremov. The righteous do not fear slander. Even amidst despair, they must be a model for all humanity. The hero party never lowered their heads, not because they didn't want to, but because of the weight of the duty they carried. On a dark night, they had to split the heavens and lift their heads toward hope. It didn't matter if no one acknowledged these children as the hero party. Ivan himself was evidence, and he intended to prove it as many times as necessary. Are you ordering a human to apologize to me now? And so, setting aside all such miscellaneous reasons, Ivan silently nodded as he saw the approaching elf's pale face with a smile. And actually, merely, without any specific reason. It was mostly because he didn't like seeing Elphira biting her lips and lowering her head in dejection. A crunch. The grip that shot out like lightning to clasp the neck of the approaching elf locked in firmly. Ivan grabbed the elf by the neck with one hand and slammed him into the ground. Bangs. Yes, Sir Yurimov. It's okay. The law of this country is unfavorable to humans. Let me go quickly. I know. He firmly pressed down on the groaning elf. As the carotid artery was blocked and the blood flow stopped, the elf soon turned pale and rolled his eyes back. Ivan brushed his hands off and stood up. The surroundings were quiet. Numerous elves were staring blankly at him. I am Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. Is there anyone left to apologize on behalf of him to my party? What kind of outrageous behavior is this? But it didn't seem to bother Elfera, as her ears twitched wildly. In the distance, approaching guards could be seen. Now at least those who were monitoring Elfera will know my name. The elves know that Edelplatt was dispatched to Krasilov, even that they were defeated by a human. It's impossible that the human's name would not be known. The elves' external intelligence is flawless. Now the elves will know that the human who appeared in their nation is that Ivan. Some, those with rich imaginations or dense information networks among the high-ranking nobles, might guess that Ivan is Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Petrovich of the cleanup unit, who was reported dead 4 years ago. There is no need to arduously provoke each member of the Privy Council, plant bait, and wait for a bite. Isn't it a situation where time is lacking in the first place? No one knows how or when or in what way the situation will unfold. The lack of information was severe. Moreover, it was a situation where he had to suspect even Vialgreen. Already, it was sufficiently troublesome. Aren't things annoyingly complicated enough to make one's anger boil? However, sometimes, complex situations can be solved with simple solutions, much like Alexander cutting the knot. Stop, everyone. Ivan frowned as he looked at a group of approaching elves. The guards and the elves watching from a distance frowned and quickly stepped aside. The approaching elves each had a sword hanging from their waists. Swordsmiths. As recalled once, elves detest physical training that involves sweat. In such a social culture, learning swordsmanship means they are that much obsessed with it. They are our guests, step back. The man at the forefront smirked crookedly as he walked. Even the guards, who tried to stop him, frowned and retreated. Or complain now. Rude bastards. Oh, the one who just spoke, come forward. I want to hear it again. There is a famous saying among elven nobility. Do not step within the reach of the blade of an elf carrying a sword. The man with his hair, roughly tied back, scanned Ivan with sharp eyes as he approached. Our master asked me to come out, and sure enough, you've caused trouble. Humans, quite typical. Did Edel send you? That's why I'm here. How about you stop slaughtering those poor folks for no reason and come quietly with me? Just the fact that this man had defeated Edelplatt in a duel told exactly how skilled he was. The man looked around and let out a small chuckle. This human was extraordinary. At that time, only a handful of people, including the warrior party, could stand against Edelplatt. In the realm of dueling, Edel had never lost once. Throughout those long years, she earned the nicknames the Undefeated and the Dual Representative of the Privy Council. Back in the old days, one could gouge out the eyes of anyone who couldn't recognize someone stronger and still be innocent, but that's not how it is now. Let's go peacefully. Ivan nodded at the man's words. In any case, he had achieved his purpose, spreading his name in the elven society. Now it was time to see how that name would return to him. If Edelplatt's subordinates treated him with the utmost respect, his name would spread even faster. Not bad. Sir Yurimov. Yes. Do you have any plans for children? With a flick of his ears, Ivan approached excessively close, shedding Elfera, who was grasping at his sleeve, and began walking. So when he said, "See you in 2 days," did he mean for us to kill time quietly by sightseeing or something? Ahem. But then, you suddenly tried to start a knife fight in the middle of the street. I didn't draw my sword. What a boast, Jahan, what a boast. His Majesty was so taken aback that he ordered you to appear at court first thing tomorrow morning. That's great. We've finally managed to use our time efficiently. Hearing Ivan's words, Edel pounded her chest and burst out in frustration. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (176). Chapter 176. Call me Edwina's. The Elf Queen was a modest noblewoman. My name is too long and complicated for a human mind to remember. To be precise, she was a modest noblewoman for an elf. If it's too burdensome, fine. You may call me Edwina Idmere Island in Erlashen, Aldrinwell II. Half of it would still be considered polite. I will call you Your Majesty. You seem to like simplicity, very human. The Queen smiled humbly. Her wrinkled face was still impressively lively with her cheerful eyes. The concept of an old elf is somewhat unfamiliar. Elves are a race with extremely minimal physical changes until the moment of death. Signs of aging appear only in elves who have let go of everything and are preparing for death. And in such cases, most elves' eyes die first. Over the long years, their emotions wear out, hardening like accumulated sediment layers. They become empty, with nothing new or enjoyable left. Gradually, they take root in the earth and slowly let go of their existence as individuals. An elf that becomes a tree is still alive, but can no longer be called an individual. They return to being part of the great forest known as the ancestors. I was surprised to receive the report. I thought a guest would be interesting during this lonely time. I could hardly wait to have a conversation. If it was an imposition, I hope you understand. It's all right. Indeed, although late, welcome to Callian guest. The Queen smiled contentedly, like a grandmother handing cocoa to her grandchild. However, Ivan did not trust elderly people in this world. Unlike the brilliant civilization of the 21st century, where the elderly were naturally respected, the elderly in this primitive world were those who had proven themselves through the years they survived. Especially after a war that had claimed a third of the workforce. Except for envoys, no human has enjoyed tea time with me for at least 2 centuries. Now, I won't teach you our etiquette, so speak freely. What brings you to my palace? Ivan quietly touched his teacup. There was no one around him except for a few guards with closed eyes. He was the only one granted an audience. He looked around. The Elf Queen's palace, the spire terrace of the Eternal Palace, shone white under the warm noon sun. Wildflowers and unknown beautiful shrubs adorned the aerial garden, and a fountain, clearly a magical device, scattered sunlight as it flowed. Birds he had never seen before chirped as if singing. From this high spire, just a slight turn of the head allowed a view of all the streets of Idrenhill. The panoramic view showed the White City and dozens of warships and merchant ships floating on the Emerald Sea, like jewels. It's a nice place. Ah, my only hobby is observing. There's nothing else to do but watch over my people. This signified a reign without actual governance. All administrative powers rested with the Privy Council. Unlike the nominal constitutional monarchy of Krasilov, Callian adhered strictly to royal authority under the law. The position remained purely symbolic. Ivan was not used to speaking indirectly. He was not skilled in diplomacy to converse politically with high-ranking officials. He quickly turned to face the Queen. There are groups using milestones. Is this something Your Majesty has permitted? I do have administrative authority, but if the council decides, what can I do? All I can do is give permission. Did you know? Yes, and what you truly want to ask. The Queen laughed pleasantly. Speak freely. The ancient artifacts of Kallian are not your concern, are they? There is intelligence that the deposed crown prince of my country is hiding in this land. Ah, yes, his name was Alexander, wasn't it, that boy? My country requests the extradition of our criminal under the Treaty of the United Kingdom. If that was the case, you should have sent an envoy with an official request. That's not something I can do. So, bring official documents if you want to talk about your country. That's her stance. Ivan looked at the queen deeply. Her eyes were still sparkling with joy. Let's see what more tricks you have. It was the amusement of a queen growing old without power. Then, I request an audience with Vialgreen Greikenkos. Oh. The queen's eyes brightened. You noticed, the intelligence power of Krasilov is impressive. You flatter us. It's certain that Vialgreen has allied with Alexander. In the first place, it means he didn't come to Krasilov to deal with Alexander. However, he could have killed me that day. At the time Vialgreen possessed the captain of the airship, he had the power to do so. If he had wanted, Ivan would have died then and there. He is the most powerful magician of this era. Even in close combat, victory is not assured, and that was not even his true form. But then Vialgreen spared him after a brief test. Rather than sparing him, it seemed the test itself was the purpose. At that time, Alexander's goal was the usurpation or destruction of Krasilov's throne. If he wanted to ally with Alexander, bombing Frechenkaya cleanly would have sufficed. The fact that he didn't means. Was he using Alexander? It meant Alexander was needed for some plan he had. It meant he brought Alexander to Kallian and protected him for some purpose. And this all happened under the approval of the old queen before him. No matter how powerful Vialgreen is, in this country, he is merely one of the Privy Council. The elves are not so humble a race as to unconditionally revere him even if he were just a member of a hero's party. To harbor the crown prince of a failed rebellion from another country, support him, send elves, or even send warships to find him would require someone's backing. It was safe to say the queen knew of Vialgreen's plan and actively supported him. Vialgreen Greikenkos was a high astrologer, just speculating since he was your majesty's right hand. Do you think Sir Greikenkos could be anyone's right hand? Do you still see me as having such hands and feet? Watching the queen smile slyly, Ivan quietly nodded. She was proposing a deal regarding Vialgreen's location. I am here not as a soldier of Krasilov, but as a mere guest. I am a soldier of Krasilov, of quite a high rank. In my country, there is a culture where a guest residing in a house does not refuse small requests from the somewhat inconvenient host. If you need hands and feet, I will help you for a while. Tell me what you need. In response to Ivan's words, the elf queen asked with a humble smile. That's an interesting culture. Shouldn't a truly noble household not trouble their guests? Will you bring this up as an issue later? Ivan shook his head and answered her words. Repaying kindness with kindness is a human's duty, isn't it? As long as you keep the deal, I will resolve it cleanly. Satisfied with Ivan's answer, the queen nodded. Indeed, Krasilov is a country that knows manners. The deal was sealed. Ivan drank his tea with satisfaction. They asked me to perform a sword dance. At Ivan's words, Edel put down her fork. Her Majesty did. Yes. To whom? To the Privy Council. The Privy Council's dual representative, a current Privy Council member and owner of the Black Horn, tilted his head. By the way, this was the office of the Black Horn Idrenhill branch's branch manager. The branch manager crossed his arms and looked at Ivan and Edel. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Should I kill him? Edel shook her head. Don't. To repeat, elves who carry swords are essentially madmen. And since the baseline for elves is madness, it makes them doubly mad. Ivan accepted this simple fact without any racial bias and moved his hand to his waist, ready to draw his axe if they made a move. What exactly did she say? She told me to investigate the misuse of the milestones and to take action if corruption is confirmed. And she entrusted that to a human, an outsider. Obviously, it means to poke around first. The Privy Council's base is like a tree. Just as old trees often harbor beehives, birds, and snakes, who knows what might pop out when you shake it. As modern science has revealed, trees communicate through their roots. When one tree is attacked, the others immediately know. Again, the Privy Council members are like trees. Touch one and they'll all react wildly, communicating closely and causing an uproar. This is different from the previous matter with the alchemy faction. That was resolved through internal power struggles with support from Vialgreen and the Black Horn, a typical part of elf politics. But this time, the elf queen is wielding a foreign human as her sword. Ahem. Edel flicked her ears thoughtfully, then shook her head. What would happen if the Privy Council members revolted against the queen? She's a monarch who sits there with no real power, only a title. Replacing the monarch wouldn't be difficult. Her son has been of age for 300 years. They would replace the queen, imprison her, and reorganize the regime. In that process, the queen's sword, Ivan, would be shattered. And you accepted that. For a price. A price, what is it? Alexander. If Vialgreen is indeed allied with Alexander, meeting Vialgreen alone would solve more than half of the problem. Once the Privy Council starts acting up, their vision will inevitably narrow. An angry beast always becomes blind with rage. In the meantime, the queen will seize what she desires. Ivan only needs to secure Alexander and return him to his homeland. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. Humans call this a deal. After listening to Ivan's explanation, Edel smirked and shook her head. You've become quite the politician, Jehan. Edel lamented as she took a sip of her tea. I still don't know what Her Majesty is after. Ivan silently agreed. Elves who begin to age lose the light in their eyes. It's natural. Only elves whose emotions and will have been worn away experience aging. Therefore, an old elf scheming with such passion was quite strange. Her eyes sparkled with passion and curiosity. Ivan wasn't well versed in elves. The only things he knew for certain about elves were that they die if you cut off their heads, and they are incredibly troublesome. But from a position of power, not as an elf, he knew such cases. When an old, weary, and powerless ruler shows passion for something, it usually only happens when they are engaged in a power struggle. However, if it stays within Kalyan, it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't affect Krasilov, it doesn't matter at all. He didn't care. What did it matter if elves were being elves? You know I can't help you, right? I have to manage the Black Horn. Prepare in advance. Wow, you even give prior notice for a national inspection. That's why power is great. So where do you plan to start? Most countries in the Union operate their state affairs through a competition between the so-called House of Lords and the Royalist faction. In simpler terms, it's the separation of the executive and legislative branches. Both possessed judicial powers, so they weren't separate. But in Kalyan, there is no Royalist faction. No noble stands with the king. So if the queen wants to stir up the Privy Council, she doesn't need to carefully pick the nobles. Any noble she points to will be part of the aristocratic faction, the life science faction. So if he has the authority to dance the sword dance, he might as well target the most suspicious one first. Given the clear indications of their meddling with the alchemy faction, the most suspicious ones now were the necromancers. Ivan finished his tea and stood up. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (177). Chapter 177. EP 177. Commonly referred to as the Life Faction, internally known as the Elgaradian School of Magic, and colloquially termed as dark wizards. While all things in the world possess mana, the amount of mana that a wizard can utilize is merely a handful drifting in the atmosphere, which prompted a shift in thinking. Extracting mana from inanimate objects like mountains, trees, and rocks is extremely inefficient. Thus, the idea arose to draw mana from living beings instead. Within 2 centuries, the technology for biomana development was established. Before another 300 years passed, the foundational technology was perfected. Following 4 wars, the establishment of the school was achieved. At last, now, if something is alive, regardless of its race, it can be crushed from the root to extract mana, holding the pollution-free, eco-friendly, sustainable resource production technology. The leader of those formidable individuals opened his mouth, with a sunken gaze in a dark chamber. "We're not like that, I tell you." Just from hearing it, it sounds like a white-collar criminal speaking to an investigator in a backroom. For the record, he is indeed an economic offender, and Ivan can be considered a temporary, acting investigator, and the place they are in can be described as a backroom. Ivan pressed his brow tightly and glared at the grand wizard before him. Seriously, it's just so unfair. A complaint laced with unconvincing charm from an elderly man who must be over 500 years old. This is the moment when Ivan's deduction bore fruit, a hypothesis regarding elves being unable to escape the effects of dementia. Elves have keen hearing, both physically and politically. It took less than half a day for Ivan's name to become known within elf society. If a madman wreaks havoc in the middle of the street while being sheltered by the swordsmanship faction, it could not go unnoticed. Looks like those lunatics are up to their madness again. This was about the extent of public opinion. Shortly after rumors spread for half a day, when stories circulated that the mad human had met with the queen alone, elves hurriedly gathered information. Was the queen behind it all? All elves eventually become trees as they age. From that perspective, the queen was literally a plant human. She was like an old person waiting in the back room for her day to die. There are a few things in the world that can be quite disturbing. For instance, resurrecting at a funeral, winning at rock, paper, scissors against a mirror, or plants walking around and starting legislative activities. The fact that all 3 are possible in this primitive society is even more terrifying. Therefore, the elven privy councillors and the nobles under them swiftly deployed their information networks. The problem here is that elves are experts in external intelligence. In the realm of internal intelligence, elves are not particularly impressive. If the targets of their espionage are limited to their own kin, their strengths in surprise attacks, backstabbing, and befriending mind control are ineffective. This has been proven throughout their long history. As a result, after fumbling and collecting fragmented and possibly unreliable information provided by their fellow kin, the Elven Council of Nobles finally found a connection to the recent incident from a few days ago. The internal strife within the alchemy faction was the queen's behind-the-scenes machination. The privy councillors are each equivalent to a nation. This holds true both in historical significance and in the realm of influence. Those individuals may occasionally form alliances, but they are incapable of demonstrating true collaboration in the genuine sense. Therefore, elves do not engage in factional infighting. Each faction is responsible for their own academic society. This means that, who are you? The elves of the Privy Council never trust one another. There are those who exploit the aging queen as a shield. This is cunning maneuvering that seems too efficient, suggesting that they would likely have committed similar acts if given the opportunity. If that's the case, then they would also take action if the chance arose. The queen would not suddenly pick a fight with the council on her own. Under this commonsensical mindset, the councillors quietly began to hiss at each other. "Hurry up, let's do this together." They understood clearly that reducing competitors is a fundamental principle of the market, and that the most perfect economic system is monopoly, prompting entrepreneurs to begin to move. Naturally, you're just about here. At this point, Ivan arrived at Iberenden, an island governed by the Life faction, and he does not share the elven common sense. He was an extremely rational and sensible person, based on 21st century standards. In a one-eyed village, the one with two eyes is considered disabled, so he knows that he is viewed with somewhat biased eyes in this world. Of course, it doesn't matter. The disabled must prove themselves, much like a disability certificate. However, the normal do not have to prove they are normal. They just have to act. Therefore, the only normal person in this pre-modern fantasy world disembarked while holding an axe and a pistol. These tools are most suitable for chopping wood. Having adequately armed himself, gathered one of the Queen's oversight documents, accompanied by several guards assigned by the Queen, and with his party in tow, he finally disembarked at the port of Iberenden. Oh, welcome. You must be tired from your long journey, right? This is a specialty of our society, and it's just what you need for fatigue recovery. Oh, it's safe for humans to eat. We've experimented with it. The dark wizards were waiting, waving large banners. What is this? Lucia looked around with a confused expression. Numerous elves warmly smiled at them, scattering pollen, launching small fireworks, while a military band sang. A man at the forefront boldly walked up, shook Ivan's hand firmly, and shook it a few times. It was too warm to be called a handshake, and too simple to suggest any political stance. I'm Wildrick Sunsetdale. Forgive my presumption, but I hold the position of president at the Elgaradian Society. Ahem. You are Sir Ivan Petrovich Yurimov, correct? We have been waiting for you. Ivan was someone who rarely became flustered, just like all the members of the cleanup unit. But under the combination of the words elf, welcome, and crowd, even Ivan's gaze wavered helplessly. It's strange for an elf to welcome someone, but it's even stranger that so many have gathered to form a crowd. Misinterpreting Ivan's silence, Wildrick subtly wiped the sweat from his forehead and let go of his hands. It seems the journey has yet to wear off. Shall we skip the formalities? For now, how about we have a meal first? So there were formalities. For reference, Iberenden was only 2 days away from Callion's capital, Idrenhill. There was no way fatigue could build up. The enormous warship moved on its own, making it enough to just rest in the cabin. Ivan nodded gruffly. A smile finally appeared on Wildrick's lips. It was so overly artificial that it raised suspicion. All right, everyone disperse. Miller, bring the guests to the banquet hall. Yes, Dean. A group of elves approached, carrying the luggage of Ivan and his party, and in a brief moment of confusion, they were escorted to the banquet hall. Even though they had tasted the tea and food first, no poison was detected. Nevertheless, unlike his companions, Ivan did not touch the food any further. In hostile territory, meals must traditionally be taken in turns. This is to prevent the entire group from being wiped out should some toxin incapacitate the party. While Ivan stuck to drinking only water, Wildrick approached him again, wiping his cold sweat and whispering, "Shall we move to a quieter place for a moment?" Leaving behind his companions who were enjoying their meal, Ivan walked after Wildrick to an unknown destination. As he quietly visualized the structure of the castle in his mind while walking, the atmosphere soon changed. The businessman who had acted as if he would give up his guts and liver slowly straightened his back. The expensive magic lanterns embedded in the corridor began to dim. Light faded from the perfectly clean carpet. The art pieces hanging on the walls transformed from paintings to sculptures, and from sculptures to taxidermied figures. After walking through such a hallway for a while, they arrived at a small chamber lit by candlelight. At that point, Ivan was already gripping an axe. "Please go in." The leader of the dark wizards smiled ominously. Ivan scanned the interior of the chamber without answering. It was a room filled with small taxidermied creatures and intimidating magic tools adorned with brass. The candles flickered with a green light. A torture chamber, or an interrogation room, whatever it was coming out quite charmingly. Ivan moved slowly, paying attention to the flow of magic. He was ready to bring down the axe at any moment if the amount of magic shifted even slightly. Finally, when he arrived at a small but sufficiently luxurious sofa, the leader of the dark wizards greeted him with a dark smile and gestured for him to sit. "Isn't it remarkable?"
What?
"This is my treasury. Each piece in this room is historic. Pardon me. From your country's view, they would be mythical artifacts. These were personally crafted and collected by my predecessors, that is, the many heads of this society. Yes, this place is the history of our academy." It's difficult to follow the story. The dark wizard, observing Ivan's expression, soon noticed the axe firmly clutched in his grip and quickly wiped his forehead. I meant to say that they are very delicate magical tools. They are originals that cannot be reconstructed. So if possible, I must apologize, but we can provide you with plenty of space to alleviate any destructive hobbies you might have. The leader of the dark wizards, in an instant, returned to the humble Waldrick. How about we have a time to sincerely share our misunderstandings and differences, given that we have neither eyes to see nor ears to hear? The queen is in a vegetative state. Callion's power lies with the Privy Council, and that fact was already a famous story. Thus, even though the Privy Council member in front of him was rubbing his hands together and smiling broadly, Ivan had no choice but to remain silent. It was hard to believe that the Queen's order had instilled fear or respect in this person. They were the kind of people who could easily disregard such pieces of paper. So, it meant there was another reason. As you know, we are all trying to get along well, right? In both material and spiritual ways. But if you suddenly create factions like this, and then attempt to exert your power on us without giving us any notice, wouldn't it be a bit disappointing? It wasn't the Queen, but a faction. The Privy Council members had banded together to form an organization and were purging the opposing faction, he surmised. The organization had already gained sufficient scale to act under the guise of the Queen. In such a situation, if they were attacked suddenly, they were worried that the school, which had continued for many years, would be uprooted. This isn't bad. Ivan quietly interlocked his fingers. He gazed deeply into Waldrick's eyes without answering for a while. The best way to extract information from a terrified person is to maintain silence. Fear provokes a great deal of imagination. Whether it was due to an imaginative mind or not, Waldrick wiped his forehead again and continued speaking. We were definitely following Lord Greichenko's advice. There were a few minor issues, but well, if we don't raise them, they don't become issues, so to speak. Advice, huh? Yes. Oh, I heard about the alchemy faction. Wow, that's really impressive. You managed to cleanly clear out an entire company. I was so astonished when I heard that. Truly, Lord Greichenko's. You're not mentioning the fact that you tried to manipulate through magical beasts in the alchemy faction. Excuse me. Waldrick blinked several times, then wiped his forehead again, tilting his head in confusion, blinking again. He soon spoke in a stammering voice. Excuse me, magical beasts. The alchemy faction, they did that. Oh, what rotten things. The more dirty they are, the worse they get. Is there anyone who works as cleanly as us? It's really unfair. This doesn't feel like an act. As Ivan narrowed his eyes, Waldrick clutched his chest and said, It's a misunderstanding. I knew they were messing around with Milestone, but we're not free to do something to them. Milestone, huh? Oh yes, Wow, it truly is Lord Greichenko's. It actually works. That. the conversion of divine power through soul cohesion. Using the filtration of milestone, we can now do everything just like how human priests do. In what seemed to be an attempt to prove his usefulness, he rubbed his hands together and spoke slyly. I'm really curious how you knew that. Yes, yes. If you need anything, please feel free to let me know. Please convey that to Lord Greikenkos. So, the reason all the corporations are now touching the milestone. It's not a light attempt like just me, but rather. Does that mean Vialgrin is actively encouraging it? What happens if the milestone goes out? Well, I guess it's a bit hard to explain since it has never actually gone out. Simply put, the atmospheric conditions would change, and the amount of mana would decrease, I suppose. Elphira tilted her head with a perplexed look. And if we dig a little deeper, when was the milestone first created? In the mythological era, it's a really, really old artifact. A massive cuboid pillar, with dark green inscriptions densely engraved on every face, radiating overwhelming mana. It was an artifact that looked like a stake driven into the earth. Elphira gestured towards the milestone from a distance and said, "If you want to delve into legends, yes, according to legend, Kalyan was actually said to consist of 42 islands. Of course, these are really old myths that have never been recorded in history. You know, there are things like how founding ancestors among humans are descendants of dragons and sons of bears. Anyway, according to history, 13 is correct, but according to legend, it says there were 42 islands. Why is that coming up all of a sudden? Because there are 13 milestones. One is located in the capital. The rest are each placed on the islands, totaling 12. Thus, the domain of the Kalyan archipelago consists of 13 islands. And coincidentally, there is one milestone on each island. That means the islands without milestones must have sunk beneath the sea, right? Ha ha ha, it's a legend, a legend. How many elves have attempted to search the seabed? If the islands sank, there shouldn't be a trace left, right? Ivan hardened his expression as he listened to Elphira's words. When someone is about to commit something, the best way to understand the other's intentions is to start by inferring what their actions might lead to. Vialgrin is trying to stop the milestone. And if the milestone stops, according to the legend, Kalyan will sink into the sea. In other words, Vialgrin is attempting to sink Kalyan. And when Kalyan sinks, the sea area that moves inland through the northeastern magical beast territory becomes freely open to the magical beasts. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (178). Chapter 178. EP 178. The history of the astronomy faction traces back to the Age of Myths. Even before the existence of the milestone, the astronomy faction served as the king's advisor. They read the celestial signs to predict fortune and misfortune. By observing the constellations, they determined the course of navigation. These two roles essentially meant guiding state affairs and diplomacy. In other words, the ancient astronomy faction held the authority of a chancellor. They were the king's counselors, the rudder for state policy, and the compass for diplomacy. They were the captains steering the colossal flagship known as Kalyan. And then the milestone appeared. A powerful artifact that flipped all celestial signs in favor of the elves. It was a turning point that heralded the end of the Age of Myths and the beginning of the Age of Civilization. The elves no longer needed the whims of the gods. They had created a god with their own hands. A powerful artificial god that would unconditionally love them under any circumstances, devoid of any whims. There was no need to worship gods relying on divine power. The elves could achieve perfection within Kalyan. Thus, the elves no longer sought to expand their influence beyond Callian. Outside the influence of the milestone was dangerous. There was no protection of the milestone beyond Callian, and the whims of the gods began to ensnare the elves once again. Mana perfectly suited to the elves, luck meticulously arranged solely for them, and the most pleasant climates and flora for the elves. Why would they need to give up endless resources and eternal prosperity to expand outward? Therefore, the astronomy faction became unnecessary. The king, who would have sought counsel, transferred all power to the Privy Council. The skies of Callian no longer predicted fortune and misfortune. The elves did not expand their territory beyond Callian. Those who were once the leaders of all civilizations faded away, learning old knowledge and reminiscing about their former glory. After a long passage of time, during which none of the high authorities among the elves paid any heed to the astronomy faction, Vialgrin Greikenkos joined the hero party. He was bestowed with the title of the most powerful wizard in the civilized world. "You are out of your mind, too," Alexander said with a smirk. On a calm night sea, the Milky Way adorned the starless expanse. The prow of the ship gently rolled with the waves. With a light breeze caressing him, the high astronomer gazed down at the ocean. "What do you see down there?" "Stars." Alexander turned his gaze at the man's response. The night sea mirrored the night sky, as if it stretched out, perfectly imitating it. He soon raised his gaze to the sky and smiled. The astronomer reads the stars by looking at the sea. You can see the sky by just tilting your head a little. Do any stars show up above? Vialgrin smiled and turned his body. As he moved toward the cabin, he quietly muttered something. The voice was too soft for Alexander to hear. He turned his head and asked, "What did you say?" "I tried praying." "An elf praying? Ha, right, what did you pray for?" "To get an answer," Vialgrin concluded as he stepped down the corridor toward the cabin. As always, there was no answer. He playfully reached out towards the sky. Grasping at something as if trying to catch it, he lightly pulled it down. Bang! The cabin door closed. The Privy Council comprises 12 island lords that govern the islands of Callian, 6 castle lords overseeing the military ports, and 1 representative each from the 2 shipyards building aerial battleships, along with the astronomer who advises the queen. In total, there are 21 seats. All council members bear responsibilities akin to those of a monarch of a nation. Callian is not much different from a confederation. They lack a united sense of patriotism. Therefore, they can never gather in one place. Not only can they not trust each other, but even the queen is not to be trusted. Thus, their assembly does not take place in a physical space. Has everyone arrived? Faint silhouettes scattered in the darkness. Islif Rustpits, the head of the Callian Grand Council's Privy Council, scanned the silhouettes with tired eyes. 18 silhouettes shone white in the darkness. "Who are you, who has started amusing tricks with our queen?" One of the silhouettes shouted with a coarse voice. Islif frowned and replied, "Mind your manners, Sir Herwelder." "Manners? What manners? We're making mistakes here. I'm not dying alone, if you wanted to bury me." "Shut up, Simon Herwelder. Considering what you did 120 years ago, you are the most suspicious one." What does a century-old event have to do with? The council chamber erupted into chaos in an instant. Meetings of the rulers of Callian taking place miles away always unfolded like this. Many elves might hold an illusion about this gathering. An illusion of noble rulers running political affairs with smiling faces and filled with political implications. The reality is harsh and even vulgar. This conference room, filled with respected leaders from society, often turns into pandemonium within 10 minutes of the meeting's start. The weight of their responsibilities is too heavy. The lives of tens of thousands of people rest in their hands. "Everyone be quiet." One silhouette shouted loudly. Islif looked at the shaking silhouette with weary eyes. It was the voice of the swordsmanship faction. I will speak. Go ahead, Kohenulf. Those council members who have meddled with Milestone, raise your hands. To be clear, while I was away, there was a lot happening on our side as well. At Edelplatt Kohenulf's statement, the other silhouettes shook violently. Soon, noise surged. What accusations? Are you trying to cover your tail now? Are you blaming your actions on your subordinates? Know your shame. As the uproar reached its peak, Edel's voice rang out quietly. I killed them all. What? I took advantage of my absence to root out the forces attempting to overthrow the swordsmanship faction and killed them all. About half of the swordsmanship faction was executed, and we barely managed to normalize Milestone. What they intended to do, I suspect. Manipulation of relative time through Milestone. In other words, it is a technique intended to forcibly transition those within the influence of the Milestone into the realm of superhumans. It could be seen as a kind of consideration for those who have not yet reached the realm of superhumans. The intention is virtual, but the law is law. Therefore, it has been handled. Now, please tell me, what did you intend to achieve with the Milestone and how much of it? The room fell silent. After a brief moment of silence, Edelplatt opened his mouth again. I have heard that the alchemy faction has halted the Milestone and collected magical beasts by restoring the mana of the sea area. Ahem. The Milestone is an artifact that absorbs and purifies mana from the sea area near Callian, then disperses it into the atmosphere. There is no mana in the sea area where the Milestone is operational. As a result, the seeds of magical beasts dry up. Consequently, one could say that the seas become clean. Without threatening creatures, it would not pose any issues to even set sail with a small boat for fishing. They stopped it and collected magical beasts using the revived mana of the sea area. That was the goal of the alchemy faction. I hear the life faction is conducting research to produce divine power by squeezing souls. What? How could that be? No, how could you make such a public statement? Is that true? Does that work? Good heavens! The conference room erupted into chaos again. Edel raised his voice sharply to calm the crowd. Now, please tell me, how many have ceased operation and how many are functioning normally? Can anyone among us answer? How many milestones are needed at a minimum for the blessing of Callian? I am weak in magic, considering I am a martial artist. Not every milestone will be needed. In fact, even when the alchemy faction halted the milestones, the colossal magic enveloping Callian remained intact. So, how many can be considered safe? And are there any side effects from stopping the milestones? And crucially, for several centuries, no one dared to touch it. The manipulation of milestones was strictly forbidden by the law. What on earth made all factions simultaneously attempt such a feat? As if someone had lured them. There are no coincidences. It wasn't a matter of one or two individuals. There must be an orchestrator behind this. When Her Majesty the Queen. And the other half of the answer flowed out. And the advice from Lord Greikenkos. When the remaining half of the answer finally came to light, all attending council members simultaneously sighed in realization. Vialgrin and the Queen were holding hands, halting the milestones one by one. At least since 30 years ago, preparing meticulously all the while. What on earth is happening? Now all the members will begin managing the milestones. Regardless of the plan, it is already too late. The attempt to halt the spell of the milestones has already failed. Thus, the question arises. The one who raised the alarm regarding the milestone was the Queen. The fact that the Queen's inspection team is traversing the island to check the milestones. Where exactly is the schemer who would destroy the plans they have built with their own hands? As Ivan was moving to the next island after entering the swordsmanship faction, he suddenly looked up at the night sky. There were a few clouds in the dark sky. He was about to turn the ship's bow after relaying the information obtained from the life faction to Edel. Assuming he would stop at each island once, it was obvious that it would take at least a month, so he needed to speed up. After all, he had to return to Prichinkaya before the next semester began.
Oh,
Elphara, who was standing next to him admiring the night sky, suddenly turned her head impatiently.
it's snowing. Ahem.
We're seeing the first snow of the year together. It was now the middle of winter. Due to Kalian's warm temperatures, it was hard to recognize, but it was clear that Prichinkaya must be terribly cold by now. So, it wouldn't be unusual for it to snow. Why is it snowing? With a faint smile approaching Elphara, Ivan took a step back and asked again with a serious face. Does it snow in Kalian? Yes, well, the water meets the cold air. Of course, it rains in Kalian. One of the blessings of Milestone is to maintain the most suitable climate. It's natural that crops grow and humidity is maintained when it rains, so rain can often be encountered in Kalian. But snow is different. Snow means that the atmospheric temperature has dropped below freezing, and elves dislike cold weather. Thanks to Milestone's blessing, Kalian always maintains the most suitable climate for elves. That climate did not include winter.
Hey.
Elphara, understanding his meaning, hurriedly looked up at the sky. High-ranking astronomer Herman leisurely left work as usual. The nighttime street was dreary. A cool breeze brushed past his ears. He instinctively wrapped his coat tighter and started to walk, suddenly looking up at the sky. The clouds were thick. It's going to rain. He didn't think he had heard such news, but did he not confirm it? Well, it had been quite a while since it had rained, so it was about time. As he pondered this, he suddenly saw the clouds parting in the wind. Stars were shining through the gap.
What?
Herman's footsteps halted. He rubbed his eyes for a moment and looked back at the sky. By now, thick dark clouds were concealing the sky. He hurriedly ran back to the observatory. He almost tripped several times. As he rushed up the stairs, the shouts of his startled secretaries echoed from behind. Finally calming his breath, he returned to his office and opened the terrace door wide. Walk, a gust of wind blew. His hair fluttered long. The humid smell of the sea pricked his nose. He lifted the telescope. The enormous telescope, which had been left unused for so long that it was covered in dust, came into his hands. He swallowed hard and gazed beyond the horizon. He adjusted the aperture and focused beyond the range of the dark clouds. The sky is visible.
What the?
I tightened my grip on the telescope and moved forward. I hurriedly ran in the opposite direction, kicked open the secretary's office door, and ignored the startled secretary as I opened the terrace. I focused on the distant horizon for a moment.
What in the world?
He jumped up and headed for the top of the tower. He was in such a rush that he stumbled a couple of times. Bang! He kicked the rooftop door open roughly and looked up at the sky. The clouds parted again, and for a moment a cluster of stars appeared. Herman sat down, staring blankly at the scene. What is happening? The entire sky was ominous. Under the blessing of Milestone, it seemed as if the long years during which only good omens had been observed for the future of the elves had come to an end. In the darkness, beyond the clouds, faintly, the mana brushing past the constellations flowed ominously. Inside the dark cabin, Vialgren sat cross-legged, intertwining his hands and exhaling deeply. He wore a faint smile and had his eyes closed tightly. Although he was present in this place, his mind was soaring to a higher realm. It looked like a deep and dark abyss or the distant celestial universe. In their stillness and emptiness, they could be seen as the same. Vialgren reached out above. All the words have gathered. From beyond that far darkness, hands appeared. The illusion of a chess piece popping up on the chessboard emerged. I ask of my sky. A chess piece was grasped in Vialgren's hand. Stretching out once again, a pawn moved with a clack. Whom do the gods pray to? His question echoed in the empty darkness, without a reply. Vialgrin chuckled deeply. The astronomy faction hears the will of the heavens, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The astronomer gazes at the sky and contemplates its meaning, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Vialgrin asked the heavens for his will, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The gods do not answer the questions of their followers. They merely extend their hands according to their whims. If the hand extends, might it not be possible to grasp it? Thinking this, Vialgrin smiled at the piece he held. At that moment, Ivan was gazing at the snowing sky, feeling a familiar gaze amidst it all. With a clack, the pawn moved. With a clack, the queen on the other side of the chessboard stirred. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (179). Chapter 179. EP 179. It could be said that it was a sort of instinct honed through many years spent as a soldier on the battlefield. Ivan glanced at Elphara, who was aghast at the snow falling from the sky, instinctively assessing the situation. First, 1. Snow is falling from the sky. This could be considered a common natural phenomenon in midwinter. However, this is Callian. Therefore, it clearly belongs to the category of unusual climate. Next, 1. It is the power of the milestone that manipulates Callian's climate. Again, 1. Each island of Callian has one milestone embedded in it, and all the milestones are interconnected, forming a large-scale magic circle of sorts. Lastly, 1. The purpose of the milestone is to create an environment favorable to the elves. In other words, it relates to the climate and vegetation on a small scale, and may even touch upon mana and fate on a larger scale. In essence, if something goes wrong with the milestone, it could also cause problems for the elves' mana. Up to this point, 0.23 seconds passed. Before the first snowflake touched the sea, Ivan's thoughts accelerated within the fragmented time. His gaze chilled. The world was still, as if it had stopped. The distant horizon resembled a still life. The puzzle was coming together. Fragmented information was connecting in a solid line. In the dark night, on the monochromatic surface divided between black and white, Ivan slowly calmed the acceleration. The wind began to blow. Time started to flow again. There's no problem with the mana. The acceleration of relative time, referred to as the realm of superhumans. This phenomenon is akin to a side effect caused by enhancing the nervous system with mana. In other words, the mana flowing through his body was no different from usual. Elphara. Yes, yes. Use magic. Magic. Anything, as quickly as possible. At Ivan's words, Elphara hurriedly waved her hands. Purple mana lingered at her fingertips and then burst forth with a bang. Is there any other issue besides the magic? It feels a little difficult to breathe. I'm not sure what's going on. What's happening? Ivan looked up at the sky without answering. Snow was falling. The mana was being cut off. The magic was dissipating. The milestone is. Or rather, the blessing of the milestone is being withdrawn. The mythical artifact symbolizing the age of the elves is fading away. This concludes the confirmed information. The Privy Council has been personally utilizing the milestone. Really? And the Queen has requested that they provoke the Privy Council by trading the whereabouts of Vialgrin Greikenkos. Her Majesty was aware that the Privy Council was tampering with the milestone. And Vialgrin said that your father would never leak his plans to the enemy. If Her Majesty wasn't in cahoots with my father, there's no way she could have known his whereabouts in the first place. Elphara's response was immediate. Her eyes were ablaze. A wizard of the hero party must remain calm in times of crisis. Teaching the Privy Council the other uses of the milestone was My father, Vialgrin Greiken Kos. The Queen and Vialgrin joined forces to incite the Privy Council, and by the time we arrived, they had turned the council's attention towards me. Just for a brief moment, to divert the interest of the Queen and the troublesome human. Elphira. At Ivan's words, Elphira nodded with a stern face. Let's redirect our course to Idrenhill. There's nothing lacking in mana in the air. What's the reason we can't use magic? At Ivan's question, Elphira furrowed her brow for a moment, seemingly calculating something. She soon bit her lip and answered. The concentration has changed. It has been manipulated in a way we find hard to adapt to. To describe it, it's like releasing a tropical saltwater fish into cold freshwater. The fundamental properties of mana, that is, the very assembly process, has been twisted. What's the solution? Time, I don't know how long it will take, but I will definitely make it work. Ivan nodded silently and headed towards the cockpit. There was no need for further elaboration. She was the wizard of the hero party. When encountering incidents related to magic, there is no one else to trust aside from her. In this Callion, has the milestone ceased operation? I'm not sure. It is indeed something we need to check, but it feels strange. Elphira stammered for a moment. She shook her head while scanning the mana in the air. It's more accurate to say the direction has changed. The mana concentration remains the same, but it feels like the water quality has altered. Yes, that sums it up. At Elphira's words, Ivan shut his eyes tightly. It could be the worst-case scenario. Or maybe just a simple functional error, right? That can't be. Although the blessing of milestone is still in effect, if only the ambient environment has changed. Assuming that the proposition of this ancient artifact, which provides the most perfect conditions for elves, only had the object changed. It's not a particularly welcoming environment for me. While not explicitly hostile, this environment, where neither the mana circulation nor the climate can be considered perfect for humans, poses the question. For whom would it truly be the best conditions? The phantoms conducting the meeting all vanished simultaneously. Islif glanced around the empty round table, his expression souring. Is anyone there? It seems there's an issue with the power system of the projection device. My lord, you must come out for a moment. At the sound coming from outside the secret chamber, he sighed deeply and stood up. It seemed there were no decent young elves these days. If the Privy Council's great assembly was interrupted by such trivial issues, what would happen to his authority in future sessions? He frowned and opened the door. He soon came to a halt. What is all this commotion? The mana isn't flowing. Islif did not panic. He was an elf who had lived too long to be surprised by such matters. Calmly, he glanced around. The lights in his castle had gone out. Every hall and room was shrouded in darkness. All the magic lanterns had extinguished. He could see flustered attendants running about, lighting candles. Even the most basic light-producing spells were failing to manifest. Is it terrorism? Who dares to attack my castle? All those capable of such acts in this country were present in the conference room. If not them, then no one in Callion would dare to launch a terrorist attack on the Privy Councillor's castle. He hurriedly dashed out onto the terrace. Built into the mountainside, his castle offered a view of his domain from any terrace. A harsh wind blew fiercely. Due to the biting cold, he unknowingly tightened his collar. The territory was shrouded in darkness. A massive naval base overseeing the eastern sea area of Callion seemed to be submerged beneath the night sea. Only the intermittently visible silhouettes of workers running around with flickering lanterns could be seen beneath the thick black clouds where not even a star shone. The magic lanterns illuminating the streets and all facilities, including the government offices, naval base, docks, and warehouses, were extinguished. Milestone. He couldn't help but instinctively recall the last topic that the council had been discussing. Harmon desperately controlled his ragged breathing as he ran toward the palace. The city was engulfed in chaos. Everyone, including the elves and laborers, spilled into the streets with torches and candles, each causing their own commotion. The magic had ceased, a terror had struck. Such sounds could be heard intermittently. However, Harmon paid no heed. If this was truly a terror attack, then that someone could well be referred to as a god. Unlike other elves, he could read the heavens. As a high astronomer of the Eternal Palace, he had directly witnessed the ominous signs that covered the sky. What kind of terrorist would bring down an omen over an entire race, destroying the powerful blessing of Milestone? A milestone. Finally, as the realization struck him, Harmon was left pale and rolling on the floor. Milestone had ceased. He crawled along the ground and began to move again. Whenever the high astronomer chose, he had the authority to bypass procedures and directly report to the king. Although it was an old law that no one cared about anymore, he had to be thankful, at least for this moment, that the astronomer had once been an advisor to the king. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." When Harmon finally reached the court, shouting at the guards, he came face to face with the queen who was sipping tea. "Your Majesty, we must check Milestone, huff, huff. We must inspect Milestone." "Catch your breaths. The situation is urgent, right now at this very moment." "Ah, dear." The queen was smiling warmly. In the court shrouded in darkness, under a small candle held by a trembling attendant. With a face that was no different than usual, enjoying refreshments, as she always did. "Your Majesty, did you say there's a problem with the Milestone?" Yes, I can't think of any other reason. The sky is filled with ill omens. It's snowing and winter has come. Magic has stopped and mana is dissipating." "How is that possible?" "Why, yes, however, Your Majesty, the current situation." "I'll ask again, how is that possible?" The queen quietly set down her teacup and continued speaking. "The great blessing of the Milestone is certainly meant to create the most favorable environment for us. Am I wrong?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "And it twists the flow of this world, bestowing always beneficial fates upon the entire elf race, at least within Callian. Am I correct?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The sky of Callian should always be auspicious for the elves, but right now, the sky is completely." "Enough, sir, think about it. Isn't it strange?" "Yes." The queen replied with a gentle smile. "If it were to be more advantageous for our people for the Milestone to stop functioning, then the Milestone could not possibly extinguish." What? Throughout our long history, what has been the reason that no one has dared to extinguish or manipulate the Milestone? Because we are frugal. The queen laughed mischievously. "That cannot be. Do you think the greedy nobles simply left the ancient artifacts that provide infinite mana to rot out of personal ethics? Because of the law. When have they ever been that law-abiding? Ha. Herman felt a chill run down his spine. The queen was calmly smiling. In her expression, Herman could not find the familiar face of the old man who used to grumble for the day of his death. It felt as if he were speaking to a completely alien being disguised in the form of an elf. The warm temperatures, clear skies, and overflowing mana brought by the blessing of the Milestone are all merely secondary effects. The Milestone was created for a single purpose. Something wrapped in the queen's skin spoke joyfully. "To prosper forever. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here." "180. Chapter 180. EP 180. The fate of the entire race is decreed as auspicious, even if it means distorting the fate of the world. It supplies mana to the entire country, even if it leads to the devastation of the whole sea area. It provides the most suitable climate at any time and place, even if neighboring countries become colder and drier. It acts solely for the eternal transformation of the elves. All other effects are merely secondary. The great blessing of Milestone operates for only one proposition: they shall prosper forever. Therefore, paradoxically, Milestone cannot halt within its operational scope. The cessation of Milestone would hinder the prosperity of the elves, so the great blessing will act to protect Milestone. Do you know when our race had a civil war? A civil war? Are you speaking of a civil war? Yes, like those humans or demons, a real war among each other. That is the culture of barbaric tribes. We elves don't engage in such base acts. Is that really true? Do you mean it? The queen chuckled. Is it rare for elves to kill each other? Corporations devour each other, internal strife occasionally erupts, one side is driven out, executed, and exiled to be sunk in the middle of the ocean. Isn't it that rare? Poisoning each other, attempting assassinations, was that such an unusual occurrence? Nevertheless, Your Majesty, that is. Despite such tremendous desires, we have never caused a civil war. Even when there were ample events, reasons, and objectives to do so. Even when the authority of the king had fallen, and all nobles claimed to be the kings of their own lands. At the queen's words, Herman stiffened. That is an act against prosperity. For the sake of all elves, a civil war must be avoided at all costs. The great blessing of Milestone did not allow any conflict to escalate into war. Doubly, what do you mean by that? What if Milestone, that artifact, was casting a mind sorcery over our entire race? If it contradicts the proposition of prospering forever, even if it has to induce a change in mindset. So, if Milestone truly halted, wouldn't that be based on Milestone's judgment? Now, it is assessed that halting would be more beneficial for the elves' prosperity. I detest it. There is neither civil war nor conflict nor competition. Since we dominate the sea area, we control logistics, and as we lead trade, wealth accumulates even without effort. By defeating the magical beasts, we can share various benefits without having to conquer them. The queen continued speaking as if singing. Before that and after that, humans are too foolish. As long as the United Kingdom is maintained, Callian can remain forever the most powerful nation. What is needed can be obtained as desired. No one tries to develop. They merely dig up artifacts and technologies created by their distant ancestors. This long lifespan and ample resources allow them to live leisurely in paradise. It's stagnation. Pardon. The Milestone has judged that the elf society has now stagnated. Since the political situation has stabilized, Callian is stagnant. Therefore, it can no longer prosper, and the reason is due to the blessing of the Milestone. The Milestone judged that it must be destroyed. However, that is merely an artifact. It lacks intellect or reason. We do not serve such a capricious god. Have you truly created a real god with your own power? Yes, Your Majesty. Has your master told me such? Do you know what he said afterward? Rejecting the capricious false gods, the elves truly created a great god. A god that only loves elves and exists forever for elves. If a god truly loves his people, shouldn't he seek self-determination? What do you mean? No child can live forever under the care of their parents. For a sufficiently grown child, shouldn't the parent step back? The queen smiled, recalling the most powerful wizard evaluated in this world. If it is truly possible to stop the Milestone, it is because the Milestone intended it. Make a decision for the entire ethnicity. If permitted, the god will act. Do so. You will be recorded as a tyrant who destroyed the artifacts of your ancestors, but the people of the queen will be eternally praised. Now is the day of your death approaching, dear astronomy board. All parents eventually have to step back for their children. The alchemy faction tried to extinguish the Milestone and control magical beasts. Edelplat murmured quietly in the dark. The man who heard her turned his head. This was right after he had killed half of his disciples. The great swordsman, who had severed half of the swordsman faction's disciples with his own hands, was whispering while gazing up at the dark night sky. And the life faction developed a technique to create divine power using souls. The one remaining eye gleamed ominously. We, the unworthy disciples of the swordsman faction, have found a method to induce mental acceleration. Master, all three of us have done that using the milestone. Despite the concerned expressions of his disciples, Edel simply continued to gaze up at the sky in silence. I may lack knowledge and be ignorant of magic, but let's assume my underwhelming kin were each researching such things. Yes, Master. Since they all have at least one talent, if you think about it, they must have diligently developed things only they could do. Alchemy faction, life faction, swordsman faction. These three groups, she confirmed, had each developed their own techniques using the milestone in their unique ways. All of it could be seen as a kind of essence of the techniques they could perform. And if all the Privy Council members, that is, if all the academic societies were attempting the same kind of technological development, the different academic societies protecting the milestone have each created the essence of the technologies they could individually implement in their own methods. And yes, if all of that converges through the milestone as a medium, doesn't it remind you of something you've seen before? Edel is ignorant of magic. She had never even been interested in it. Her entire focus was solely limited to the art of the sword. Thus, she cannot comprehend the principles of the milestone, the workings of the Great Blessing, or the purposes of the research being conducted by the academic societies. However, she was someone who had fought on the battlefield for many years. She was even someone who had stood before the 7 dragon lords, confronting them alone and surviving. Thus, she instinctively realized now. The extreme of all possibilities that a race can achieve, the essence of racial evolution, the maximum capability of a race. When all those elements gathered together, and it began to act as a single form. The United Kingdom referred to that existence as such. The 7 dragon lords, those who became gods while still alive. And the most representative alias of the milestone was our god, created by our own hands. What on earth have you done, Vialgrin? The mana did not move. Neither nerve acceleration nor physical enhancement occurred. She whispered bitterly, facing the increasingly harsh winter winds. What do you intend to accomplish by creating a god of elves who does not love elves? Do you know the word Kujiwar? Is it an elf language? I'm not sure. It means winter hunting dog. Vialgrin looked at Maximilian and smiled. According to the old legends from when Callians still had winter, they say that during the deep nights of winter, there was a hunting dog raised by winter. It was said that the souls of livestock that froze to death would be passed on to that hunting dog. Ah, we have many similar folktales in our country. Isn't it said that people mythologize beings they cannot confront, like weather phenomena or natural disasters? Yes, that's right. Vialgrin quietly nodded. The difference in the elf legends compared to other countries is that the hunting dog ultimately killed winter. It was believed that when winter was at its harshest, the starving hunting dog would end up consuming its own master before spring would finally arrive. It seems elves are no different. They create folktales just like humans do. Isn't that how life is for everyone? Vialgrin concluded as he gazed at the tumultuous sea filled with snow and hail. Lieutenant Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel. Call me Commander, why? It seems the elves can't use magic. This doesn't look like just a slightly harsh winter. Huh. In the diplomatic residence of Idrenhill, a man scratched his chin and tilted his head. Elves are naturally frail and tend to feel the cold a bit more, but in weather like this. Haha, that's right. As he looked at the laughing man, he took a moment to gather his thoughts and said, the fact that the elves can't use magic means they can no longer cast mind sorcery either, right? That seems likely. If they can't even do that, what can they do?
That's right.
Wait a minute then. A spy from the cold country stood up with shining eyes. It's our world now. Krasilov's 4 seasons consist of winter, hot winter, cold winter, and ridiculously cold winter. This kind of weather was not much different from Krasilov's warm late spring. The 30 or so men present here. Shall we try to live as busy as possible before senior arrives? We're the last survivors of the cleanup unit. They were the few survivors who returned alive after receiving orders to assassinate the remaining 7 dragon lords, who the hero had not managed to kill. Among them, those who, after careful selection, pledged to remain loyal to the state until the end. The founding members of the Counterintelligence Command, and that meant soon. I must witness Our Majesty's marriage. Listen up, everyone. We're the disciples of Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Petrovich. All members of the first strike team under Dmitri, the Counterintelligence Command, lightly laughed and stood up. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19+ here.